Part 1. The Jennings Field was a local landmark, the place where all of the neighborhood kids came to play since suburbia had crept in over 20 years earlier. It had a large open space, perfect for such games as baseball and frisbee, as well as clusters of old trees around the edges, which provided ample cover for games of capture the flag or hide and seek. And to make the field even more perfect, it was right behind the large cluster of houses, which made up the neighborhood, making it a convenient and natural place to gather. Ray Jennings, the owner of the property, stood back and frowned, absently scratching his beard as he looked over the large field behind his house. He had no problem with kids playing in his field, and even had a long-standing unspoken agreement with all of the parents that the kids could play there all they wanted, just so long as no one sued him when their kids got hurt playing on his property. Such things had happened before, but the parents in the neighborhood were reasonable sorts and didn't blame him if their kid broke an arm while playing baseball and sliding into home. Of course, the fact that he didn't have anything to sue him for except for an old house and an empty field behind it might have had something to do with that as well. After just a minute of looking around the rest of the field, Ray gave his full attention to the tree. It had always been the tree. The tree had been an ancient giant, which grew from one corner of the field and seemed to dominate the whole area. And until just a few minutes earlier, Ray had assumed that it would always be there. There had been a powerful storm the night before, and it looked as though the tree had finally succumbed to an even stronger part of nature. The heavy winds had been enough to topple the ancient giant and send it crashing to the ground. Ray stood there for a moment, silently mourning the loss of such an old landmark, and wondering how much firewood he could get from it. There was no doubt that there would be enough wood to keep his place warm for several years at least. But then as Ray walked to the base of the tree where the roots had been torn from the ground, he noticed something strange. There, caught in the dirt and roots, was a flat slab of stone. The slab was about 4 inches thick and just under 2 feet across, though what had drawn Ray's attention to it was that it didn't look like any natural rock. And there seemed to be some sort of symbols carved into the surface. What the? Ray blinked, staring at the chunk of stone that was caught in the roots, then looking into the large hole that the roots had occupied. His eyes went wide as he saw the rest of the slab in the ground, embedded in the ground and still largely buried. He had a feeling that he was only seeing a small part of the slab, a feeling that was magnified when he saw the hole where the piece that was stuck in the roots had come from. It looked like a real hole, all black and empty. What the? Ray repeated, sticking his arm into the hole in the slab and reaching around, but without touching anything. Then Ray looked more closely at the flat stone, wiping some of the dirt away for a better look and being surprised to realize that there were symbols carved all over it. He guessed that it was some sort of writing, but it wasn't any kind of writing that he'd ever seen before. It was obvious that the stone slab had been carved by someone, which only made Ray a little more curious. After all, the tree had grown over it at some point, which meant that it had been there for a very long time. In fact, Ray wouldn't have been surprised if the tree had been there since before George Washington had fought his first battle, or even before Columbus had stumbled across the New World. Well, I'll be, Ray muttered, realizing that if this stone was that old, then it might be worth quite a bit. Ray stared at the slab for a minute more, his curiosity about the slab and what might be under it growing with every breath. Then he finally decided that he was damn well going to find out. A part of him suggested that he might want to call an archaeologist, but he shrugged that off. It was his property and his find, and he wasn't about to let someone else come in and tell him what he could and couldn't do with it. With that, Ray returned to his house, coming back a few minutes later with the things that he thought he might need. He used a flashlight to look down the hole in the slab, thinking that he saw some kind of flat stone, perhaps just the ground a bit of distance down, though not being sure. He decided that the only way to know for sure was to dig up the slab and haul it out of the ground. For the next 4 hours, Ray used his pick and shovel to unearth the slab, finding that it was larger than he expected. It was old, with cracks all through it. There were even several more spots with holes through it so that he could get a glimpse of the empty space below. And each glimpse only increased his curiosity to keep digging. In the end, the slab itself seemed to be 10 feet by 14 feet, and only about 4 inches thick. But as Ray had cleared the dirt away from the slab, it became more and more clear that it wasn't just a stone slab that was buried in the ground. It was sitting on something else, on some kind of stone construction, as though it were a lid or door. Ray stood back and stared at the massive slab, knowing that he should probably call in some kind of expert now that he'd revealed so much of it. But he wasn't about to turn over his discovery to someone else after all that work, nor was he about to wait any longer to find out what was hidden underneath the slab. He couldn't help but imagining that it was some sort of burial chamber or tomb for an ancient king, filled with all sorts of treasure. There was no way that he was going to let someone else have it until he knew for sure. Just a few minutes later, Ray had brought his truck out to the middle of the field and tied a chain between that and the slab. Ray hadn't been able to get it around the slab, but he'd tied the chain around a crowbar and slipped that through the large hole he'd first discovered. And once Ray hit the gas on his truck, he pulled a bit section of the stone slab off to the side, while the rest of the slab shattered and collapsed into the hole that was beneath it. "Get a load of that," Ray muttered after jumping out of his truck and staring into the hole that had been beneath the slab. With the slab now removed, Ray could clearly see what had been beneath it. It was obviously not just some sort of hole, but something which had been made by people. In fact, what Ray saw only made him realize that his scope of his find was even larger than he'd thought. There was a stone stairway, which went down about 9 feet until it reached the bottom of the small trench. Then several feet away, along the opposite wall of the trench was an arched doorway. Ray stared down at the steps, at the rubble from the shattered slab, which covered them, then at the open doorway that led underground. It was dark, keeping him from seeing where the door went to or what was inside. But after a moment, Ray realized that the doorway wasn't entirely dark. There was a faint green glow somewhere on the other side. "God protect me," Ray muttered to himself, staring into the doorway, filled with a mixture of nervousness, excitement, and curiosity. Then Ray quickly went for his flashlight, barely taking his eyes off of the stairway for even a moment. He thought about grabbing his shovel as well, just in case he needed something to defend himself, but then decided that he wouldn't need it. The entry had been sealed for a very long time and he doubted that there could be anything down there that could hurt him. Finally, Ray mumbled, "Here goes nothing." He quickly went down the stone steps, hesitating at the bottom. He glanced up at the sky above, took a deep breath, then stepped through the doorway that was waiting in front of him. Part 2 15-year-old Jack stood and stared in amazement at the sight that was laid out before him. A tree. No, the tree had been knocked down and was spread out over half of Jennings' field. The truck that belonged to old Mr. Jennings was sitting right next to the tree, though there was no sign of Mr. Jennings himself. "Get a load of this," Jack exclaimed to his friends, his eyes going to the huge hole where the tree had been standing the last time he'd been at the field, just a week earlier. "It's unfucking believable." Not only had the tree been knocked over and there was a hole where it had been standing, but at the bottom of the hole was something that completely stunned Jack. There were a bunch of stone steps, which went down into some sort of underground doorway. With that, Jack's 2 friends came and stood next to him, both silently staring into the hole as well. They were all equally confused by the ancient-looking stairway. "Where did this come from?" Jack's best friend Mark asked. Mark and Jack had been best friends since they were both in elementary school together, though in spite of them being the same age, Mark was almost 5 inches shorter than Jack and could have passes as being up to 2 years younger. He frowned as he looked into the hole, shaking his head in disbelief. Standing on Jack's other side was Jill, who was probably his second closest friend. He'd known her nearly as long as he'd known Mark, and the 3 of them had grown up together, doing almost everything together. Jill was a slender girl who hadn't been graced by puberty quite as well as some of her friends, though that didn't really bother her much. In fact, she almost thought of it as a relief. Jill was a tomboy and spent a lot more time playing sports than fawning over clothes and makeup. "Interesting," Jill said, pulling her brown hair through the hole in the back of her baseball cap, an action she performed whenever she was trying to think and wanted to stall for time. "But where did this come from?" "How should I know?" Jack answered, not taking his eyes off of the hole or the stairway. "Maybe Mr. Jennings knows." He glanced over to the truck, then back down to the hole. "Maybe he's down there." "There's only one way to find out," Jill exclaimed, jumping down into the hole. Jack didn't hesitate before jumping after her, getting to the top of the steps and then stopping alongside her to stare down. They looked old, very old. But there were also a lot of broken pieces of rock all over the place. And they were flat, with strange symbols all over them. That meant that they would have to be a little careful when going down the steps, but the rubble wouldn't slow them down much. I think I see something glowing in there, Jill said, pointing to the dark doorway at the bottom of the steps. Mr. Jennings probably brought one of those glow sticks or something, Jack shrugged. Hey, Mr. Jennings! Mark yelled out from behind them. They waited a minute, but there was no answer. Mr. Jennings? He probably can't hear us down there, Jack said. Or maybe he went back to his house, Jill pointed out. They nodded a moment, then Jack was the first to start down the steps. He reached the open doorway first, then called back, last one in is a rotten egg. That's not fair, Mark, who was standing in the back called out, especially as Jill had gone down right behind Jack. Jack stepped through the doorway and saw that he was in some kind of underground room. It was fairly dark inside, but there was enough light for Jack to see that there were no other doors or passages. It was just a single chamber. And obviously, Mr. Jennings was not inside. The chamber itself was only about 30 feet across and completely round like a circle, rather than the square or rectangular shape of most rooms that Jack was familiar with. The walls were all made of stone and covered with strange symbols, as was the domed ceiling. However, the most noticeable feature of the chamber was the floor. Even the floor seemed to have the same kind of etchings and symbols carved into it as everything else, though it was also quite a bit different. Specifically, some of the symbols on the floor were glowing green. A glowing green circle about 12 feet across was placed in the very center of the chamber. But there were also 2 other circles within the main one, with glowing green symbols and patterns, which connected them all. Whoa, Jack gasped in amazement as he took it all in. Then he exclaimed, "You two stay back for a minute. It might not be safe." Jack felt nervous and even just a little bit scared, but that didn't stop him from going forward. He went to the edge of the glowing circle, then bent down for a better look. The hairs on the back of his arms seemed to stand up. Weird, Jack muttered, wondering what was causing that glow. After just staring at the glowing lines in the floor for a few seconds, Jack reached down to touch one. The circle and all of the glowing symbols were some sort of thin trench, carved about an inch into the stone. And at the same time, Jack felt some sort of cool liquid filling the trench, which was obviously what was causing the glow. But when he pulled fingers out of the trench and looked at them, they were completely dry. Very weird, Jack said, then grinned, but kind of cool. With that, Jack carefully stepped into the circle and moved towards the center. He could feel something, some kind of force. It grew stronger and stronger as he moved towards the center. Then suddenly, it seemed to reach some sort of critical point and exploded within him. Jack gasped in shock as a strange sensation rushed through his body. It felt sort of like a cool liquid fire, warming yet keeping him cool at the same time. And in a strange way, it even felt good. A moment later, Jack suddenly realized that the energy wasn't just flowing through him, it was doing something to him. It was changing him. He'd been so caught up in the sensation of the energy inside of him that he had almost missed the feel of his body changing. Oh, Jack gasped as he felt his muscles all tensing, as he felt his body tightening. God, this feels weird. What's going on? Jill yelled from the entrance, coming in and then stopping to stare at Jack in disbelief. You're glowing. But at that moment, the strange sensations were already beginning to subside. Jack could no longer feel his body changing, and the cool fire that had been rushing inside of him quickly faded away. That felt weird, Jack exclaimed as he took a step, nearly staggering before he caught his balance. Jack, Jill exclaimed, suddenly rushing forward to help him keep his balance. As soon as Jill had crossed into the circle, a faint green glow began to form around her. And with the next several steps, it grew stronger. Suddenly Jill announced, "Now I feel weird." Then she let out a loud gasp. Jill. Jack gulped, staring at her in amazement. Jill's body was glowing, with the light seeming to come from under her skin. Or, Jack realized, as though the light was flowing in and out of her skin. And from the look of her face, she was experiencing the same thing that he had. A moment later, Jill let out a loud gasp and grabbed at her chest, just as it began to swell outwards. Her breasts, which had been nearly flat a few minutes before, seemed to be growing larger and rounder with every breath. They hit a B cup, then a C cup, finally stopping at a D cup. And at the same time, 1,000 other changes seemed to be going through Jill at the same time. Her baseball cap fell off, as her hair grew longer and more luxurious. Then, as had happened with Jack, the changes stopped and the green glow faded away. At first, Jack and Jill just stood there, silently staring at each other, before both turning and rushing out of the chamber. "Oh shit," Jack exclaimed, not sure what to think of what was going on. "What's happening?" Mark demanded as Jack and Jill pushed past him. Then he saw Jill and exclaimed, "Holy shit!" "Oh my," Jill gasped, staring down at herself in amazement. Most of Jill's clothes seemed to have become brittle and torn apart as her body transformed. She gasped and tried to cover up her now generous breasts. And now that she was out of the chamber and in the light of day, the transformation that she had undergone had become much easier to see. You're. Jack stammered as he stared at Jill, "You're gorgeous." Jill stared down at herself, gasping again as she took in just how sexy and curvy her body had become. Instead of being behind the curve on puberty, she seemed to suddenly have jumped ahead quite a bit. Her waist had become firm and slender, her legs long and shapely, and then there were her breasts. "What did that place do to me?" Jill gasped, not sure whether to be horrified at her sudden transformation or excited. "I was in it too," Jack reminded himself, then looked down to see what might have changed. It took Jack a moment, but he realized that from the way his own clothes were tight on him, even torn a bit at the seams, and from the way that Mark now seemed just a little bit shorter, that he seemed to have grown just a little bit taller. But more than that, Jack took off his shirt, which was now far too tight, revealing the rest of the changes to his body. "Holy shit," Mark blurted out, staring at Jack. "You're ripped." Jack looked down at his chest and stomach, being amazed at the sight. Instead of his normally thin body, he saw one that was much more athletic and muscular. In fact, he could even see the obvious shadows of six-pack abs. "No way," Jack exclaimed, flexing his arm and seeing the noticeable bicep. Just as Jill's body had become sexier and more mature, the same seemed to have happened to Jack. He had become a little taller, and a lot more muscular. He wasn't anywhere near as bulky as a bodybuilder, but there was little doubt that he was now one of the most muscular and ripped boys in his entire school. "What happened to you in there?" Mark demanded. "I don't know," Jack answered, "but it feels great." "Yeah," Jill smiled, looking both a little embarrassed and thrilled at the same time. "I think I like it." Mark stared at his two friends for a moment, feeling incredibly amazed at what had happened to them, as well as envious. He took one more look at Jack's newly athletic body, then turned and rushed down into the chamber himself. When Mark emerged from the chamber a minute later, he too had been drastically transformed. Jack and Jill stared up at Mark, who was now not only a little taller than Jack, but older looking as well. Mark now looked as though he were 18 or 19 years old, rather than just 15. "Wow," Jack and Jill exclaimed as one, while Mark blushed at his completely shredded clothes yet admired his older body. Mark was now taller and older looking than Jack, though he wasn't as athletic. That didn't bother Mark though, who was quite pleased with just how he had changed. "This thing is absolutely incredible," Mark exclaimed, grinning broadly while Jack and Jill could only nod agreement. "Yeah," Jack grinned back, "all that you have to do is go into that chamber, and you come out all changed." "You come out better," Jill added. Mark smirked a bit as he looked over her sexy body, definitely improved. "I don't know if I should punch you or kiss you for that," Jill teased. "I'll take the latter," Mark grinned, earning a punch in the arm instead. "So," Jack said slowly, "what are we going to do now? I mean, how are we going to explain this to our parents and everyone? Who cares?" Jill grinned, "I just can't wait to tell Karen. She'd kill me if I didn't share this with her." "I can't wait to show my brother," Mark exclaimed. "He thinks he's all that, but now I'm taller than him." Jack, Jill and Mark all just stood there and laughed as they thought of the possibilities, and of how jealous everyone else would be when they found out. They had no idea how that weird chamber had done what it had to them, but there was no doubt that things were going to be very different. "This is going to be so much fun," Jack said as they walked away from the hole in the ground. "This is going to be great." Part 3. Take a look at this, Jill exclaimed as she slowly turned around so that her friend Karen could get a good look at her newly transformed body. Can you believe it? The two had been friends for several years and shared many of the same problems at school. Karen was 16, a year older than Jill, though few would guess it. Karen was shorter than Jill, standing only 5'3", and she was even less developed than Jill had been before her transformation. And much to Karen's frustration, she was frequently mistaken to be 12 years old. Karen just stared at Jill in shock and disbelief, sure that someone had to be playing some sort of a trick on her. She'd seen Jill the day before and Jill had certainly not been anywhere near that developed. She would have suspected padding, but it was quite clear that this was not the case. "Wow," Karen finally gasped, not sure what else to say. "How? I mean, you like it?" Jill asked proudly, sticking out her generous breasts a bit and showing off her sexy body even more. "Yeah, but..." Karen stammered, feeling as though she had to be in the middle of some sort of dream. "It happened so quickly," Jill exclaimed excitedly. I burst right out of my clothes. I had to rush home and get some of my mom's. Thank God she wasn't there. I don't know what to tell her about this." Karen blinked in surprise. "It just happened." However, Jill giggled and continued almost as if she hadn't heard. "I don't like wearing my mom's stuff, but the only thing that I have that still fits are my shoes. Even my mom's stuff doesn't really fit me. Her butt is bigger than mine and these pants are pretty loose there. And my chest is a lot bigger than hers now, so this shirt is kind of pinching." "But what happened to you?" Karen demanded, finally putting enough force in her voice to get through Jill's excitement. How did this happen?" She pointed at Jill's body, feeling a stab of envy as she had. The two of them had always been less developed than the other girls their age in school, which was something that brought them together. Sometimes it had felt like the two of them against the world. But now that Jill had suddenly changed, Karen was already feeling left behind and almost abandoned. Jill took a deep breath, then looked at Karen. It was obvious that she could barely contain her excitement as she explained, "I was at Jennings Field with Mark and Jack, and there was this big hole in the ground with a sort of secret passage into an underground temple or something. I just went inside and this happened to me." "You just went inside?" Karen blinked, feeling confused. She'd never really been to Jennings Field more than once or twice, but she hadn't seen anything like what Jill had described. And if it hadn't been for the evidence of Jill's drastically altered body, she never would have believed a word of it. "And you should see the guys." Jill shook her head in amazement. "Jack is like totally ripped now, and Mark looks like he's in college." "They changed too?" Karen gasped, the possibilities forming in her mind. Jill nodded, looking down at herself and tugging on her too tight shirt. "I've got to get new clothes." "Come on," she grinned, "let's go shopping." Karen stared in disbelief at her friend, who seemed so little like the tomboy that she knew so well. "But you hate shopping?" "Well, I need new clothes," Jill said defensively. For a moment, Karen just stared up at Jill, then she blurted out, "You've got to show me this temple. Please, you've got to take me there." She gave Jill the most pleading look she could. Jill just stared back at her for a few seconds before breaking out into a broad grin. "Sure. And if it makes you better too, we can go get new clothes together." "Deal," Karen responded eagerly, nearly drooling at the thought of changing, of getting better like Jill had. She was tired of everyone always thinking of her as a little girl and treating her like she was helpless, just because puberty hadn't been as generous to her as to most girls her age. Then she gulped, "I hope it works." "Well, come on." Jill grabbed her and tugged on her arm. "Let's go find out." "Here we are," Jill announced after she had led Karen to the field and the base of a fallen tree. Karen carefully stepped closer and stared down into the large hole, which went down 3 feet before it hit the top of the steps that descended into a dark doorway. And even from where she stood, Karen thought that she saw the faintest flicker of a green glow on the other side of the doorway, though that could have just been her imagination after hearing Jill's description of what it was like on the way there. "Go on down," Jill urged her. "It's what I did." "And I'll change too?" Karen asked, feeling a bit nervous and even afraid. There was no doubt in Karen's mind that she wanted to change, but at the same time, she was afraid of what it would mean. And of course, she was afraid of the disappointment she would feel if it didn't work. She would feel like a fool for even thinking that such a thing was possible. After waiting there for a minute and just staring down at the doorway, Karen finally began to move. She carefully climbed into the hole and almost immediately lost her footing on the dirt and stone. But still, she made it to the stone steps without falling and let out a sigh of relief as they were much sturdier to stand on, though still a little treacherous with all of the rubble which covered them. Karen paused about halfway down the steps to look back at Jill, who stood back with an expression of excitement and curiosity. It was obvious that she was looking forward to Karen changing too. "I can do this," Karen muttered to herself before continuing down the steps. From the outside of the doorway it had looked dark within, though once Karen had stepped through she was surprised to find just how much light there was. The only source of light within the chamber was the large glowing green circle, which covered much of the floor, as well as all of the symbols within it, but these provided enough light to see by. And for a moment, Karen stopped and stared at the circle, suddenly thinking that it looked like it might have been drawn on the floor with the contents of one of those light sticks that they used for Halloween. But one thought of Jill and what she had become was enough to remind her that this was no Halloween prank. This was something much more real. "Where did you come from?" Karen whispered as she slowly looked around the chamber. She could see symbols that were either written on or carved into the walls, though they were still covered in shadow enough that she could not make out many details. Still, she could see enough of the symbols to know that they were nothing that she recognized. Karen took a deep breath, knowing that this place was ancient. She could feel it. And though she had no idea as to the chamber's origins, she could feel that there was a power and importance to that place which even time had not been able to completely erase. Then finally, Karen turned her attention back to the glowing circle and began to move into it. She could feel a tingle like static electricity as she crossed the circle, and it quickly grew stronger, more powerful. Karen could feel something flowing through her body, though she had no words to describe it other than that it felt good. "Oh my," Karen gasped in amazement. The sensations, the energies, which rushed through her body, were so intense that it took her a moment to realize that they were doing something to her. They were changing her. "It's working," she exclaimed in delight. Karen tried to focus, to pay attention to just how her body was changing, though it was not easy. Still, she could tell that her body seemed to be expanding in nearly every direction at once. Her clothes were getting tighter and tighter, until they suddenly started to burst and shred. It was as though they had somehow become so brittle that they would tear at the slightest pressure. Even her shoes burst apart at the seams as her feet grew larger. "My favorite shirt," Karen whispered, almost immediately forgetting about it as she tried to absorb everything that was happening to her. Her body continued to surge and grow larger for several more seconds before the changes began to stop. Then it came to an end and the burning energy that filled Karen's body quickly faded away. Karen staggered for a moment as her whole sense of balance had been thrown off. Then taking a deep breath, she looked down at herself, eager to see exactly how she had changed and bursting with curiosity. The first thing that Karen saw were the large breasts which now pushed out from her chest. She gasped at the very sight, never having expected to be nearly so lucky. They were big, round and firm. They were everything that she'd ever dreamed of having up top. Then Karen looked past her breasts to the rest of her body, gasping even louder as she did. Her body was definitely larger than it had been before, and ripping with tightly packed muscle. She ran her hand over her stomach, completely stunned to feel the rock-hard abs and the well-defined six-pack. "My God," Karen gasped, feeling dazed by her transformation. After just a moment, Karen hurried out of the chamber, eager to get a good look at herself in better light. She paused at the doorway, realizing that she was now completely naked, without a stitch of clothing on her. But when she turned to look back at the glowing circle, there was no trace of any of her clothing there. It was as though her clothing had just disintegrated after it had fallen off of her. Karen? Jill gasped in surprise from the top of the hole, staring down at her in amazement and disbelief. Karen quickly hurried up the steps, thinking that they didn't seem as long as when she went down. And when she climbed out of the hole a moment later, she was stunned to find herself looking down at Jill. In fact, her friend looked rather short. "Holy shit," Jill exclaimed, staring up at Karen. "You're like 7 feet tall." "My God," Karen exclaimed, too stunned to know what to think. At that, Karen stood straight to her full height of 6'8". With her long sexy legs, generous firm breasts and statuesque body that were tightly packed with muscle, she looked every inch as though she could be some comic book superheroine. "Holy shit, you changed," Jill said, slowly moving around Karen and staring at every inch of her body. "How do you feel?" "I feel..." Karen started slowly, looking down at her transformed body and smiling. "Good. In fact, I feel absolutely great." Karen took a deep breath, taking in the sensations from her new body. She felt so strong and powerful. And the way that she looked down to see Jill. It was exciting. It was great to actually be bigger and stronger than Jill for a change. In fact, Jill almost looked a little intimidated of her size. And Karen rather liked that too, as she had never been able to intimidate anyone before. "I feel fantastic," Karen grinned, flexing one of her arms and seeing the solid muscle that formed. It wasn't all huge and bulging, at least not like some bodybuilder guy, but it was definitely a solid muscle. "I feel like I could do anything." "Well, the first thing you're going to need to do is get some clothes," Jill pointed out, smirking a little. "My clothes were pretty shredded when I got done, but not that bad." Karen looked down at herself again and blushed. "Oh yeah." She quickly looked around, afraid that someone might be staring at her while she stood there completely naked. Jill stared at her for a moment more before suggesting, "Why don't you wait down there where no one can see you like that, and I'll go find you something to wear." "Good idea," Karen giggled, quickly jumping back into the hole and going down the steps. "But can you hurry? I don't like the idea of being stuck out here without any clothes." "Sure," Jill grinned, shaking her head in amazement. "I'll be back as soon as I can." And with that, she turned and hurried away. As soon as Jill left, Karen looked over her body yet again, still completely amazed that this was actually her. She loved it. She never would have imagined being turned into some kind of Amazon, and she never would have asked to be made so large and muscular. But now that she had been, she couldn't imagine going back. "I love it," Karen laughed aloud, knowing that she would never be the smallest girl in her class again, and that no one would ever mistake her for a 12-year-old. "From now on, things are going to be different." Part 4. Brandon leaned back on his bed and smiled as he looked at the centerfold of his magazine. He had a half-dozen adult magazines sitting on the bed next to him, though his favorite was Playboy. It didn't show quite as much as the others, but he liked the style of the pictures and thought that the little cartoon pictures were hilarious. Of course, Brandon told himself that he didn't need the magazines and that he could get girls like that if he really wanted to. He didn't really believe it himself, but it was comforting to his ego to have that occasional silent reminder. At 17, even if only by less than a month, Brandon was fairly tall and athletic, though certainly not the tallest or most athletic in his school. Still, he was above average and popular enough that he did tend to draw the attention of girls, just none of any of the ones in his magazines. "Oh, nice," Brandon smirked as he flipped the page and saw a particularly hot-looking model. "I'd like to." But just then, Brandon's thoughts were interrupted by a knocking on his bedroom door. That was immediately followed by the sound of his younger brother Mark calling out, "Hey, let me in. I've got to show you something." "Just great," Brandon grimaced, quickly scrambling to hide his magazines. It was at moments like this that Brandon wished that he was an only child rather than the oldest of 3. "Come on, you're going to be so jealous," Mark laughed through the door. Brandon scowled at that, wondering for a moment if Mark sounded just a little different. But he quickly shrugged it off as he went to answer the door. This had better be important, Brandon snapped as he opened up the door. Just as soon as Brandon had opened the door and got a good look at his younger brother, he let out a loud gasp and froze, staring in disbelief. Mark just stood there smirking, not looking at all like the Mark that Brandon knew so well. There was no doubt that it was indeed his brother, but he was different. For one, this Mark had to be 6'3", 2 inches taller than him, not to mention looking 2 years older. "You like it?" Mark smirked as he posed, letting Brandon get a good look. "What the?" Brandon blinked, trying to make sense of what he was seeing. There was absolutely no way that his little brother could suddenly get about 8 inches taller and 2 years older in a matter of a few hours. It was some kind of trick. Some kind of joke. But when Brandon looked at Mark's feet, expecting to see him standing on a box or wearing platform shoes, he immediately realized that this wasn't the case. "How?" Mark just laughed at the look on Brandon's face, grinning. "This is so cool. I can't believe that I'm taller than you now. I guess this makes me the big brother." "You can't be Mark," Brandon gasped, then with more determination added, "No one changes like that all of a sudden. Who the hell are you? Did Mark hire you to impersonate him? Who else but me knows about those magazines you have hidden under your dresser?" Mark asked, "And what about that movie Jack and I caught you watching? I'm sure Mom would be pissed." Brandon grimaced, knowing that this had to be Mark. No imposter could possibly be that annoying. But still, he eyed his brother suspiciously for a moment, shaking his head in disbelief before finally asking, "How? How the hell did this?" "Well," Mark started, pausing for just a moment to think it through, "I found this great secret place that can change you. It makes you bigger and better." He shook his head. "You should see Jill now. She looks like she could be in one of your magazines." "Jill?" Brandon blinked, half sure that Mark was just making that bit up. Jill could never be a model like that. But then again, one more look at Mark made him change his mind. "Yeah," Mark grinned, "she is totally hot." "Where did this happen?" Brandon demanded. "Where is this place you said did this?" "I'm not telling you," Mark smirked, looking quite pleased with himself. He loved the fact that he was finally bigger and older than Brandon, and he wanted to enjoy it as long as possible. "That's for me to know and you to find out." Brandon just glared at his brother, getting more and more annoyed with him by the second. Then he paused for a moment and said, "It's in Jennings Field." "Isn't it?" "How'd you know?" Mark asked in surprise. "I didn't, until now," Brandon smirked back. "But I know that's where you and your friends were going when you left." "That sucks," Mark grimaced, hating being tricked like that. "Show me where it's at," Brandon demanded, glancing at Mark thinking that this place might be quite interesting indeed if it could do that to Mark. Thoughts of being bigger, stronger and older went through his head. He could just imagine being able to suddenly have all the models from his magazines hanging all over him. Mark grumbled for a moment then nodded. "Okay. It's not like you couldn't find it anyway now." Then he shook his head before asking, "Can I at least borrow some of your clothes before we go through? I kind of grew right out of my own and this stuff I grabbed out of Dad's closet sucks." A few minutes later, the two brothers hurried out of the house, neither of them noticing that the bedroom door across the hall from Brandon's was cracked open. And as soon as they were gone, their 10-year-old brother Chad stepped out of his room, staring in amazement at the doorway where he had seen his older brother Mark such a short time earlier. "Wow," Chad exclaimed, "that was incredible." His mind raced at the thought of this magical place in Jennings Field that Mark had described, and he felt jealous that his two older brothers were both going to be changed by it. He grinned, knowing that he was going to have to go there too. "Did you hear that?" Chad's best friend Mikey blurted out excitedly. "Boy, Mark got big." "Of course I heard it," Chad responded with feigned annoyance. "I was standing right here too." Mikey looked down in embarrassment. "Oh yeah." Then he suddenly brightened up again. "Let's follow them there so we can get big too." "Not yet," Chad said, grabbing hold of Mikey to keep him from running off. He grinned broadly as he added, "Let's go get the others first." When Brandon arrived at Jennings Field with Mark, he could immediately see why his brother had told him that he'd be able to easily find the special place by himself. Brandon used to play in the field when he was growing up, along with most of the other kids, but he hadn't really been there in over a year. Still, the the sight of the old tree, knocked down and spread out over the field, along with the truck parked next to it, would have immediately caused him to go and investigate. Because of these things, Brandon wasn't at all surprised when Mark told him that the place, which had changed him, was down in the hole at the base of the tree. "It's a weird underground room," Mark had explained. "It even has old stairs going into it." What did surprise Brandon though was that when he got to the edge of the hole and went to look at the stairs that Mark had described, he saw that there was someone down there already. There was a girl, a naked girl. "Jill?" the girl asked as she looked up towards him, freezing when she saw who was there. For a moment, Brandon could only stare at the girl in stunned disbelief. She was not only naked, but even from where he was standing, he could see that she was big. She was extremely tall and her whole body seemed to be nearly solid muscle, though he had to admit that she had plenty of curves and in all of the right places. And then, Brandon realized that there was something familiar about this girl. "What the hell are you staring at?" the girl demanded for a moment, glaring at Brandon and making him feel as though he should turn around and run. Who are you?" Brandon managed to ask, averting his eyes, though he couldn't help glancing back. "I'm..." She paused, looking a bit self-conscious. "Karen," Mark exclaimed as he stared at her. Karen nodded, then dropped her hands from where she was trying to cover herself. She took a deep breath, standing up tall and deciding that she had absolutely nothing to be modest or embarrassed about anymore. In fact, she knew very well that her new body was something to be extremely proud of. "I see you found that chamber," Mark grinned, staring at Karen's new body. "Jill showed me it," Karen said, then admitted, "and I'm stuck here like this while she goes and gets me some clothes." "I wish she'd hurry up." Mark grinned. "It looks like the chamber changed you a lot." "Yeah," Karen grinned back. Brandon could only stare at her in disbelief, as well as amazement. He'd never hung around in quite the same circles as Karen, though he'd known who she was. She was the little girl, the one who liked to hang around with Mark's friend Jill and who looked like puberty had skipped her entirely. But obviously, that was no longer the case. In fact, the word little no longer seemed to describe her at all. "Do you like it?" Karen asked, flexing her arm to show her muscles. She was obviously proud of them, though a little self-conscious at the same time. It almost seemed as though she wanted to be proud of them and show them off, but she was still afraid of what other people would think about her changes. "Wow," was all that either Mark or Brandon were able to say. "I've just got to get in there," Brandon exclaimed, licking his lips, as he thought about getting that big and muscular. After all, if that weird chamber that Mark mentioned could do something like that to a girl, he couldn't wait to see what it would do for him. But Karen just glared up at him at that, then crossed her arms and said, "Maybe I don't want you to go in? Maybe I'm not going to let you." Brandon just gasped in surprise at her unexpected aggressiveness, realizing at the same time that if she wanted to prevent him from going down there into the door behind her, then he wouldn't have much chance. After all, he was fairly athletic, but he had no illusions as to his chances against someone as big and muscular as she now was, even if she was a girl. "It's not yours," Mark pointed out after a moment, obviously enjoying the way that Brandon was staring at her. "You don't have the right to say who can go in and who can't." Karen nodded after a moment, apparently enjoying her little display of power but not having taken it very seriously herself. It was then that Brandon realized that she'd been teasing him more than anything. For someone who had never been able to intimidate anyone, the ease with which she could do it now was obviously amazing to her. "Well, you're sure as hell not coming down here as long as I'm stuck down here with no clothes," Karen announced, this time leaving no doubt that she was indeed serious. "Damn," Brandon muttered with a sigh, feeling a bit impatient. Then he decided that since he was stuck at the moment, he might as well take a few more looks at Karen. She was a lot bigger and more muscular than he preferred in women, but he had to admit that she was still very good-looking. There was no doubt that what the chamber had done to her was an improvement. Fortunately, it was only a few minutes later when Mark exclaimed, "There's Jill." Brandon looked to where Mark was pointing and saw her walking towards them with a big garbage bag over her shoulder as well as carrying something under her arm. It was obviously a bit of an effort for Jill to carry those things, but she was managing fine on her own. As Jill got closer, Brandon couldn't help staring at her in amazement, as well as a bit more. Jill had always been the plain-looking tomboy who had hung around with his younger brother, but now she was anything but. Like Karen, she had changed a great deal, though definitely in a different way. "You were right," Brandon muttered to Mark, "she could be in one of those magazines." Jill was taller than she had been, perhaps now about 5'9" or so, and very sexy looking. Brandon could easily imagine her posing in his favorite magazines, especially Playboy. If it wasn't for her face, he never would have recognized her at all. But even Jill's face had changed a bit, looking a bit more mature and sexy, though obviously still being hers. "It looks like the Tittive Fairy came to visit," Brandon commented, not sure what else to say to such a hot-looking girl that he'd completely ignored until then. Jill just glared at Brandon, then turned to Mark and asked, "Did you have to tell him about this?" Mark only shrugged at that, but then Karen called out, "Hey, don't forget about me." "I didn't," Jill grinned, grabbing the garbage bag and calling down to her. "I didn't know what kind of clothes would fit you, so I grabbed pretty much everything I could get my hands on." Then she paused, revealing what she had been holding under her arm and proudly exclaiming, "I brought a mirror too. I figured that you'd want to use it." "Hell yeah," Karen grinned, climbing right out of the hole, not seeming to care that she was completely naked and in the open. She snatched the mirror right out of Jill's hands and stared into it gasping, "Holy shit." "Hey," Mark exclaimed, looking down into the hole. He grinned greedily, "I was thinking that maybe we could charge people to go in there." "What happened to the 'we don't own it' thing?" Karen pointed out. "Well, we're the ones who found it," Mark said defensively, looking to Jill for support. But she was too busy digging clothes out of the bag for Karen. "I just wish I had a bigger mirror," Karen muttered. The one in her hands was a square mirror that Jill had taken off of her living room wall, and it was only 1.5 feet wide. "I can't believe it." Mark looked up at Karen, feeling a bit jealous. Now that she was out of the hole and he could see how big she really was, he felt short again. He liked being taller than Brandon, but with Karen that big and with his brother about to go into the chamber, he felt almost like he might lose the advantages that the chamber had given him. "I have an idea," Mark exclaimed. Then, before anyone realized what Mark was doing, he jumped into the hole and ran down the steps and into the chamber. "He's going in again," Jill gasped. Brandon stared into the doorway, feeling nervous as he did so. It was already weird enough that Mark, his little brother, was taller than him and looked older than him, but if he came out as big as Karen. Brandon gulped at the thought. But when Mark came out of the doorway a minute later, he didn't look any different than when he'd gone in. He stared down at himself, ran his hands over his chest and sides, then shook his head in obvious disappointment. "Nothing happened," Mark exclaimed, frowning as he climbed out of the hole. "It doesn't work anymore." "No," Brandon gasped, staring at the door and feeling afraid that he had just lost his opportunity. All of those hot women hanging on him. Now it would never happen. "It worked for me," Karen pointed out a bit uncertainly. Jill nodded. "Maybe it only works once." She looked towards the doorway, briefly thinking about going down there again to try but quickly deciding against it. There was no way that she wanted to risk losing all of the improvements to her body that she just gained. And with a glance up at Karen, she knew that she didn't want to end up that big either. Just then, Mark looked back to the stairs and blurted out, "Hey, what happened to all that junk on the steps?" "Those rocks?" Karen blinked. "I threw all those out while I was stuck waiting down there." She glanced at Jill. "I was kind of bored." Then she looked just a little self-conscious as she added, "And I kind of wanted to test out my new muscles." Brandon didn't know what rocks and junk they were talking about, only that he was getting impatient and wanted to check out this strange chamber for himself. He glanced at Mark and the two girls, then turned and jumped into the hole. When Brandon stepped through the doorway and into the chamber, he let out a faint gasp of surprise. The whole place was obviously very old and mysterious. He could make no sense of the strange symbols, which covered the walls, or the glowing ones in the middle of the floor. All that Brandon knew was that this was not like anything he had ever heard of before, at least not outside of some movie. Then he stepped forward, into the glowing green circle. The power from it flowed around him, and then flowed through him. He could feel it rushing through his veins, through every bit of his body. And Brandon could feel it changing him, from within and without. Oh, Brandon gasped aloud, too overwhelmed by the sensations to truly make any sense of just how he was changing. All that he knew was that his flesh was reshaping and his clothes were no longer fitting right. They were getting looser in some spots, and tighter in others. His clothes even started to tear a bit in the spots where they were tight. This feels so weird. It only took a minute for the changes to stop and the power to fade away. Brandon remained where he was, staggering slightly as he realized that his entire sense of balance had shifted. He felt more top-heavy. Brandon looked down, gasping at what he saw. He looked down even further, feeling his heart jump up into his throat. His eyes widened and he shook his head, sure that he had to be imagining things. Long hair brushed his shoulders. What the hell? Brandon blurted out, wondering what had gone wrong. He hadn't become bigger, older, or stronger like Mark and Karen, at least not that he could see. Instead, from what he could see, something quite the opposite had happened. With that realization, Brandon hurried out of the chamber and into the light of the sun where he could get a better look at himself. From the shocked gasps that he heard from Jill and Karen above, he knew that his worst fears had come true. Oh my God, Brandon gulped as he looked down at himself again, then grabbed the large round breasts which burst from his chest. I've turned into a chick. Brandon quickly looked down over the rest of his body, seeing that he had indeed been transformed into a woman. And from what he could see of himself, from the parts of his body that weren't still covered with poorly fitting clothes, and even from what he could see of himself through those clothes, he was obviously a very well-shaped one. Brandon? Mark gasped in shock. Is that you? Jill asked in amazement, though the answer was obvious. Oh shit, Brandon grimaced, climbing up out of the hole, feeling too stunned for words. He felt so strange. But oddly enough, he didn't really feel that bad either. I didn't know that it could change you into a girl, Mark exclaimed, sounding as though he were trying to apologize for how Brandon had been transformed. I didn't know. But Brandon didn't really pay much attention to Mark. Instead, he reached for the mirror that Jill had brought and stared at his reflection. Brandon immediately gasped at the sight, feeling even more stunned than before. I look like Paris Hilton, Brandon blurted out in disbelief. However, Brandon already knew that this wasn't exactly true. His reflection did indeed look a lot like the famous heiress, but it was not completely hers. In fact, it looked like a hotter, sexier version of her. But you've got bigger boobs, Mark pointed out what Brandon had already noticed. Yeah, Jill agreed, you do look like her though, just, Kavya. Brandon just gulped as he looked down at himself, then back into the mirror. It wasn't just his curves, but his face. It looked just a bit more mature, a bit sexier. His lips were just a little poutier, a little more kissable. My God, he whispered, knowing that he was now hot enough to be on the cover of any of those magazines that he liked looking at. He looked like a super sexy model, or even a porn star. I'm hot. Then Brandon couldn't help laughing as he thought about who he resembled. That's hot. For a moment, Brandon just stared at himself, then he absently ran his hand over his body, amazed at how different it felt. Normally such a hot-looking girl being so close to him would have been enough to make him immediately hard. But now, for some reason it was making him feel all warm and gooey inside instead. It took him a moment longer to realize that he was feeling turned on. God, this is weird, he muttered again. What are Mom and Dad going to say? Mark demanded, seeming even more shaken up by the transformation than Brandon was. Then Brandon couldn't help smiling faintly, thinking that he didn't really feel all that bad. In fact, he felt surprisingly good. He licked his lips absently as he thought about just how hot he looked, and about how good that made him feel. He didn't quite understand why, but he felt a strange pride in the realization that he was the hottest-looking girl in the entire town, and quite possibly even the state. What are you going to do? Mark gasped out while Jill and Karen just stood back. I don't know, Brandon admitted, shaken by the whole thing. I don't know. But even as Brandon stood there, trying to make sense of what had happened to him and knowing that he would have a lot of problems because of it, he didn't really feel as worried about it as he thought he should. In fact, a part of him seemed to whisper that it might even be a good thing. There was a part of him inside which actually seemed thrilled by the prospect of being a hot and sexy-looking woman. Brandon took a deep breath, knowing that he couldn't share these thoughts with Mark or the girls. They wouldn't understand. Then again, he didn't really understand his own feelings either. All that he knew was that this was how he felt. "Let's get out of here," Brandon suggested, looking at the others. "I think we're all going to have a bit of explaining to do." Part 5. 10-year-old Chad quietly looked at the kids around him, then adjusted the helmet that he wore. It was an old soldier's helmet, the kind that his dad had called a steel pot back when he had been in the army. The helmet was a little too large for Chad, but it served its purpose as a symbol for the current spokesman of their club. The club was not a large one and it had no official name, though the members would frequently try to come up with one. At one time they had come close to officially naming their club as the No Girls Allowed Club, though this plan had been abandoned, as one of their members was a girl. And at the moment, the 6 members of the club sat in the woodshed, which served as the secret hideout, wondering why they had all been called there. However, the reasons didn't really matter, only that this seemed to promise them some adventure. "I bet you're all wondering why I called you here," Chad announced, looking around the small room at his friends. "Not me," his friend Mikey grinned. Chad rolled his eyes, then silently looked over at the others. He adjusted his helmet again, quickly wondering if maybe he shouldn't have called everyone else just yet. He was feeling more and more impatient by the moment, though he was even more impatient to tell them what he had found out. Tony was 10 years old and the fattest of the 6 kids who were present. He ate a potato chip while he was waiting, then offered some from his bag to the boy sitting next to him. Next to Tony was Norris, a boy who was 9 years old and quite his opposite. Norris was very thin, with a pair of heavy glasses resting on his nose. And as if to add to the possible stereotyping, he even had an asthma inhaler in his pocket. Katie was 9 years old and the only girl in their club. With her short hair and tomboy nature, the fact that she really was a girl was often overlooked, sometimes even forgotten entirely. And when Chad had first come up with the No Girls Allowed Club as a possible official name, he had even made her into an honorary boy so that she could still be a member. The last member of the club who was present was Billy, Mikey's 7-year-old younger brother. He was young enough that the others would have left him out of the club entirely, if it weren't for the fact that their clubhouse was in his and Mikey's backyard, and they were left with little choice but to include him if they wanted to stay there. Suddenly, Tony exclaimed, "Hey, where's Timmy?" He looked around, noticing that one of their members was noticeably absent. "His dad took him to Disneyland," Katie pointed out. "Remember?" "Oh yeah," Tony responded, a bit embarrassed to have forgotten that. A round of "lucky" went around the hideout as they thought of all of the fun that Timmy must be having. "Hey," Chad called out, trying to get everyone's attention again, "I've got something to tell you." "Oh yeah," Norris blurted out, "I just remembered that my mom said I can have a sleepover next week." "Hey," Chad repeated, "you can talk when you're wearing the captain's hat." He tapped on his helmet to remind them of their rule that whomever wore the helmet was the one who was supposed to talk. However, it was a rule that was frequently forgotten or overlooked. "So talk already," Katie told him impatiently. Chad frowned, then stood up straight and announced, "Mikey and me found something really cool." Mark was the one who found it, Mikey pointed out, earning a glare from Chad. "There's something over in the field which can do cool stuff to you," Chad continued as though he had not been interrupted. "It can make you older and stuff. And bigger," Mikey added. Mark got real big. "Yeah," Chad nodded, "it makes you bigger and older." "I mean, that would be so cool. Can you imagine being old enough to do whatever you want? No one would tell us what to do." He grinned and proudly announced, "I figured that we could all go there together." "I don't know," Norris said with a frown, "it sounds kind of weird." He looked pretty doubtful, as though he didn't believe what Chad had told him. "You should see Mark," Mikey grinned, "he got even bigger than Brandon." "Really?" Tony asked, looking interested. Katie stared at them for a moment. Sounds kind of cool. Yeah, Billy echoed, it sounds cool. What would you know? Norris demanded of Katie. You're a girl. But Katie stood up at that and held out her fist. I know that I'll pound you one if you don't shut up. You know I'll do it too. They all nodded at that, knowing very well that Katie would indeed follow through with her threat if she was pushed. They'd all gotten them angry at her at one point or another, and they all knew that she hit hard, for a girl. She hit hard for a boy too, though they'd never admit that. Well, I think we should go check it out, Chad said. Norris frowned, relieved at the distraction. It sounds like some kind of joke. Then don't come, Mikey told him. We'll all be big and stuff and you won't be. Yeah, we'll be big, Billy echoed his brother. Come on, Chad said, taking his helmet off and making sure to leave it in the clubhouse as they always did. Let's go. As Chad and the other club members rushed out the door, Norris stared at them skeptically. But then he shrugged, deciding that at least it might be a fun game, and followed along behind. The group hurried towards Jennings Field, each of them eager to try out this magical place that Chad and Mikey had told them about. However, they had only made it halfway there when they found their path blocked by two older boys on bicycles, who were waiting just ahead of them with nasty smirks. Oh no, Chad gulped as he recognized the two neighborhood bullies who seemed to take a cruel delight on picking on him and his friends. Those were the same bullies who had broken up their old hideout in the back of Jennings Field. Nick and Eddie. Nick was 14 years old and well known among them as the neighborhood criminal. His very name was a word of fear among the smaller kids. He had an old stitched-up leather jacket and had black hair that was greased back. And all of the kids knew that Nick even sometimes stole his dad's cigarettes and smoked them. The other boy was Eddie, Nick's sidekick. He was 13, a year younger than Nick, but he was one of the biggest kids in the entire neighborhood. He looked like he could have even been 15. And everyone knew that Eddie was just as dumb as he was big. They all figured that he did what Nick told him to because he wasn't smart enough to figure out how to pick on everyone all by himself. Well, Nick gave them a cruel grin. What do we have here? I think it's the Pee-wee gang. Yeah, Eddie agreed, the Pee-wee gang. Leave us alone, Chad tried to say, though his voice shook with fear. Nick just snorted. And where are you brats running off to like that? We're going to a magic place in Jennings Field, Billy blurted out defiantly, and it's gonna make us all bigger and stronger than you guys. And then we're gonna come and beat you guys up. Yeah, right, Nick laughed. You guys couldn't beat me up if I got down on my knees and let you. Yeah, Eddie echoed, they're too small. Then Nick grinned, maybe I should beat them up to show them how it's done. Chad and the others all gulped and began to nervously step backwards, looking for a way out. And when Nick suddenly jumped forward and yelled, "B.O.!" they turned and ran as fast as they could. Look at them run, Nick laughed. Little chickens. Yeah, Eddie agreed. Then he asked, what were they talking about anyway? The baby said something about a magic place in the field. Just some stupid game they're playing, Nick shrugged. Eddie nodded at that. Are we gonna follow them? Maybe later, Nick frowned. Right now, I swiped one of my dad's beers. Let's go find someplace to drink it. After the group of kids had recovered from their run-in with the bullies and regrouped, they quickly returned to what they had been doing and went towards Jennings Field. However, this time, they took the longer route so as to avoid running into Nick and Eddie again. I can't believe you told them, Chad glared at Billy as they were nearing the field. I mean, what if they go to the special place? They all shuddered slightly at the thought of Nick and Eddie getting bigger and older. Those two were troublesome enough as they were, but if they got bigger too. Leave him alone, Mikey told Chad. He was scared. He didn't bother mentioning that they had all been scared. Hey, Tony suddenly exclaimed, there are already people there. What? Chad blinked, then looked to where Tony was pointing and saw 4 people walking across the field. Get down. Hide. As soon as everyone was ducked down behind some bushes, Chad let out a sigh of relief. He'd recognized one of those 4 people as Mark, or at least as the new improved Mark. However, Mark had been there with 3 very pretty girls, one of whom was the biggest girl that Chad had ever seen. "Did you see that girl?" Katie asked in excitement. "She was huge." She grinned, wondering if this place that Chad had told her about might make her that big. The very thought was exciting. "Boy, those girls were pretty," Mikey exclaimed. "I bet Mark took them there too." "Wow," Norris whispered, no longer doubting that Chad and Mikey had told them the truth. Chad nodded, but muttered, "Where's Brandon?" He knew that Mark and Brandon had left the house to go to that place together. But now that he'd seen Mark, his brother was with a couple of girls, with no sign of Brandon anywhere. Then he shrugged, deciding that Mark must have run away from Brandon or that his biggest brother had taken off on his own after being changed. The group remained where they were, crouching down until Mark and the 3 girls had left the field. Then Chad stood up and grinned. "The coast is clear. Come on." Even though Mark hadn't been extremely specific when he was telling Brandon about the special place, Chad still had no doubt about where to go. He immediately started in the direction that the 4 people had come from, knowing that with that tree being knocked down over there and with the truck parked next to it, that had to be the place. "Take a look at this," Mikey exclaimed when they got close enough to see the large hole with the stairs going down. "Hey, there's a garbage bag full of clothes over here," Norris said from beside the truck. "And a big mirror," Billy added. However, Chad was too busy staring down at the strange stairs and the doorway at the bottom of them to pay much attention. He felt excited, especially when he thought about how big Mark had gotten. Now he only hoped that he could get to be that big himself, or bigger. "That'll teach him who's boss," Chad grinned to himself. "It must be down there," Mikey pointed out unnecessarily. "Then let's go check it out," Katie exclaimed, already jumping into the hole. "Wait up," Chad exclaimed, not about to be left behind as he quickly followed her. A moment later, Norris and Billy were the only 2 remaining on the top of the hole, then even they looked at each other and hurried down. When they reached the bottom of the stairs, they all clustered around for a few more seconds before nervously going inside. "It's dark in here," Billy whimpered a little before going through the doorway. "Nah," Mikey reassured him from just within, "it's like it's got some sort of night light all over the floor." Once they were all within, they silently stared at everything around them in amazement. Finally, it was Chad who exclaimed, "It's like those old Indiana Jones movies that my dad showed me." "No way," Katie disagreed. "It's more like Tomb Raider." She grinned broadly. "Lara Croft kicks butt." But just then, Chad, who had gone the furthest into the underground chamber and who had just crossed over the glowing green circle, exclaimed, "I feel kind of weird. But it's kind of neat too." The others all quickly moved over to join him, each gasping as they crossed the glowing green circle as well. Then they all stared at each other in amazement as they each began to glow green. It was then that the changes began to rush through them. "Oh man, this feels freaky," Mikey gasped. That was quickly followed by Billy exclaiming, "My clothes are ripping. Mom's gonna be mad." It was just a minute later that they each staggered from the circle and out of the chamber, knowing that they had been changed. Each of them had been able to feel it as it happened, though they hadn't been able to understand exactly how until they stood in the sunlight. Chad was several inches taller and looked as though he was now 12 rather than 10. He stared at himself, disappointed that he hadn't gotten a lot bigger. He had wanted to be bigger than either Brandon or Mark, but that obviously hadn't happened. But he was pleased that his body seemed to be just a little more athletic. "Whoa," Tony exclaimed as he looked down at himself and tugged on his loose-fitting clothes. "I'm skinny." Tony had lost a great deal of weight in his transformation and was now very thin. But other than that, they couldn't see anything else different about him. He was still the same height and the same age, just thinner. "Look at me," Norris blurted out excitedly, staring at himself in amazement, just as everyone else was. Norris hadn't gotten any taller from his transformation, but he was definitely bigger. His muscles had all grown much larger, larger than most grown men that they knew. In fact, his body bulged with thick muscles. "I'm like a bodybuilder," Norris exclaimed in stunned delight as he stood there in nothing but his shorts and shoes. Then he paused gasping as he realized something else. My glasses are gone. But I can see. I can see without my glasses. Cool, Chad said without much enthusiasm. He felt a bit jealous of Norris for getting those kind of muscles. But then they all turned to look at Mikey, who was completely naked, without a stitch of clothing on him. He was now also the tallest member of the group, as well as the oldest. The chamber had made him older, making him into an adult. He looked like he was now about 25. I've got a beard, Mikey exclaimed as he ran his hand over his cheeks and felt the rough stubble. I'm a grown-up. You look sort of like Dad, Billy added. With that they turned to glance at Billy, who now looked exactly like his big brother Mikey, or at least like how Mikey had looked before going into the chamber. The reason that they knew that this naked Mikey was really Billy was that they had all seen him transform. But what about me? Katie demanded in frustration. Her clothes had gotten a bit tighter and had even ripped in places, but she didn't really seem to be much bigger at all than before. Chad stared at her for a moment before saying, "You look like a boy." Katie stared down at herself again in surprise, then rushed to where they'd seen the mirror by the truck. She bent down and stared into it, gasping at the sight. She had always looked a bit like a boy, but not nearly so much as she did now. "I look like a boy," Katie exclaimed. Then she stood up, turning so that the others couldn't see her as she pulled her pants down a bit. She stared at the space between her legs, stunned to find that her girl parts were gone entirely. And in their place were what she knew were boy parts. "I'm a boy," Katie gasped. "It turned me into a boy. I thought that it was supposed to make us all bigger," Tony pouted. "Katie's not bigger and neither am I." "I don't know," Chad answered looking down at himself with a faint smile. "But I kind of like this anyway." They all just stood there and stared at each other and themselves for several minutes before someone finally pointed out the bag of clothes. Those who had outgrown their clothes rushed to it and tried to find something which might fit them, while the others just stood back and watched. "What am I going to tell my mom and dad?" Mikey exclaimed as he looked down at himself. "What about me?" Katie pointed out, "I was a girl and now I'm a boy. I don't think my mom is gonna like that." Then she paused for a moment before adding, "But my dad might." "Well, I'm going to have fun with these things." Norris grinned as he flexed a muscle. "Look how big and strong I am. I bet no one will ever mess with me now." For a moment, they all just stood there in silence, knowing that things were going to change for them all, though they weren't sure whether they were going to be good changes or bad. Finally, Chad grinned. "Come on, I want to go see my mom and dad's face when they see that I'm a little bigger." As soon as Chad turned and hurried off back in the general direction of his house, the others looked at each other, shrugged and went after him. They were each just as curious about what their families would say to their changes, and about how they would explain them. Part 6. 14-year-old Nick frowned as he sat on a stack of tires inside his friend Eddie's garage. He looked out the open garage door, to the nearby road and the few cars that passed down it. Then he turned his attention back to Eddie. Eddie was a year younger than Nick, but a good deal larger. He was staring thoughtfully at the can of beer in his hand, taking another sip and then handing it over. "Not bad," Nick said as he took a sip himself. He sat there for a moment, holding the half-empty can that they had been sipping at for the last hour. "I can't believe you stole your dad's beer," Eddie grinned to Nick. "He's gonna be pissed." Nick just scowled and then lied, "I ain't afraid of him." But Eddie just snorted. "The last time he got mad at you he almost broke your nose." "Shut up," Nick snapped in annoyance, "you don't know anything. He's just teaching me to be strong. He's teaching me to be a man." "I don't know," Eddie started. However, Nick glared at him. "You're too dumb to understand this stuff." He took a deep breath, not wanting to talk about his dad. Besides, he won't even notice one beer gone. Eddie just shrugged, then asked, "But what if he does find out and get mad at you?" Nick squirmed at the thought, as it was never very nice around the house when his dad got mad. His dad could get a little scary. But Nick wasn't about to admit that at the moment. "I'll kick the bastard's ass," Nick smirked. "I'll show him who the man of the house is." For a moment, Eddie just stared at Nick, then nodded silently. He knew better than to push Nick on the subject. So instead he reached for the beer and took another sip. Suddenly Eddie exclaimed, "The Pee-wee Gang." Nick smirked faintly as he heard the name, thinking of the kids that he liked to tease. Or as he thought of it, he was doing them a favor, teaching them about the real world and how they couldn't expect people to treat them nice just because they were small. He looked to where Eddie was pointing and immediately noticed them walking past the house on the sidewalk. It wasn't the whole crew of snot-nosed little punks, but he immediately realized that there was something different about them. Something wrong. But it still took Nick a few seconds to realize what it was. "What the fuck?" Nick demanded in surprise. There were only 3 members of the Pee-wee Gang who were walking past, though they sure didn't look like the kids that he was used to seeing. Or at least, they looked like the kids that he was used to seeing, but they didn't. They had changed somehow. The one named Chad looked just a bit taller than normal, just a bit older, and just a bit bigger. If it wasn't for the fact that Nick had seen them all just an hour or so earlier, he might not even have paid much attention to him. But he had obviously changed in that short time. At the same time, the fat kid was walking past as well, though he was now anything but. He was obviously the same kid, but it was as though he had suddenly lost a lot of weight. "It's like he got liposuction or something," Nick blurted out. But then Nick's full attention went to the last of the trio, the one who had always been the skinny nerd of the group. However, now he didn't look anything like the skinny nerd that he had been. There was no sign of his glasses, but that was absolutely nothing compared to the fact that the kid was bursting with muscle. He was wearing completely different clothes than before, and the t-shirt he wore was stretched tight and showed off a lot of his muscles, enough to leave no doubt that they were real rather than some sort of stuffing in his clothes. "The midgets look different," Eddie said from beside him. "No shit," Nick responded, staring at them in disbelief. "Didn't they say something about," Eddie started. However, he was quickly cut short by Ethan snapping, "Shut up. I'm trying to think." Then he frowned, remembering what that little kid had told him earlier. They said they were going someplace to get big enough to beat us up. When Nick had heard that threat an hour earlier, he had thought the idea laughable. But as he looked at them now, seeing that the skinny nerd had gotten so muscular, he gulped, feeling a bit nervous. What if they really were big enough to beat him up like that one had threatened? "The field," Eddie nodded. "They said they were going to the field." Nick nodded, though he barely paid any attention. Instead, he continued to stare at the kids who walked past, his mind racing. His thoughts went from nervousness, even a hint of fear at what they might do to him in revenge if they all got big like that, then to something else. It only took Nick a moment before he suddenly saw other possibilities. If whatever they did could make a scrawny nerd that big, Nick mused, more to himself than to Eddie, then imagine what it could do for us. Then Nick grinned to Eddie, grabbed his bicycle and said, "Come on." And as Nick raced out of the garage and out onto the street, his mind was racing with the possibilities. If the kids could get that big, then how big could he get? He'd never have to be afraid of his dad again. Chad snapped around as he heard the noise coming from behind him. Then he gasped at the sight of Nick and Eddie racing out from the garage of the house that they were passing. He had known that it was Eddie's house, but he'd never thought to wonder if those two would be there. But then to Chad's further surprise, the 2 neighborhood bullies rode their bikes in the other direction. "They didn't see us," Tony exclaimed with a loud sigh of relief. But Chad shook his head. "They saw us." He gulped, remembering the way that both Eddie and Norris had looked at them before racing off. Norris just laughed at that. "I think they were afraid of me." He flexed his arm proudly. "They know I'm probably stronger than even Eddie now." "Maybe," Tony said. "He's still a lot bigger." Then Chad paled and gasped, "Oh no." "What?" Tony and Norris looked at him. Chad gulped. "Billy told them that we were going to Jennings Field to get big enough to beat them up." "So?" Tony started to say, then froze, his eyes going wide in realization. The 3 friends stared at each other with growing fear as they realized that Nick and Eddie had just been rushing off in the direction of Jennings Field. And if those bullies found the hole and got bigger too? "We are so dead," Tony cried out. "We've got to stop them," Chad cried out in desperation, knowing that if Eddie and Nick got any bigger, then he and his friends would be in big trouble. "We can stop at Mikey's house to get the others," Norris exclaimed. But Chad and Tony only nodded agreement as they were already starting to run in that direction. It didn't take long for them to get the others, though it was difficult to pull Mikey and Billy away from their parents in the middle of the explanation as to how they had both suddenly changed so drastically. Fortunately, most of the convincing and explanation had already been done, and their parents were too stunned to protest much. And Katie had been hanging round the clubhouse, still trying to gather her courage enough to go home and face her own parents. She had been more than happy to help with the potential disaster as it delayed her own explanation for a bit longer. When they arrived at Jennings Field, there was no sign of either Nick or Eddie. They were about to let out a sigh of relief until Mikey noticed the two bicycles, which were leaning up against Mr. Jennings' truck. "We're too late," Katie cried out, looking around nervously. However, she still couldn't see the older boys. "They must be in there right now," Norris whispered nervously, running to the edge of the hole. A few seconds later, a figure emerged from the doorway of the chamber. It took a moment for them all to realize that it was Eddie, because he was now several inches shorter than he had been before, and a lot skinnier. The word scrawny could almost be applied to him now, and his clothes hung loosely from his much smaller frame. His transformation seemed to be almost the exact opposite of Chad's. "Oh my God," Katie whispered in disbelief. "Eddie shrunk," Billy exclaimed, stating what was already obvious to the others. But as much of a surprise as that was, they all gasped even louder when they saw the next person emerge from the chamber. It was a cute little girl who looked to be no older than 5. She had dark brown hair and big brown eyes that were filled with fear and confusion. But what truly caught their attention was the fact that she was almost buried in Nick's clothes. "Nick?" Chad gasped in disbelief. Nick and Eddie both hurried to climb out of the hole, with the now tiny Nick losing much of his clothes as he did so. His shoes, socks, even pants and trademark leather jacket fell off of him as he made his way back to the solid ground above. And once Nick and Eddie were out of the hole, they froze, staring in surprise at the Pee-wee gang, which stood in front of them. The change in their size was especially obvious, especially for Nick, who now felt tiny and helpless. Eddie stood by his side, much taller than him but no longer having the sheer size to be intimidating anymore. Chad stared down at the cute little girl whom he knew was really the neighborhood bully. Then he looked at Eddie, who now looked more like a stereotyped nerd than the monster he had been such a short time earlier. Finally, the adult-sized Mikey jumped forward and shouted, "BOO!" Nick and Eddie immediately jumped at that, then turned and ran away as fast as they could. "No way," Chad whispered, staring at the two former bullies as they hurried away as fast as they could in terror. The others all started laughing and cheering, but Chad looked down into the hole and at the chamber door. He took one final look at the retreating Eddie and Nick, realizing just how lucky he and his friends had been with that chamber. Because after seeing what it had done to those other two, he had no intention of ever going inside that chamber again. Part 7. 15-year-olds Jack and Mark sat on the back porch of Jack's house, silently staring at each other for a minute. Neither could quite get used to the fact that the other had changed, or that even they themselves had changed. "I still can't believe that you're taller than me now," Jack finally told Mark. "And older," Mark smirked. "Nah," Jack shook his head, "you only look older." Mark shrugged. "The same thing." "Not quite," Jack told him. But Mark just shrugged again. "Whatever." They were silent for another minute before Jack said, "Man, you should have been here when I got back from that weird chamber." He shook his head, scowling as he did so. "I spent hours trying to convince my mom and dad that I wasn't on steroids or something." Mark burst out laughing. "I can see their point." Jack sighed, then told him, "It wasn't until your mom called over, freaking out about you and everyone else, that my mom and dad finally believed me." "You should have seen my house," Mark said, shuddering visibly. "Chad and Brandon went to that weird temple place and got changed too." "I guess your mom said something about that to my mom," Jack responded. "Chad changed a lot like you did," Mark explained. "But Brandon..." He shook his head in disbelief. "Brandon got turned into a girl." A girl? Jack gasped, staring at him as if sure that he were joking. But Mark continued, yeah, he looks sort of like Paris Hilton too, but like, if she were a porn star or something. I thought Paris Hilton was a porn star, Jack pointed out. Mark grinned at that. Well, Brandon looks a lot like her, but he's got bigger boobs and stuff. It's really creepy. And ever since he's come home like that, just about all that he's been doing is staring at himself in the mirror and locking himself into his room to do who knows what. You're kidding me, Jack frowned. Not this time, Mark shrugged. But like I said, it's really weird. And it was really hard trying to convince my folks that we were who we said we were. But at least Chad and I still look like ourselves, so we didn't have too much trouble getting them to believe us. And once they believed that me and Chad, it wasn't too difficult getting them to believe Brandon. They just asked him all sorts of questions, then they sort of freaked out. Yeah, Jack agreed, my folks were kind of freaking out about this too. But I don't see what the big deal is. Yeah, Mark grinned, but it was funny to see that look on your mom's face when I came over a while ago. Well, they're all going to have to get used to it, Jack grinned back. I mean, this is what we look like now. Then he paused for a moment before suggesting, hey, let's go over to your place. I want to see what Brandon looks like now. Nick had been terrified to go home after his transformation. He didn't know what he was going to tell his mom and dad, or if he could possibly get them to ever believe that he was who he said he was. When Nick had gone home and tried telling them who he was, his dad yelled, "Get out of here, you little liar." He was pretty pissed. But she is Nick, Eddie said from beside him. We went into this weird underground room and got changed. Nick's dad stared at Eddie, having seen him a great number of times. There was no doubt that this was the same boy, just much smaller and skinnier. Let me guess, Nick's dad snapped, "You're Eddie's little brother." He scowled, knowing that Eddie didn't have a little brother, but that was beside the point. Did Nick put you up to this? Nick tried to protest, to tell them that he was Nick, but his dad wouldn't listen and his mom just stood back, looking worried and confused like she usually did. He knew that he couldn't count on her to do anything, even if she did believe him since she never did anything but stand back. It was his dad that he really had to convince. It was always his dad. But it's really me, Nick cried out, grimacing as his now oversized clothes kept falling off of him. I got changed. His mind raced. Remember when you got drunk and accidentally painted the living room wall with tar? And you call Aunt Maggie a blind skank. What the hell is this crap? Nick's dad yelled, looking as though he might have a hint of a doubt. After taking a deep breath, Nick tried to think of other things that he might be able to tell them to convince them of who he was. He looked at his mom. You said that if you even had a daughter you would have named her Claire after your aunt. I've had enough of this, his dad snarled, raising his hand as though to hit Nick, the way that he always did. But he froze, his hand didn't come any closer. It was then that Nick remembered what his dad used to tell him, that real men didn't hit girls. And as far as Nick could remember, he'd never seen his dad actually hit his mom. He'd yelled at her plenty, but never hit her. Of course, this hadn't stopped him from hitting Nick, until now. That really is Nick, Eddie quickly added. Just take a look at his clothes. Listen to what he's saying. Just then, Nick's shirt slid off him entirely. His dad made a motion and he turned around to try covering himself up, only to hear his mom suddenly gasp in surprise. And before Nick realized what was going on, his mom ran up to him, grabbing him and staring at his back. Look, she exclaimed, it's Nick's birthmark. She has Nick's birthmark. What? Nick's dad gasped, moving closer for a better look. Then he suddenly exclaimed, holy shit. What kind of fucking shit is this? Nick turned around, cringing at the look on his dad's face but being relieved to see the look in his mom's. She believed him. She actually believed him. But he knew that this wouldn't do any good at all unless he could convince his dad as well. It really is you, Nick's mom whispered, staring at him with a strange look. Then Nick realized why. His mom had always wanted a daughter, really wanted a daughter. And he knew that one of the greatest disappointments in life was that she didn't have one. But now that he had turned into a girl, it must be like having a dream come true for her. "You little," Nick's dad snarled, getting himself worked up again. He got so worked up after he had a few drinks, and it seemed as though he just about always had a few drinks in him. "No son of mine looks like some little pansy girl." "Oh," Nick gulped, feeling a surge of relief that his dad seemed to have believed him now, but a larger surge of fear at his dad's growing anger. "I'll teach you to be a man." But to Nick's complete shock, his mom suddenly stood between them and yelled, and oh. Nick could never remember his mom ever talking back to his dad like that. Never. He could only stare at his mom in stunned disbelief as she even slapped his dad in the face. "This is our Nick," she cried at him, tears coming down her cheeks, but even more, there was a fierce determination in her expression. "I am not going to let you lay a single finger on our daughter." For the next minute, Nick's mom and dad stood there, each glaring at each other. Nick's dad was obviously completely stunned and didn't know what to say or do about his quiet and submissive wife standing up to him like that, any more than what he knew what to do about his only son being turned into some sort of little girl. Then Nick's mom finally said, "I can't do this with you anymore." Nick's dad began to grin as he saw his victory, until she continued, "I can't stay here and watch you treat her like you did with Nick. God help me, I wish that I'd had the courage to stand up for him then, but I'm not going to allow it now." Nick was even more stunned at this, and he stared at his mother with a whole new respect. For his entire life, she hadn't seemed to really care about him much at all. She'd just sit back and let his dad do whatever he wanted. She wouldn't say a word when his dad had punched him for little reason, or when his dad gave those huge lectures about what it meant to be a man. But then Nick knew why his mom had ignored him like that. She'd always wanted a daughter and had been disappointed that the only child she'd been able to have had been a boy. Nick had always known that if he'd been born a girl, then his mom would have loved him more. But now that he had been turned into one, he could see the proof of his suspicions. And for the briefest of moments, Nick was even thankful that he'd been turned into a girl. His dad didn't hit girls, and he'd been so tired of his dad hitting him. And his mom finally seemed to come alive, and she finally seemed to really care for him. Then without realizing it, the tears of fear, which had been coming down his cheeks, changed to ones of happiness. Or at least they had until he looked back up at his giant of a father. "I am so through with this," Nick's mom snapped, "and I am through with you and your abuse." "What?" Nick's dad demanded. But Nick's mom grabbed his hand and gave him a sympathetic look before turning back to his dad. "I'm leaving." "We're leaving. Nick. Nicole and I are going to my sister Maggie's. And if I see you, I'm calling the cops." And with that, Nick's mom led him from their home, leaving his dad to yell his angry rants behind them. Then Nick stared up at his mom with a strange sense of relief, before giving one final glance back at the house that he would never see again. Brandon stared at himself in the mirror, just as stunned and amazed by the sexy creature, which stared back at him as he had been for the past hours. He couldn't believe that this was his face, his body. "Damn, I'm hot," Brandon exclaimed, not for the first time. Then Brandon quickly looked to his bedroom door, making sure that no one had opened it when he hadn't been looking. He let out a sigh of relief that it was still closed, knowing that he didn't want anyone coming in on him at that moment. "It's my personal time," he grinned faintly. And with that, Brandon looked at his naked body one more time in the mirror before turning his full attention to it, running his fingers over his generous breasts and the smooth skin of his flat waist. He could barely believe that this was all him. God, the look on Mom's face, he snickered to himself at the memory. And Dad's. He didn't know which had been funnier. When Brandon had come home and tried explaining what had happened to him, his parents had thought that he was nuts or straight out lying, until they saw Mark, who had come home with him. It was hard for them to argue that Mark was who he said he was when at least he still looked like himself, at least for the most part. And when Chad showed up around then, changed as well, they'd had little choice but to believe him. His mom had a look of absolute disbelief when she had stared at him with the realization of who he actually was, and even a good bit of envy. She hadn't said anything, but he knew that it had to really bother her that her own son had bigger breasts and a sexier body than she could ever hope for. As for his dad, his reactions had been a little easier to understand, though perhaps just a bit more embarrassing. His dad had actually looked at him with a good bit of lust in his eyes, though he was obviously trying to overcome it. "I can't say as I really blame either of them," Brandon sighed. Then Brandon looked to his bedroom door, once again making sure that someone like Mark and his friend Jack hadn't cracked it open to spy on him. After all, Jack had come over just to stare at him and see how much he'd changed. "Everyone out there stares at me," Brandon muttered to himself, not wanting that kind of attention at the moment. But he had to admit, to himself if no one else, that he kind of liked the attention. It made him feel good, and perhaps even a little important. After a moment, Brandon reached for his stack of adult magazines, glancing at the covers and then opening them and flipping through. There were so many hot and sexy models in there, though he knew that he now had a body that was just as sexy as any of theirs. In fact, there was no doubt that his was hotter than most of theirs. "Pretty good," Brandon smirked as he looked at one particularly hot model. Of course, staring at his magazines had lost a good deal of their excitement since he had been changed by that strange chamber. He still seemed to like girls, but what was the thrill in looking at pictures when he had the real thing right there at his fingertips? Definitely better than any picture, he told himself, running a finger over one of his nipples. When Brandon had stared at those kind of pictures, he had always thought about just how hot and sexy the women were, and about how much they looked like they were really enjoying themselves. And a small part of him had always wondered what it would be like to be one of those women, to have all of that smooth and sexy flesh right there, to be the center of all of that sexiness and attention. Brandon had always thought that such a thing must be incredible for those models. Why else would they pose like that? He grinned to himself, licking his lips absently as he simultaneously thought of having sex with one of those models and of being one. Then Brandon looked down at his own body, easily imagining himself posing in front of a camera. It would be so easy to just sit there and enjoy his body while someone else got a thrill by watching him. The thought was rather exciting and he could feel his body beginning to respond again. "Damn," Brandon muttered as he thought about all of his previous self-explorations, "doesn't this body ever quit?" Brandon had already explored his new body in extreme detail earlier, even masturbating for the longest time. It felt so good. Much better than it had ever felt in his old male body. His skin seemed so alive and sensitive. It was almost like it craved the touch and attention. And the orgasms. 4 of them, Brandon grinned to himself with excitement. And each of them had been mind-blowing. And as Brandon ran his hands over his smooth and sensitive skin, he knew that he could easily go back for another round. He could easily bring himself to more orgasms. It was almost like his body was on the verge, just waiting for him to go there. And for a brief moment, he wondered if that strange chamber might have not only turned him into a woman but a nymphomaniac as well. Would that be so bad? He asked himself. After all, his body felt so good and offered him so much pleasure. What could possibly be wrong with just enjoying it? Then Brandon looked to the magazines, which were spread over his bed, smiling at the sight. He got all excited and tingly when he thought about being on the cover of one of those, of being the center of so much sexiness and attention. It was almost as if those women were being worshipped, and now he knew that he could easily get, and even wanted that kind of worship for himself. Part 8. Miriam frowned, feeling worried as she looked down the hall in the direction of the bedrooms where her sons were sleeping. She knew that her sons had all gone to bed a little while ago, but she still wasn't sure that they were all asleep. In fact, she could still hear occasional noises coming out of Brandon's room, though she thought it best not to go in and ask what he was doing. "Is he still a he?" she asked herself, shaking her head in confusion. For a moment, Miriam just sat there, having no idea what to do. All 3 of her sons had suddenly been transformed. They had been changed in ways that no human being could possibly changed, and in such a short time. It was unbelievable, and quite scary. At least Mark and Chad were still themselves, or at least recognizable as themselves, even if they were a little bigger and older. But Brandon. She felt herself cringe again at the thought of the gorgeous woman that her son had become. But what was even stranger than that was just how well he was accepting his transformation. Of course there was absolutely nothing wrong with being a woman, but she would never expect a teenage boy to accept that. Then Miriam looked over to her husband Edgar, who was sitting back and reading through a magazine, looking as though nothing were wrong. Of course she knew that was not the case. There was the look to his face, and his reactions when he'd found out about their sons being changed like that. He was just as worried about the situation as she was, though he just wouldn't admit it. In fact, Edgar was dealing with the problem like he did most problems, by pretending that it didn't exist and that everything was normal and fine. While it's not normal and fine, Miriam muttered to herself, "It'll never be normal and fine again." Miriam scowled even deeper, knowing that her whole worldview had just been irrevocably changed. These kinds of transformations just didn't happen. And what about her children? How would this kind of thing affect the rest of their lives? Because there was no doubt that it would. Both Mark and Chad looked several years older than the rest of their peers. And Brandon. She had absolutely no idea what to think about him. "I need some fresh air," Miriam finally announced, glancing over to Edgar, who nodded understanding. "Maybe a nice walk will help me clear my head." "Just be careful, honey," Edgar warned her. "Weird things are happening around here." "I know," Miriam muttered to herself as she left the house. "I know." At first, Miriam just walked without direction, thinking about the strange changes which had occurred to her own children, as well as to several others in the neighborhood. Like that nice Jill girl that Mark had been friends with for years. Incredible, Miriam thought aloud as she remembered how different the girl looked. When she had seen Jill earlier that day, if Mark hadn't told her who that was, she probably never would have recognized the girl. She was so beautiful now. And then there was Brandon. Miriam let out a long sigh as she thought of the teenagers who had become such beautiful women. And in spite of herself, she couldn't help but feeling somewhat envious of them. It was then that Miriam suddenly realized where she was and that she was walking in the direction of Jennings' field. She paused, gulping nervously, though she saw nothing worth being afraid of. It was just the same neighborhood street, kept well lit at night by the houses and streetlights. For a moment, Miriam was tempted to just turn around and go back the other way. But as she looked in the direction of the field, she couldn't help but feeling curious. She wanted to see this place that her sons had told her about, this strange temple that they had found buried underground. And besides, she rationalized to herself, as a mother it was her responsibility to have a better understanding of what was going on with her children. And with that, Miriam continued in the direction of the field, this time with full intention of traveling there. It didn't take Miriam much longer to arrive at the field, though she did have a bit more difficulty walking across it, as there were no more streetlights to light her way. All that she had to see by were the lights from the houses in the distance and that which was provided by the half-full moon. She stumbled several times, but not enough to actually fall down. Then Miriam reached the far side of the field with the truck, the tree and the hole. Her sons had described the place to her in detail, and she had no doubt that she was in the right spot. And there had been any doubt, it was quieted by the faint green glow that she saw coming from bottom of the hole. "Oh my," she whispered to herself as she looked down into the dark hole, barely able to see her way through. Miriam stood at the top of the hole for several minutes, wondering what was down at the bottom. Of course she had been told what was on the other side of the doorway, but she was curious to see it for herself, though she knew that she couldn't. But after a moment, she decided that she could still get a closer look without risking the danger of actually going inside of the temple. However, she wasn't about to risk going down into that hole without better light. After a moment, Miriam went to the truck, finding a flashlight sitting on the seat. She nodded faintly, deciding that this would be perfect. But as Miriam stepped away from the truck, she frowned. "Where in the world are you, Ray Jennings?" She had tried calling him several times earlier that day as soon as she'd found out what had happened to her sons on his property. Unfortunately, she had been able to get a hold of him. She felt a bit worried at that, especially as she looked at his truck, left out there by the hole. Miriam made her way to the bottom of the steps, then stood at the doorway, trying to look inside though being able to see anything other than darkness with a green glow. She gulped, trying to shine the flashlight inside for a better view, though without any luck. It won't hurt to take a closer look, Miriam told herself nervously, just as long as I don't go into the circle they mentioned. And with that, she stepped through, gasping at the sight of the chamber that was on the other side. It was strange and undoubtedly old. She had never heard of anything like this and knew that it couldn't possibly exist where it was. The chamber was old enough that it could have only been made by people who lived there before Columbus. But she had never heard of the old Native Americans having anything like that either. Strange, she whispered to herself, staring at the glowing green circle with all of the patterns within. Then as Miriam was staring at the circle, she realized that she had actually been thinking of going inside. She was curious as to what it was like. Her sons had described the strange sensations they had felt, and she wondered what it would feel like for herself. She wondered just how it would change her. But she also realized that there was more to it. She was somewhat envious of Jill, and even Brandon, at their beauty and sexiness. And this chamber was her chance. Miriam remained where she was, staring at the circle for several more minutes as she silently argued with herself. There in front of her was the greatest temptation she had ever seen. And at the same time, she was aware of just how dangerous it might be. She had no idea how it worked, or if it would even make her look better. All she knew was that it was risk and temptation, until she finally decided. I'll never forgive myself if I don't try it, she told herself, easily imagining herself looking back and regretting a chance not taken several years later. And with that, Miriam stepped forward and into the green circle. She gasped as the sensations she had expected came to flood through her, though they were not quite what she had imagined. She wasn't sure that anyone could truly imagine it. Then as Miriam stepped out of the chamber a minute later, her hands were running over her body as she tried to check out the changes that she had felt. Unfortunately, there wasn't enough light to see anything as clearly as she would like, but she knew where she could. A short while later, Miriam had snuck into her house and was in the bathroom, staring at her reflection in the mirror above the sink in amazement. It was her reflection, but such as she hadn't seen in many years. She was younger, looking as though she were in her early 20s instead of her early 40s. I'm 20 years younger, she gasped. However, Miriam immediately knew that it was more than that. For one thing, her figure wasn't that good back when she was that age the first time. Back when she really had been in her 20s, she had been a bit overweight. But now, she had a great figure, a slender waist and a pair of breasts that had to be at least a cup or two larger than she was used to. Miriam stared at herself for another minute, feeling more and more excited as she did so. Then she turned away from the mirror with a big grin and went straight for her bedroom where she knew Edgar had just climbed into bed. "Oh honey," she exclaimed as he turned on the light, letting him get a good look, "I'm feeling pretty good right now and thought that you should too." "What?" Edgar blinked as he sat up in bed and stared at her in surprise. Then a flash of recognition flashed through his eyes, that chamber the boys found. Miriam only nodded her head and nearly jumped onto Edgar, silencing him with a kiss. He was too stunned and excited to do anything other than respond, and they were soon going at it with more passion than they had in many years. Once they were finally finished, Miriam lay next to Edgar with a large smile on her face. That had been more satisfying than she could remember it ever having been before. And as she grabbed his hand, a larger grin spread out over her face. "Get dressed, honey," Miriam told Edgar. "You're going to love what this place can do for you." Part 9. Susan woke up early in the morning, just as she did every morning and just as she had for as long as she could remember. She had always gone to bed early as well, clearly remembering the old saying about early to bed and early to rise. It had been one of her father's favorite sayings when she was younger, and it had long since sunk in. "Let's see," Susan mused as she mentally went over the list of things that she had to do around the house. There were quite a few of them. And she would have to pay special attention when vacuuming the floors again, as she was sure that she had missed a spot the day before. Then Susan paused as she suddenly remembered the phone call that she had received in the middle of the night. It had been her friend Miriam, saying something about having turned into a gorgeous model and her husband having turned into a hunk. She had been so excited that it was hard to make anything out, other than that she thought Susan should go to Jennings Field. Absolutely not, Susan snorted disdainfully, glancing down the hallway in the direction of her daughter Jill's room. She had seen what that strange place had done to her sweet innocent daughter and she wanted nothing to do with it. The place should be burned to the ground. She frowned as she remembered the way her daughter had come bursting onto the house, showing off her transformed body. Susan had been shocked, especially at how eagerly Jill showed it off. It was almost as if her daughter liked being some sort of sex object. "It's just not respectable," Susan muttered to herself, wondering if she had failed as a role model. Susan felt even worse about Jill's change of behavior when she thought about her son Jason, who had graduated a year earlier and run off to live on the other side of the state. He had been such a hellion, and so difficult raising that she had been especially relieved when Jill showed no sign of following in his footsteps. Instead, Jill had been a decent and reasonable girl, until now. And from what Miriam had said on the phone, she had gone to that strange place in the field that her daughter had told her about and changed as well. She shook her head, wondering what had gotten into that woman to try something like that. But as Susan sat there, she couldn't help but being curious. She frowned and tried to distract herself, mentally going over what she would have to do that day. And then there was dinner. She was going to have to fix a nice dinner for her husband Ron when he got home from work. However, Susan frowned slightly as she thought of Ron. They had been married for a long time and the spark had gone out of it. But that was all right, she told herself, it happened to all couples. And after all, he was still a good provider, which was what really mattered. Then Susan's thoughts returned to the phone call again, and she shook her head, not wanting to think about it. She couldn't believe that Miriam had gone ahead and done something like that. And to actually suggest that I go there, Susan scowled. Going strange temples and being magically changed. It just wasn't right. But that didn't mean she didn't feel curious. Several minutes later, Susan decided that she was going to have to go to the field and check it out. After all, she told herself firmly, someone with some sense of responsibility was going to have to take care of this problem so that no one else got changed. Once Susan had gotten properly dressed and made her way to Jennings Field, she paused in surprise at the sight of someone rushing off on the other side of the field and vanishing behind some trees at the field's edge. However, the other person had been far enough away and Susan had seen them for only a moment and wasn't able to tell who they were. "Some people," she snorted, deciding that someone should have a talk with Mr. Jennings about having such a dangerous thing on his property. Susan scowled in the direction that she had seen the other person run off to for a minute, then turned her attention back to the decision at hand. She started walking straight towards the fallen tree and the truck, knowing from what her daughter told her that this was where it all happened. She stopped on the edge of the hole for a moment before carefully going down inside of it, not sure why she was doing so. But since she was there, it made sense to take a closer look. "I really should be getting back home," Susan muttered to herself, knowing that she had so much to do around the house. "I need to make breakfast for Jill." Going off like this on a whim, without telling anyone, just wasn't like her. But then she told herself that she would just take a quick look and go back. Just a peek. But even as Susan stepped through the door and into the chamber, she knew that she was going to do more than just peek. She was bursting with curiosity, but it was more than just that. Her daughter Jill looked happier than Susan had ever seen her, just as Miriam had sounded happy over the phone. And though Susan knew that it just wasn't right, and that it was irresponsible and dangerous, a part of her wanted it. There was a part of her that was screaming for her to take the chance and go through. However, Susan made no move towards the glowing circle and patterns in the middle of the round chamber. Instead, she remembered what Jill had excitedly told her about how she and her friends had actually grown right out of their clothes. And since there was no way that Susan was going to just sit back and let her clothing be ruined like that, she carefully took off her shoes and began to undress. "At least it's clean," Susan mused, noticing that the floor seemed very clean and dust-free, as if someone had recently come by and given it a good scrubbing down. Then once Susan was undressed and standing there, she couldn't resist glancing around nervously, afraid that someone might see her. She was flat-chested, skinny and had never been much to look at, a fact she was pretty self-conscious about at the best of times. But now, Susan took a long look at the circle to gather her courage, though it almost had the opposite effect and made her pause. But as she glanced back at her clothes, she realized that it was go forward or go back, and there was a part of her that she'd never really noticed before, screaming for her to go forward. And for once, she listened to that inner voice and did just that. When Susan stepped back out of the circle a minute later, she knew that she had changed. She could feel it in every part of her being. However, she could not tell exactly how she had changed. "I wish I had more light in here," Susan muttered to herself, thinking that then she'd at least be able to make out more details. However, as Susan started to put her clothes back on, she noticed that they no longer quite fit. Her bra was far too tight across her chest, which had obviously grown. Her waist was thinner, and from the way her pants were tighter and came up above her ankles, she guessed that her legs were a bit longer as well. Darn, Susan snapped in annoyance at her ill-fitting clothes, feeling a bit excited by them as well. It meant that the magical chamber really had transformed her, though how she was still uncertain of. Susan smiled with a new feeling of confidence and stepped out of the chamber, into the morning light. She looked down at herself and gasped at the sight of colors along the skin of her arms. Both of her arms were now adorned with tattoos. The left arm had a black tribal pattern around the upper part with a few blood-red roses entwined within the pattern, and her right arm seemed to be covered with images of strange creatures, which could be some sort of dragon or demon. "What the?" Susan gasped in surprise, staring at her arms in disbelief. For a moment she just stood there, then she grimaced, knowing that she would have to get home and take a closer look at herself. A brief fear of what her husband and daughter, about what everyone would think of those tattoos ran through her mind, but that was pushed out by the certainty of what she had to do next. Susan started heading home, grimacing at the extremely uncomfortable and ill-fitting clothes. She obviously couldn't wear them and had been forced to leave the bra behind, leaving her much too tight shirt stretched to the point of bursting. There was little doubt that if anyone took a close look, they would see a few things that she would normally be far too modest to even consider revealing. But at the moment, when Susan reached the road and walked past a man who was out for a morning jog, she noticed the way that he was looking at her, at the way he was staring. "What the hell are you looking at?" she snapped at him in annoyance. As soon as Susan was safe inside her home, she nearly tore the clothes from her body, muttering curses as she did so. She had never been one to use profanity, but this seemed like the right situation. And then she looked down at herself, seeing that those tattoos weren't just on her arms, but that she had other ones spread over her body. Susan rushed to the large mirror, which hung on the living room wall, and stared at herself in amazement and disbelief. The woman who stared back didn't look at all like her and had only a slight superficial resemblance. For one, she looked younger, perhaps in her early to mid-20s. It also seemed that her entire body had changed, and her face held only a trace of her old one. "My hair," she muttered, realizing that her shoulder-length, plain brown hair had grown to her mid-back and was now raven black and in a somewhat wilder style. It seemed to fit her face, which was sexy and dangerous, looking like that of a woman who had a streak of evil, or at least extreme rebellion inside of her. It was immediately obvious that Susan had changed quite a bit in her transformation. Her body was now several inches taller than before and no longer skinny as it had been. Now her body was much more filled out and curvy, as well as a bit athletic. She could see a good bit of muscle tone, which she had never had before. And then there were her breasts, which had been nearly non-existent before but were now likely a C-cup. And of course, there were the tattoos. She could see that the ones on her shoulders tended to meet and fuse together along her back, with the one from her left shoulder coming down and covering her breast, being mostly an image of ivy and thorns, with little goblin faces peeking out. There was black symbol of some sort over her navel, a tattoo of a snake wrapped around her right ankle, which seemed to be wrapped around several times and had its teeth biting into the skin. And the last tattoo that she could see was an obviously female Grim Reaper on her thigh, though she strongly suspected that she had more tattoos covering most of her back. and as Susan stared at her reflection, at the dangerous and rebellious-looking woman that she saw, she realized that the only things missing were a few piercings, such as one through the navel, one through the lip or eyebrow, and one through the nose. She could possibly even use one through one of her nipples or tongue. "That's me," she gasped, giving herself a closer inspection. Susan smiled faintly, knowing that she looked like some kind of biker woman or dangerous freak, but feeling excited by that thought. But that made no sense to her, as it was completely against everything that she had always believed. She had always been the good girl, the one who was responsible, followed all of the rules and did what was expected of her. That was the way that she had been raised and the way that she had always behaved. She had even gotten married and started a family straight out of high school, working hard to be a good wife, mother, and good role model. Then Susan frowned as she realized that she had never truly enjoyed her life like that. She had always lived by responsibility, doing what she felt she had to and what was expected of her. There was never a time when she had been free to just cut loose and act wild and irresponsible. Never. And in that moment, Susan realized that this was why she had always had so many problems with her son Jason. He had been the wild and irresponsible one, free to go out and do all of those things that she had only been able to imagine doing in the recesses of her mind. A part of her had been envious of his freedom. Susan stared down at her tattoos, knowing that she never would have gotten any of those things on her own. She had always considered them to be symbols of wildness, rebellion, and so many other things that no proper and respectable woman should ever be. But now she had the tattoos, and it was almost as though they and the other changes had cracked open a part of herself that had been long sealed away. She felt so excited. "I feel free," she whispered, trying to make sense of it all. After a moment, Susan realized what it was. She could no longer pass her own strict requirements for what a proper and responsible woman should look like. She looked like something wild and free instead. She couldn't go back to being what she was, what she had always been. Her own beliefs wouldn't let her. Instead, she was becoming something different. In fact, she realized that she could almost feel all of her inhibitions fading by the moment. "Holy shit," Susan exclaimed, pausing as she realized that this wasn't the type of language that a respectable woman should use. But she looked down at herself and laughed, knowing that she didn't look anything like a respectable woman anymore. "Shit," she repeated, knowing that this was exactly the kind of language that a woman who looked like she did should use. "Shit," Susan stated, "ass. Fuck." Then she stood there, saying every profanity and dirty word that she could think of, then repeating them several times. And with each one that left her mouth, she felt more confident, more at ease with them. This was the kind of language that someone who looked like her should use. "Fucking yeah," Susan laughed in delight, feeling the weight of responsibility and respectability falling away with each passing moment. It gave her a glorious sense of freedom, as though she had kept herself a prisoner for her entire life and had finally been given the key. There was suddenly no doubt in Susan's mind that she liked what the strange chamber had done to her and what she was becoming. She had never admitted it, even to herself, but when she had been crying out against people acting so wild and recklessly, she had been jealous of them. They had a freedom that she envied. She had never been given the chance to cut loose and let her wild side out, not until now. Susan suddenly paused as she realized that she was going to have to get some new clothes that would fit her new body. "Where the fuck can I find some?" she muttered to herself, looking around. Then she saw several shopping bags that her daughter Jill had left out in the living room after she'd rushed out to buy a new wardrobe the day before. Hell yeah! A few seconds later, Susan was digging through her daughter's new clothes, feeling only a faint bit of guilt at the thought that she was taking them without asking, but she quickly pushed that way. She smiled, thinking that most of the clothes were a bit plain for what she now wanted, but at least they would fit a whole lot better than her own clothes. Once Susan was dressed, she looked herself over again, knowing that she was going to have to get some more appropriate clothes before long. And perhaps even a few piercings. She smiled at the thought, thinking of just how perfect they would look on her new body, and just how much more dangerous and rebellious they would make her seem. The thought sent a shiver of excitement through her. "I wonder what Ron will say." Susan smirked as she imagined the reactions of her husband to the new her. Then Susan suddenly realized that she didn't really care. Their marriage had been dead for a long time and they had only been going through the motions. It had been a dull and lifeless marriage that would have continued on that way if this had never happened to her. Well, screw him, Susan shrugged. Who gives a fuck what he thinks? Their marriage was over and done with, and now she finally had the courage to admit it to herself. She even smiled faintly as she thought of his reaction when she revealed that fact to him. But that just made Susan think of her children. Jill would be stunned, of course, but not completely so since she had gone through the chamber herself. It had obviously given her a taste of freedom as well, though perhaps of a different sort. Still, she was old enough to deal with the situation and she obviously had her own life to live now. Jason, Susan mused as she remembered her hellion of a son. Susan smiled, wondering what he would think if he knew what his boring old mom was turning into. In fact, the thought made her laugh. However, thinking of him did give her some more ideas. She turned and went to Jason's old bedroom, which had been left untouched for him on his rare visits home. What a slob, she mused as she remembered the way that Jason had always left things a mess. But for once, she no longer felt any urge to clean up after him and make everything look nice and perfect. There were far too many more interesting things to do than that. And with that, Susan grabbed the black leather motorcycle jacket that Jason has left behind on last visit a month earlier and put it on. She felt good in it, thinking that it was perfect for the new and improved her. Then she realized that there was something in one of the pockets and pulled it out, seeing that it was a pack of cigarettes. For a moment, Susan just stared at the cigarettes, remembering how she'd always found the habit filthy and had always gotten after her son to stop smoking. And for a brief second, she even considered throwing them out, before shaking her head in disgust. That's the old Susan thinking. The fact was, she no longer felt the revulsion for the habit that she had before. That seemed to have been shed along with her old point of view and her old inhibitions. Instead, she realized that smoking was something that a woman who looked like she now did would do. It was something that she had always associated with wild, reckless, and dangerous behavior. And it was something which she realized that she now wanted to do. Fuck the old Susan, she smirked, and fuck the Surgeon General. Susan took one of the cigarettes from the pack, put it into her mouth and lit it with the lighter she had found in the jacket pocket. As she took a drag, she started coughing a bit, but that didn't stop her. She took another drag, feeling quite satisfied with herself as she blew the smoke out overhead. And fuck the no smoking in the house rules, she laughed, especially since she had been the one to create that rule. And as Susan stood there, she realized that she liked the feel of having a cigarette between her fingers. It made her feel dangerous and as though it pushed her further from her boring and bland old life. She took a drag, not caring about long-term health consequences, only that she was finally doing what she wanted to. Susan knew that a part of her had always fantasized about being wild, reckless, and free, the kind of woman who was not a part of polite society and who was therefore free from its many rules and constraints. Rules and constraints which had always ruled her life before. But not now. Now she was that kind of woman. Thanks to that fucking chamber, Susan smirked. But Susan wasn't completely sure how much the chamber actually had to do with her transformation. Sure, it had transformed her body, and it was nice and convenient to give it credit for freeing her soul as well. But what if this part of her, this new Susan, had always been inside of her and this just gave her the chance to come out? What if her physical transformation just gave her the excuse to throw away all of the rules, constraints, and security which she bound her and which she had clutched onto as a life preserver in the tumultuous ocean of life? Who gives a shit? She scowled in annoyance at herself. It's not like it fucking matters. Then Susan took another drag from her cigarette and left the bedroom, grabbing the keys for Jason's motorcycle, which had been left out in the garage as well. Susan had never ridden before, but she had watched her son while giving him those disapproving lectures and figured that it wouldn't be very difficult. What mattered at the moment was that she wanted to go for a ride, and she was damn well going to do just that. Susan paused as she reached the door though, glancing to Jill's bedroom and momentarily thinking that she should wake her daughter, or at least leave a note to explain what had happened and where she went. To do anything else would be irresponsible. But as Susan shrugged and continued walking out the door, she thought that was the whole point. Maybe I'll look for some men, Susan thought to herself as she went to the garage. It had been a long time since she'd had any decent sex, if ever. Ron always had been as boring and bland as she had been. Or maybe she would even try out some women, just to see what it was like, and just because that kind of thing just wasn't done in her old life. But it didn't matter. What did matter was that she was finally free. Free from rules and responsibility. Free to cut loose and let out her long-suppressed wild side as much as she wanted. And with that, Susan brought the motorcycle to life and revved its engine. She absently tossed her cigarette to the garage floor and smirked. I wouldn't have it any other way. Part 10. Jack awoke with a loud yawn and sat up in bed, feeling good as he always did when sleeping in late in the morning. Then he ran a hand over his newly athletic body, smiling at the firm muscle tone, which he now possessed. There was no doubt that it was going to be a great day. Man, this is great, Jack grinned to himself as he checked out the incredible changes to his body, thankful that the events of the day before hadn't just been some sort of dream. He knew that he would have been horribly disappointed to wake up, finding that it was and that he was back to his old self. This is awesome. After relieving himself and then getting dressed, Jack went to the kitchen for breakfast but stopped in shock. There was a girl in his kitchen. The girl was quite pretty and looked to be around his own age, around 16 or 17. She had long blonde hair and what seemed to be a nice figure, though it was hard to tell for certain as she was wearing his mom's fluffy white robe. Morning, sweetheart, the blonde grinned at him with a twinkle in her eye. What? Jack blinked in surprise. Who? It's me, she rolled her eyes. I went down and checked out that temple when I first got up this morning. Jack just stared at her in disbelief for a few seconds before finally gasping out, Mom? No, she responded with a scowl, I'm your dad. What? Jack blurted out, staring at her in even more amazement. Just kidding, she laughed. You were right the first time. Your dad didn't want to go with me. Wow, Jack said, not sure what else he could say. It was hard to believe that this pretty blonde teenager was really his mom. Why? Did I go? She finished his question. After seeing what that place did for you and for your friend Jill, I just had to see what it could do for me. Then she slowly turned around to let him get a good look at her body. Incredible, isn't it? I can't believe I'm so young again. And I have so much more energy. Jack could only stare at her and nod. It was hard for him to even consider that his own mom could be the same age as him, much less be so pretty. She had never been ugly or anything, but she had always just been a mom. But now, what does Dad think? He asked cautiously. Have you shown him? Yeah, she sighed. I tried getting him to go with me, but he said that it was dangerous and unpredictable and that I shouldn't go. And when I got back, he sort of freaked out a little when he saw me. I know that he likes the way I look now, but I think it freaks him out that I look sort of like jailbait. She gave Jack a bit of a grin. But I'm sure he'll get over it soon once he realizes that I'm still the same woman he married inside. Yeah, Jack nodded. So where is Dad? He's busy on the computer, trying to find anything about that temple. She shrugged. You know how your father is. He just has to know the answers. Yeah, Jack nodded, knowing exactly how his dad was. Now how about some breakfast? His mom grinned at him. I'm in a good mood and thought that I'd cook something up. How about pancakes? Sure, Jack grinned back at her. You know a growing boy like me needs plenty of food. And you're growing at such a fast rate, she said with a straight face. I swear you've grown an inch or two taller just since breakfast yesterday. The breakfast was good, but Jack felt just a little odd sitting there and eating with his now teenage mom. It was strange, and he didn't know what other people would think. However, she did seem to be happy and really enjoying it, which made Jack smile a bit. He couldn't blame her after suddenly going from old or at least mom age to young again. Once Jack was done eating, he went to go check on his dad, who was still sitting in front of the computer, looking a bit frustrated. Did you find anything? Jack asked him, having a feeling that there wouldn't really be anything to be found. Not much, his dad admitted, shaking his head. I've been looking for any clues about this strange temple since last night. So far I haven't found much. Too bad, Jack shrugged. But his dad continued, I did find one possibility. He paused to stare at the screen in front of him before looking back at Jack. There's this anthropologist or historian, who apparently doesn't have a great reputation among his peers, who has a theory. I found some papers he wrote here, and he says that he found a number of clues and references among some old stories of various Native American tribes that he put together and based his theory on. And what's that? Jack asked, not quite sure whether to be interested or bored just yet. Well, his dad continued, he believed that there was once a highly developed Native American society. Sort of an Indian Atlantis that disappeared the same way. And he says that since the people at that time kept their records in oral tradition and stories, all records and memory of these people were slowly lost over the centuries until only a few scattered hints remain. That doesn't sound like much, Jack frowned, thinking that it sounded a lot like any other conspiracy theory or lost treasure theory, based more on imagination than reality. No, his dad shrugged, but when I did a search for ancient temples that predate the European discovery of America, it led me to this. Jack just shrugged. Okay. It's not like it really made much difference where that weird chamber had come from. What mattered was what it could do to people. With that, Jack thought of his friends who had been transformed, and of Mark's brother Brandon. He shook his head in amazement as he remembered what Brandon now looked like, thanks to that glowing green circle. That just made Jack think that maybe his dad was right about it being too dangerous and unpredictable. I'm just glad that didn't happen to me, he muttered, very thankful that he had been changed the way that he was rather than the way that Brandon had been. Jack thought about calling Mark and Jill to tell them about what had happened to his mom, but decided against it, at least for the moment. As much as he liked spending time with his friends, he felt like having a little time by himself first. And he wanted to take another look at that weird temple too. A short while later, Jack was back in Jennings Field and staring down at the stone steps. It was clear that someone had cleaned it all up. The steps were no longer cluttered with stone debris, and someone had even made it a bit easier to get down the hole and to the steps. Then there were the other things. There were several bags of clothing, and a pile of clothes that were partly torn and looked like they might have been discarded by those who had been through the chamber. And there was even a decent-sized mirror sitting there as well. Wow, Jack muttered, wondering how many people had come to that temple already. And after just staring at things for a while, Jack hopped onto the hood of Mr. Jennings' truck and sat there, continuing to stare at the hole while he thought about the things it had done to people. He was so caught up in his thoughts that he didn't even notice the people coming towards him and the hole until they were almost beside him. Oh! Jack was surprised to see Mr. and Mrs. Fitzsimmons from down the street. Or at least they lived down the street from him. They were both in their 20s and they had a daughter who was pretty young and still in diapers, but he didn't see her around, only the parents. Is this it? Mr. Fitzsimmons asked, glancing to Jack. I guess, Jack shrugged, if you're looking for that weird chamber. He hopped off the truck and proudly stood straight. I found it yesterday. It's pretty cool, but kind of weird. But as Jack looked at the two of them, he couldn't help wondering why they were interested in going in. They were both pretty decent-looking people and he didn't think that they'd be desperate to change or anything. He shuddered a little as he thought about what had happened to Brandon, though he didn't say anything. If these people knew about the chamber and what it could do, then they probably already knew that they might not like how it changed them. Most people like it, he muttered more to himself than them, thinking of himself, Mark and Jill as well as his mom and Mark's brother Chad. Mr. and Mrs. Fitzsimmons didn't pay much attention to Jack as they hesitantly went down the steps and vanished into the chamber, only to come back out a minute later. Both of them had of course been changed by the experience. Mr. Fitzsimmons looked about the same, just more muscular, while his wife came out looking sort of like Angelina Jolie. They excitedly checked each other out before leaving. Jack just remained there, and to his surprise, more people started to come. Next were a group of 3 people, all of them close to his own age. There were a pair of twins, Dean and Chandra Green, who were 17 and part of the only black family in the neighborhood. Chandra was one of those girls who had a lot of attitude, while Dean had always been quieter and a bit more thoughtful. And coming along with the Green twins was Chandra's best friend Lisa. She was white, though sometimes she didn't seem to know that, as she had her own hair done up in the same kind of cornrows as Chandra, and she usually talked with as much ghetto slang as she could, even though she'd lived her entire life in the suburbs. When Jack saw Lisa, he remembered what some people called her, a wigger, which was short for white nigger. Or at least that was what some people called people like Lisa, who were white but tried acting too hard like they were black, often making them come off as somewhat humorous. He suspected that she didn't even know that some people thought that she was funny. "Wow," Jack muttered, "it looks like everyone is coming here." However, all three of them looked at him but decided to ignore him, which was fine with him. "Yo girl, let's check this place out," Lisa exclaimed. "It should be interesting," Dean said cautiously. "But I don't know." "Well, I'm going in," Chandra said, immediately rushing down the hole. Lisa exclaimed, "I'm with you girl," as she rushed after the girl she tried to emulate. Dean just shrugged and followed without a word. When they came out a minute later, Jack was somewhat stunned by their transformations, yet fascinated at the same time. Chandra was taller than she had been, and was now 6 feet tall, with a great figure and a very athletic-looking body. She had very well-defined muscle tone, and it almost bordered on the edge of being too much muscle for a girl, though didn't quite cross that line. Lisa's skin had darkened a great deal from her trip in the chamber, and in fact, the rest of her features had altered slightly as well. Instead of being a wigger, a white girl trying to act like she was black, she now was black. If Jack didn't know better, he would have sworn that she really was a black girl, or at least had always been one. Dean, on the other hand, seemed to change in almost the exact opposite way as Lisa. His skin color had lightened and he looked a lot more like an athletic white guy with a good tan. "Holy shit," Lisa exclaimed as she saw herself. "What the hell is Dad going to say when he sees you?" Chandra demanded of her brother, who no longer looked at all like her twin. They burst into a bunch of talk about what they were going to do, and it was edged with a bit of panic, but Jack could see that Chandra at least liked how she had changed. After a few minutes of talking, they began to wander away as well. That was interesting, Jack grinned to himself, deciding to remain there for a while longer to see if anyone else showed up. After all, it seemed that word was spreading about the strange chamber, so he doubted that he would have to wait too long. However, Chandra, Lisa and Dean hadn't gotten far when they noticed more people coming towards the chamber as well. And like Jack, they couldn't resist staying to see what changes it brought to them. "Mark," Jack exclaimed as he recognized his friend among the 5 people coming towards them. One of the people beside Mark was a beautiful young woman, and another was a tall and heavily muscled guy who looked vaguely familiar. It took Jack a moment more to realize that these two were Mark's mom and dad, obviously having gone through the chamber already. "Holy shit," Jack muttered in amazement. Then Jack looked at the 2 old people who were with them. He didn't know their names, though he recognized the old retired couple who lived across from Mark's house. It was obvious that Mark and his folks were helping them to the chamber because at their age and condition, just about any change would have to be a big improvement. "This is my mom and dad," Mark told Jack once they were close enough. "They kind of went through." "I guessed," Jack responded. "Right this way," Mark's mom said as she helped the old woman along. It took a while as the woman moved rather slowly with her stroller. "I can make it myself," the old man who was the woman's husband scowled, using his cane to make his way towards the hole. Mark's dad, who now had a body like a young Arnold Schwarzenegger, was standing right next to him, ready to help if he needed it. Jack just watched them help the elderly couple down the steps, then turned to Mark. "My mom went through this morning too." He shook his head, still hardly able to believe it himself. "She looks like she should be in one of our classes now." Then he couldn't help chuckling at the thought of his mom enrolling in his school and going there with him every morning. "I bet she'd make a good cheerleader now too." "Wow," Mark exclaimed, "I've got to see her." "What about your dad?" "He won't come near the place," Jack shrugged. "Or at least he won't go in it. He's scared of what it will do to him." "I don't really blame him," Mark nodded knowingly. After seeing what it did to Brandon. They both just nodded at that, and Jack said, "It looks like everybody knows about this place now." And then they looked back to the hole where the formerly old couple were climbing out. The old woman's clothes were torn and were falling off of her body. She had become a beautiful young woman, with blonde hair that hung down over half her face. Someone held up the mirror that had been sitting around so that she could get a look at herself, and she stared into it intently. Finally, the formerly old woman exclaimed, "I look just like Veronica Lake." And in a dreamy voice, she gasped, "She used to be my favorite movie star." But then she turned to look at her husband, just as Jack and Mark did. All of them had the same reaction and gasped in surprise. His clothes hung all over him as he now looked like a little boy of about 8 years old. "Harold," the former old woman exclaimed as she stared down at the little boy he had become. At the same time, Harold stared at her, obviously feeling more than a little intimidated by her sheer size. Then he looked at himself in confusion, also obviously wondering why he had been turned into a little boy. "This just won't do," the woman exclaimed, realizing that their second chance at youth had likely destroyed their marriage. There was no way that she could be married to a little boy. She took him by the hand, then led him off to the side saying, "We have to talk." After this, more people began to come to the field, while few actually left. Even many of those who had already been transformed had come back, a few to try the chamber again while others just wanted to show off their new bodies and see how other people were transformed. "It won't work," Mark pointed out as Harold rushed back into the chamber, "It won't work on you twice." His prediction proved to be true as Harold came back out, still a little boy. And others who tried going in came back out unchanged as well. "Hey, it's Jill," Mark exclaimed, pointing to where she was coming towards them. Jack just stared at Jill, or at her friend Karen, who stood next to her, towering over her and just about everyone else. Mark had told him how Karen had changed, but he hadn't been sure that he believed it. But Mark hadn't been exaggerating when he'd said how big she was. She had become some sort of Amazon. "Hi guys," Jill said, "how do you like my new clothes?" "They look great," Jack responded, forcing himself to look away from Karen, who was standing there with a smug look on her face. "You should have seen the look on my dad's face when he saw me," Karen exclaimed with a grin. "It was hilarious. I don't think that he's ever going to try grounding me again." Jack only nodded, knowing that there wasn't much way to enforce a grounding on her now. She could probably bench press her dad, while he was sitting in his car. And while Jack knew that it was an exaggeration, he didn't think that it was exaggerated by much. "What's wrong?" Jack asked as he noticed Jill's odd expression. "My mom came here," she frowned. "She just came home right before I left." Jill shook her head. "I can't believe that's her. It's like she's someone else entirely." Mark just laughed. "It can't be that bad." But Jill shook her head. "You haven't seen her. I wonder what my dad is going to do." Jack just nodded, then looked at the 2 teenage girls who were going down into the chamber. He recognized them from school, though knew that they didn't live all that close. Obviously someone had told them about the chamber, so they had rushed over. He wasn't completely sure why, since they were both very pretty and considered fairly popular already. They could very well lose it all. When the 2 girls came back out though, one of them now had reddish blonde hair, was several inches taller and much more athletic looking, as well as having a very large pair of breasts. Jack thought that they looked like stripper-sized ones and couldn't take his eyes off of them, especially as they had burst right through her bra and shirt. But then the other girl came out of the hole and Jack and to sigh in disappointment because she hadn't changed at all. Or at least that was what he thought, until she frantically grabbed at her pants and pulled them down, revealing her fully erect 9-inch penis. Jack was stunned at the sight, and he obviously wasn't the only one. "Man, this is getting weird," Jack told Mark and Jill, who only nodded agreement. "Definitely," Jill agreed. "I mean, my mom." She shook her head again. Jack looked at the growing number of people who had gathered around, seeing that many of the newcomers were bringing bags of extra clothes, just in case they needed something to change into once they were transformed. The collection of spare clothes was growing pretty quickly. It's almost like some sort of cult, Jack joked. I mean, everyone is coming here to worship at this chamber. Yeah, Mark agreed, even Chad and his buddies are here. Mark pointed to where his younger brother was gathered with his friends. Jack just stared at them for a moment, realizing how much they had changed as well. The skinny kid with glasses now looked like some kind of bodybuilder, the fat kid wasn't fat, the girl wasn't a girl anymore, and then there were the two brothers who confused him because he couldn't tell which one was supposed to be which. It's all so weird the way everyone changes, Jill said, glancing up at Karen. Yeah, Mark nodded. I thought it just made everyone bigger and better, but now, he shook his head. It's like it's all random, Jack finished. Just then a voice behind them said, I don't think it's random. Jack turned around and was surprised to see the skinny-looking boy who stood there. He looked really familiar, though it took a minute to place who it was. You're Eddie, Mark said in recognition. Eddie just nodded, looking around them thoughtfully. He looked quite a bit different than he usually did, as most of the people who had gone through the chamber did. And he was quite a bit less intimidating. Even Jack had been slightly nervous around that kid at time, even when he was several years younger than Jack. But not anymore. Hey, it's Eddie, Chad cried out as he and his friends rushed over, obviously delighting in Eddie's altered circumstances. Mikey and Norris especially pushed forward, trying to intimidate the former bully. However, Eddie didn't seem to be all that intimidated by the kids that he used to scare. In fact, he just gave them a steady look, as if daring them to try something with him, and as if he was willing to accept the consequences if they did. You said that you didn't think it was random? Jack stared at Eddie, wondering what the other boy was trying to get at. What do you care what he thinks? Chad teased. Everyone knows that he's dumb. I'm not dumb, Eddie said quietly. Then he looked around at everyone. I've never been dumb. He was silent for a moment before saying, I've just always been so big that everyone always assumed I was. And I guess that since everyone thought I was dumb and told me I was, I believed it myself. He shook his head a little sadly. And I guess I was kind of lazy too. I mean, I never really had to think much since I could usually get what I wanted by scaring people. So that temple thing made you smart? Mikey snorted in disbelief. Didn't you listen? Eddie said, giving him a steady look, showing no sign of being intimidated by the new much larger boy. I've never been dumb. I just never bothered using what I had. Now I guess I don't have much choice. Karen just laughed. Well, I really can't call this anything but random. She flexed her arm to show off her muscles. I mean, if it did this to me and that to you. Eddie frowned, obviously not liking the way that they were ignoring him. But something about what he'd said had caught Jack's attention and he wanted to know why Eddie thought that. Why don't you think it's random? Jack glared at the others and looked to Eddie for an answer. Well, Eddie started, licking his lips and looking just a little nervous. I've been thinking about it a lot since yesterday. I noticed a lot of people just turned into idealized versions of themselves, while others got turned into complete opposites. And I was wondering why. I think it has to do with the subconscious. What? Chad blinked, obviously having a hard time believing that this was the same dumb Eddie who had always picked on him and his friends. Since Eddie wasn't so big anymore, he seemed almost like an entirely different person. I think that he pointed towards the hole, leaving no doubt as to which he was referring. I think it sort of grants your subconscious wishes and desires, in a weird way. Chad just burst out laughing at that. I really don't think that Nick wished to be a little girl. You don't really know Nick, Eddie said quietly. He paused for a moment, as though he was trying to decide whether to say any more. Then he finally continued, his dad was always hitting on him and telling him to be more of a man. And his mom had wanted a girl, not a boy. I guess some part of him, or at least his subconscious, must have wished that he had been a little girl. That way his dad wouldn't pick on him and his mom might love him. What? Katie gasped in surprise, with that sentiment echoed among all of their little group. None of them could imagine the evil criminal Nick ever wanting something like that. Eddie took a deep breath. And I guess I was tired of everyone always calling me dumb. I mean, I always figured that if I wasn't so big, then people might stop thinking I was. What a crock of shit, Mark snorted. I really don't think that my brother would wish he were some porn star. Haven't you always secretly wished that you were bigger and stronger? Jill asked Karen. Then she sheepishly admitted, I've always kind of wondered what it would be like to be prettier, to be one of the sexy girls. Bullshit, Mark exclaimed, giving a defiant look that indicated he had made up his mind and wasn't about to change it. That seemed to end the subject right there as everyone started saying how dumb that was before wandering off. Eddie shook his head, looking disappointed as he left as well. Jack was about to call Eddie back when he suddenly noticed Steen and Chandra's dad coming towards them, looking rather upset. He stood there for a minute and talked to them, though Jack couldn't make out what any of them were saying from where he was at. All he knew was that after they were done, their dad went down into the chamber himself, and when he came back out, he was completely bald and bulging with muscle like some kind of bodybuilder. After watching this, Jack slowly looked around at all of the gathered people. He noticed all of the changes, then got to thinking about what he knew of each person before they had changed. And though Jack still wasn't certain, he couldn't help wondering if there might not be something to Eddie's idea. Part 11. Wendy leaned back and let out a sigh, thankful that the half hour of torture she had just undergone was over. After all of that hard work and stress, she had just paid the last of her monthly bills. Now all that was left was for her to drop them off in the mailbox the next time she went out. Finally done, Wendy smiled, feeling quite pleased that she even had a little more than normal left in her account as well. Things are definitely looking up. Of course, paying the bills wasn't quite the difficulty that Wendy liked to pretend. Every month, her ex-husband sent her and their son a nice-sized check, which owed a little more thanks to the courts than to him. Add that to the money that she made from the bookshop, which she owned, and she never had any problems paying bills, though sometimes there was less extra than she would prefer. But such is life, Wendy mused to herself. Then as Wendy stood up from her desk, she caught sight of the picture of her 12-year-old son Kyle which rested on the edge of bookshelf nearby. She slowly went over and picked up the picture frame, smiling as she held it up and stared at the photo of her pride and joy. Kyle had always been such a good kid, usually getting pretty decent grades, though he could get better if he put his mind to it, and he was rarely in any kind of trouble. He had always been pretty responsible for his age as well, especially since the divorce 5 years earlier. He helped clean the house and he even helped out at the bookstore from time to time. I'm glad I had him, Wendy smiled proudly. He was a good kid and she had no doubt that he would someday grow up to be a good man. She just hoped that it wouldn't be too soon. As it was, he had lots of possibilities and his whole future ahead of him. Unlike me, she sighed, feeling slightly depressed, though she quickly shrugged it off. Wendy carefully set the picture frame down and walked to the small mirror, which hung on the wall. Then she looked at her own reflection, knowing that it certainly wasn't anything to be ashamed of. She was a 35-year-old divorced woman and mother of one, and she wasn't as young or even as thin as she had been before. But she thought that she was still pretty decent looking, and knew that some guys thought so as well as she did get the occasional man looking at her. After a moment, Wendy shrugged and turned away from the mirror, deciding to take advantage of her day off to go out and do something fun. Maybe a movie, she mused. Hey Kyle, Wendy called out, are you up for a movie? However, there was no answer, so Wendy went to her son's bedroom door and knocked, repeating the question again. When there was still no answer, she opened the door and peeked inside, only to see that the room was empty. Oh no, Wendy gasped, suddenly knowing where Kyle was. Just a few hours earlier, one of Kyle's young friends had come over for a couple of minutes. He had been excited and was showing off how he had become a little taller and more athletic before he rushed off again to show someone else. And Wendy had heard about this supposedly magic temple, which could do such things to people from several of her neighbors as well. She had been planning to avoid Jennings Field and this temple entirely, but obviously this wasn't the case for Kyle. That boy, she muttered in frustration. Wendy couldn't believe that her son had snuck out of the house like that to go to the field, but she knew that he must have. He must have seen what that place had done to his friend and he had wanted the same for himself. But Wendy didn't know if that was such a good idea. She didn't know anything about this temple. No one did. And she wouldn't be a very good mother if she just let her son go into what could be a very dangerous situation like that. Damn, Wendy exclaimed as she headed for the door, hoping that she could head him off at the pass. And since she had talked to him less than half an hour earlier, she knew that he didn't have too much of a head start on her. Maybe there's still time. 12-year-old Kyle took a deep breath as he stared down into the hole and the steps, which went into the strange chamber. He had heard so much about it, and he was still hearing more with each person that came out of it. Kyle looked around him, feeling almost like he was at some sort of carnival or big picnic. There were so many of the people from the neighborhood gathered around, and even a bunch of people that he didn't know. And a lot of them had come with food and blankets and were treating things like it really was a big holiday. Cool, Kyle smiled as he saw some more of the people who had been changed by the chamber. As far as Kyle could tell, there didn't seem to really be any kind of rhyme or reason to the way that some people got changed. At first he had thought that it just made people better, like his friend had told him, but now he knew better. Just a little earlier, he had watched an old woman come out turned into a pretty blonde woman, while her husband came out as a little boy, smaller than him. And then, there had been a pair of high school girls going down the steps. One of them had been very pretty when she went in, but she came out a little overweight and sort of plain looking. Her friend, however, had come out looking like a grown woman, with big boobs. Very weird, Kyle muttered to himself. There was no doubt that the chamber was strange, but that very strangeness was what made it so fascinating. He had never seen or heard of anything like it, and he couldn't help the curiosity that he felt now. Nor could he help the fascination he had at seeing how other people had been transformed. Then Kyle let out a sigh, wondering what the chamber might do to him. He had come there to find out, but had yet to get the courage to go. But after watching all of the other people come out who seemed happy with how they had changed, he was almost ready to try. I wonder what it would do to Mom, he mused aloud. Of course, Kyle smiled at the thought of his mom. She was one of the strongest, smartest and prettiest moms around. She was absolutely great, and he didn't think that she could be improved by much. After a minute more, Kyle had made up his mind to go down himself. He was bursting with curiosity about what was really inside, not to mention what it could do for him. He had seen enough people come out of there happy with what had happened to them that he was sure it was a way to make them better. But before Kyle could take 3 steps towards the hole, he heard his mom's voice yelling, "Kyle," from behind him. Kyle snapped around. "Uh-oh," he said, seeing the worried look on his mom's face and feeling a surge of guilt. He didn't like it when she had that look, and he usually tried to keep her from getting worried. "What are you doing?" Wendy demanded of her son, letting out a sigh of relief when she saw that he was all right. "I was just going to go in," Kyle told her quietly. "You don't know what that will do to you," she pointed out. But Kyle pointed to several of the people nearby who had been blessed by the chamber. He pointed to a gorgeous woman and an athletic-looking teenage boy. "I wanted to get better. Like them." "You can't get better by going into a strange temple," Wendy told him gently. "And you're perfect just the way you are." Kyle smiled at that, then looked as he saw the middle-aged woman who lived next door to him go down the steps. His mom froze and watched her as well, curious as to what would happen. He smiled eagerly, wondering what the chamber would do to her. It had been very interesting to sit there and watch the other people come out. "Is that Carol?" Wendy gasped in surprise from beside her son as she watched her neighbor come back up the steps a minute later, having completely transformed. When her neighbor Carol had gone down the steps, she had been a rather plump-looking woman in her 40s. But as she came out, she looked more as if she were her own daughter. She was 20 years younger, had long dark hair and a slender figure that nearly any woman would envy. At first, Carol was staring down at herself in amazement and excitement, but when she noticed Kyle and Wendy, she rushed over. "What do you think?" she exclaimed in delight. "Don't I look incredible?" "Yeah," Wendy agreed, not able to do anything else. She would never have believed that this pretty young woman was her neighbor Carol if she hadn't seen it with her own eyes. "I can't wait to show my ex-husband," Carol laughed. "I'll make him regret that he left me for that hussy, then rub his nose in the fact that he can't have me." Wendy laughed at that, knowing exactly how Carol felt, though her own husband hadn't left her for another woman. He had left her for his career, deciding that he'd rather be married to his work than her. That sounds good, she answered. Carol just beamed, looking at Wendy and then Kyle before suddenly asking, "Are you two going in?" But before Wendy could answer, she added, "I'm certainly glad that I did." Kyle looked into his mom's face and knew that from her expression, now was the time. "It looks like it's really good for you," he pointed out gently. "And just about everyone who goes in seems to like it." "I want to go in." "Me too," Wendy responded, surprising herself a little as she said it. She looked at Carol and knew that she wanted to be young again and to have all of those opportunities that youth provided. This statement surprised Kyle a little, but he felt a surge of pride at the same time. He silently grabbed his mom's hand and led her towards the steps. They looked at each other and then descended them together. Once they were inside of the chamber, Kyle and Wendy both stopped and stared at the glowing green circle in amazement. They could each feel the power which emanated from it, which filled the room with a strange static. And as they stepped closer, it grew stronger. "Wow," Kyle whispered as he stepped across the circle and into the series of patterns that filled it. "This feels weird." Strange sensations were filling his body, rushing through him. It sort of tickled him from the inside. His mom could only nod agreement as she too was filled with these strange and powerful sensations. Then Kyle gasped as his body began to change. He began to grow larger, with his clothes becoming tighter and tighter. However, his clothes seemed to become extremely brittle because they tore apart with ease and fell off of him, crumbling to dust even as they hit the glowing pattern at his feet. "Oh God," Kyle gasped, looking at his mom and being amazed to watch her transforming as well. Her body was changing right before his eyes, getting smaller in a lot of places and making her clothes hang loosely on her. Once the transformations were done, Kyle and his mom both stared at each other in amazement. It was hard to make out a lot of specific details in the shadowed room, but the light from the glowing pattern provided for them to see each other. "What the?" Kyle gulped, tearing his eyes from his mom and looking down at himself, gulping even harder as he did so and saw how he had transformed. "What did it do to us?" Wendy gasped, staring down at her own body, at her now flat chest. Then she looked up at Kyle with even more amazement. "This feels weird," Kyle said as he touched his bare chest and gasped at the shapely breasts, which he found there. From what he could see, his entire body had become that of a girl, or more accurately, of a woman. An adult woman. "I'm a boy," Wendy whispered in stunned disbelief. After a moment, they rushed to the door of the chamber so that they could see themselves and each other with better light. But as soon as they did so and as soon as they saw each other, both of them let out loud gasps. Wendy stared at Kyle, stunned to realize that he now looked like her. Or more accurately, he looked like a younger and sexier version of her. He looked to be about 30 years old, was thinner, healthier looking and more beautiful than she had ever actually been. Kyle had transformed into an idealized version of her. At the same moment, Kyle was staring at his mom, immediately recognizing her as being the very same face that he saw reflected in the mirror every morning. But she seemed a little taller and more athletic looking than he had been, as if she had become an idealized and perfect version of himself. "You turned into me," Kyle gasped. "And you look like me," Wendy whispered. Kyle felt a strange thing as he heard his mom say that, and he didn't know quite what to think or feel about that. He looked down at himself and didn't doubt what his mom said about him looking like her. It certainly looked like he now had her body, and since she looked like him. But what did this mean? When Kyle had snuck out of the house and come to Jennings Field, he had thought that if the chamber could make him more athletic like it had done to some of the other kids, then he could surprise his mom and make her happy. He didn't really want that for himself though. He knew that his mom had so many hopes for him and that she only wanted the best for him. He didn't really care if he got more athletic himself, but thought that if he was, then maybe he could make his mom even happier. There was no doubt in Kyle's mind that he loved his mom. He idolized her. She was so strong, beautiful, smart and wise, and he realized that a part of him had always wanted to be just like her. She had always been there for him, and he wanted to make her proud of him, to make her happy, to be there and take care of her the way that she did for him. Wendy felt her heart skip when she realized that her son had turned into a copy of her and she into one of him. She now looked like her own son, her own pride and joy. But at the same time, she realized that she had always envied him a bit too. She had envied him his youth and all of the exciting opportunities that lay before him. After a minute, they slowly made their way up the steps, then paused at the top to gasp in surprise as they found themselves surrounded by people. They had nearly forgotten about the people who had been waiting at the top, or the fact that they were both nearly completely naked. Their clothes had crumbled and fallen off while they had been standing in the circle. "Uh-oh," Kyle gasped, quickly trying to cover himself up, including his chest. Fortunately, someone rushed up to them and wrapped a blanket around each. "Don't worry," someone said, "there's lots of extra clothes around here. A lot of people keep bringing extra, just in case." Thanks," Wendy responded. Suddenly Carol was there in front of them, grinning broadly at Kyle. "My God, Wendy, you look so good. That place really did you good." Thanks," Kyle told her, not sure what else he could say. "And Kyle," Carol grinned at Wendy, "you look really good too." Wendy nodded, thanks." Just then someone stuck a mirror right in front of them. Kyle stared at his reflection, at his mom's face staring back at him from the mirror. She was so beautiful, so perfect. And as he saw his mom's face staring back at him, he felt a strange happiness inside. "Oh my," Wendy gasped as she stared at her son's face in the mirror. She ran her hands over her cheeks, watching the reflection of Kyle do the same. Wendy's first thought was that she should be horrified and worried for her son, but a part of her actually felt a strange thrill from what had happened. There was something strangely exciting about having turned into her son, and she didn't understand quite what it was. However, she couldn't help suddenly feeling a sense of freedom. It was almost as if she felt some of the responsibility had just been lifted off of her shoulders and that 1,000 new opportunities lay before her. "So, are you going to hang around and watch other people get changed too?" Carol asked with a broad grin. But Kyle shook his head. "No. Kyle and I have to get going home." He gave his mom a look that told her to play along. "Come on, Kyle. I think that we have some things to talk about." Wendy stared at Carol, then at Kyle before nodding. "Okay, Mom." Then as Kyle and Wendy slowly walked away from the steps and the strange chamber, the same thoughts went through their heads. They had always been close, but neither of them had ever imagined becoming this close. And though they didn't know how they could frame it into words, each felt a hidden thrill from their changes. "I guess this means that things are going to be different from now on," Kyle said, looking down at his body, or at least what he could see of it through the blanket that he had wrapped around him. "I think you're right, Mom," Wendy said with a bit of a sigh. "I think we're both going to have to get used to a whole lot of changes." And as Kyle and Wendy looked at each other, they nodded in an unspoken understanding. Things might have changed a great deal for them because of the way the chamber had transformed them, but they would help each other deal with the changes, and whatever problems they would cause. After all, no mother and son had ever been closer. Part 12. Jack leaned back and calmly watched all of the people that had gathered around Jennings Field, amazed at just how many there were. Many had come to go down into the strange and magical chamber, but a great many others had already gone down into it or had no intention of doing so. But almost everyone was staying in order to find out how other people changed. A lot of the people who had come had brought extra clothes either for themselves or for anyone who changed and might need them. There were a few people who had brought blankets and were spread out along the ground, sitting down comfortably as if at some sort of picnic. And there were even several barbecue grills that had been set up. "It's like some barbecue or the 4th of July, Jack muttered, half expecting to see fireworks going off. It was almost difficult for Jack to believe that the field was normally empty, with only a few kids gathering around to play in it at most. In fact, this was undoubtedly the most people that he'd ever seen in the field at one time, and it felt kind of strange. Somehow, that almost made the field seem as though it were a different place entirely. Of course, Jack didn't blame any of these people for coming to stare at the strange chamber and the people who'd come out of it. He himself was there for that exact same reason. It was fascinating. And what was just as fascinating was the fact that he didn't recognize some of the people. Not everyone who was coming to the field was from the neighborhood, so obviously people were calling their friends and family to come over and see the miraculous magic hole. Jack smiled faintly as he saw some guy in his 40s who had come to the field in a wheelchair. A couple of people had carried him down into the chamber, and when he'd come out, he looked exactly like he had before. The man hadn't gotten any younger, any taller, or any more athletic looking at all. In fact, the only difference that Jack could see was that he actually walked out of the hole himself, without showing any signs that he'd been in the wheelchair just minutes earlier. It was all so confusing and all of the changes seemed to be random. The only thing that they had in common was that most of the people who came out of the hole seemed to come out in better shape than when they'd gone in, though certainly not all of them. That just reminded Jack of Eddie's theory that a person's subconscious somehow chose what happened to them. He wasn't sure that he believed it at all, but so far it was the only theory that he'd heard which made much sense at all. Then Jack watched as another pair of people went down into the hole and came back out. It was a mother and son that he recognized as living down the street from him. And though Jack recognized the 12-year-old boy as being named Kyle, he didn't know what to call Kyle's mom other than Kyle's mom. But it wasn't anything that really mattered. Jack watched Kyle and his mom come back out of the chamber, not looking too much different than when they'd gone in. Sure, they both looked better. She looked a little younger and prettier, while he looked a little more fit and athletic. But something bothered Jack for just a moment, then he realized what it was. Kyle's mom had come out of the hole completely naked, though she didn't look like she'd changed enough to grow out of her clothes. Perhaps she'd taken them off. And at the same time, Kyle himself was nearly naked, with only a few shreds of oversized clothes hanging from him, but even those had badly crumbled away. Still, something about them didn't seem right, like they weren't quite the same clothes that Kyle had been wearing when he'd gone down into the chamber. But before Jack could give that any more thought, he was suddenly distracted by the sight of Jill coming towards him again. All thoughts of Kyle and his mom were immediately forgotten as all of his attention was focused on her. "I can't believe that's Jill," he muttered. "Damn, she's hot." It was difficult to believe that this was the same girl that he'd grown up with, that he'd climbed trees and played catch with. This hot-looking girl was definitely no tomboy. "It's pretty weird out here, isn't it?" Jill greeted him as she got closer. "It sure is," Jack agreed. "Everyone is changing." Jill shook her head. "Just about everyone is different somehow." Jack nodded at that, then looked to the beautiful young woman who was his longtime friend, asking, "So, what's it like?" "I mean, what's it like looking like that now?" "It's great," Jill exclaimed with a grin. "I feel so sexy and confident now. Guys look at me and other girls are jealous." She giggled faintly. "It's really nice being pretty for once." "I thought you were pretty before," Jack responded without much thought. "What?" Jill blinked in surprise. Jack suddenly realized what he'd said and started to backpedal. "I mean..." But he paused to look at Jill again and let out a sigh of embarrassment. "I thought you were kind of pretty before." He stared down at his hands, not sure what else to say. "I guess I liked you like you were." "You did?" Jill whispered, staring at Jack in amazement. Then she quietly told him, "I liked you too. I've kind of liked you for a long time." "What? You did?" Jack gasped in surprise. "Why didn't you say anything?" Jill blushed and looked down at her own hands. We're best friends, and I was just one of the guys. I guess I was afraid that if I said anything, then I'd ruin it all and we couldn't be friends anymore." "Everything is changing so much," Jack told her quietly, trying to grasp what was going on. For a moment, Jill just stared at him, then she suddenly moved forward and surprised Jack with a kiss on his lips. "For the better, I hope," she finally told him once she had the breath. Jack could only nod at that, feeling somewhat dazed but extremely excited. "Definite," he responded, before grabbing Jill for another kiss. Mark let out a long sigh and looked around himself, feeling somewhat bored. Sure, everyone else seemed to be having a blast while sitting around and watching other people change, but the fact was that he had already gone through that weird chamber and now he wanted to actually do something with what it gave him. I still don't look old enough to sneak into a strip club, Mark muttered to himself, or to buy beer. But at least, Mark smiled to himself at the thought, he was now bigger than his big brother Brandon. And he was a whole lot more manly, which wasn't too difficult considering that Brandon had turned into some sort of Paris Hilton lookalike. I wonder what we're gonna do about him, Mark mused as he thought about his brother. Or was that his sister? It was kind of hard to tell with Brandon anymore. At least I didn't end up like that. He shuddered at the thought. Just then a shadow came over Mark and he could see someone coming up from behind him. He didn't even need to turn in order to know who it was. That kind of size and figure could only belong to one person. Karen, Mark said, only then turning. It was hard not to notice Karen, especially as she was close to 7 feet tall and heavily muscled. He doubted that anyone in school, even the biggest guy, could be any stronger than she was. And it completely amazed him that this was the same underdeveloped girl who had looked like she was only 12 a couple of days earlier. Having fun? Mark asked her with a bit of a smirk. A bit. Karen grinned down at him before sitting down herself. It's kind of nice hanging around here because just about everyone else has changed too. But not as much as you, Mark pointed out. Karen shrugged at that. Nope. But it's sort of comforting to be around other people who've been through the same kind of thing we have. I mean, they don't look at me quite as oddly. I guess people must stare now, Mark said, still impressed by her size. Karen nodded. Yeah. I get a lot of weird looks. I guess people can't help but staring at me. I know that I would if I would have seen me before I changed. Does it bother you? Mark asked with a slight frown, knowing that she wasn't too much taller than him, but she was a girl and she was more muscular, both of which made quite a difference. A little, Karen admitted. I kind of like being the center of attention and having people feeling intimidated because of my size. It's a hell of a lot better than being a midget or being teased because I was too small. But it's kind of weird standing out like this too. When I went to the mall for some new clothes after changing, people kept giving me weird looks and sort of making me feel like a freak. Mark shrugged. I kind of wish it made me as big as it did you. That would be so cool. Yeah, Karen grinned, flexing her arm and revealing the bulge of strong muscle. It feels really good too. I feel a whole lot more confident now. But I guess that's not surprising considering how strong I am. You should have seen me go at the weight set in our garage. I put everything on the bar and I could still lift even more. That must be pretty cool, Mark sighed with a bit of envy. Yeah, Karen agreed, then let out a sigh. But it's not like it's fixed all my problems or anything. Then at Mark's blank look, she explained, I just have all the opposite problems. People used to ignore me, now I can't get them to stop staring at me. I don't fit normal clothes so I have to go to the big and tall store and wear guys' clothes. Either that or get some custom made, which is going to get expensive. I guess that can really suck, Mark told her sympathetically. He'd never really thought about those problems that she might be facing. And I still can't get a date, she said bitterly, more to herself than to him. Normally. I mean with the way I was, no guys would ask me out because I was too small and looked like a kid. But now, I know that don't look bad. I've even seen some guys giving me the look for a change. But now that I've finally got some curves and look like a real woman, I'm too big and intimidate people. Who'd want to date me now? Mark stared at Karen for a moment in surprise, then carefully said, I would. Then at her look of surprise, he blushed and continued, you might be big, but you still look totally hot. Thanks, Karen responded, blushing and trying to think of what she could possibly say to that. Just then they both heard a loud yelling and turned to see what the disturbance was. There was a middle-aged man coming towards the hole in the ground, obviously drunk from the way he was walking as well as the bottle of whiskey that was in his hand. And he was yelling, cursing and screaming at everything in general. "You're a lot of freaks," the man yelled out furiously, spitting the words as he slowly turned and glared at everyone in sight. "Each and every one of you." "I think I've seen him before," Mark said, watching this man and trying to remember exactly where from. "This thing is evil," the man screamed out, pointing to the hole in the ground that contained the chamber. "It's an abomination, and turns all of you into monsters." "What a jerk," Karen grimaced. Then Mark suddenly exclaimed, "I have it. You know that punk kid Nick who hangs around and picks on my brother Chad?" When Karen nodded, he continued, "That's his dad. I saw him out yelling at Nick in their driveway last week." "Geez," Karen muttered, "if that's his dad, it's no wonder he was a punk. Now I kind of feel sorry for him." "Evil pit to hell," the man yelled out. "It's evil. It took my son, my Nick, and turned him into a fucking girl. It turned him into a girl. It took my son away from me and then it stole my wife." "Shut up," someone yelled at him. "And you!" Nick's down howled, glaring at everyone who surrounded him. "You're all weak-willed fools, consorting with this thing. It'll turn you into freaks." Then suddenly he was pointing straight at Karen, like her. "See what a freak it has made of her." "Hey," Karen protested, standing up to her full imposing height as she got angry. "She's a monster," the drunken man yelled, "an abomination. A freak of nature." But before Karen could say anything, Mark stepped forward and yelled, "She's no freak. You're the fucking freak. Don't you dare talk to me like that," Nick's dad snarled. "You'd better respect your betters, boy." "I don't see any here," Mark taunted him. Nick's dad grew even angrier with that and started holding his whiskey bottle more like weapon, as though he intended to hit Mark with it. "I'll show you what happens when you fuck with a real man," he snarled, taking several steps toward Mark. "Don't you dare touch him," Karen yelled, stepping up right beside Mark and glaring down at the angry man in front of her. She stood to her full height and flexed her muscles, loving the sudden look of fear and intimidation that crossed over his face. "If you do, you'll find out just how fast this freak can kick your ass." For a moment, Nick's dad just stared at her, as if greatly tempted to charge forward anyway. He gulped, obviously afraid though too stupid to admit it even to himself. Then he abruptly snorted, "I don't hit no girls." But at the same time, he backed off. "Get lost," someone yelled at him, and was quickly followed by several other people yelling similar things. Then Nick's dad paused to look around him, apparently realizing for the first time that he was completely surrounded people that he had been yelling at and insulting. And for the first time, he seemed to realize that they might not take it quietly. "Fucking piece of shit!" Nick's dad yelled out, throwing his bottle down into the hole where it shattered upon the steps. Then he turned around and growled, "Fucking freaks," before storming away, quickening his step as Karen took a threatening step towards him. "That guy was messed up," Mark muttered. Karen only nodded her agreement. "Yeah." Then Mark looked at her, feeling a little annoyed. "You didn't have to try protecting me like that." "Well, you tried protecting me first," she quickly responded, giving him a look of annoyance. Mark just stared at her for a moment, then gave a weak chuckle. "I guess you didn't need it." Then as he looked at her muscles and realized how much stronger than him she had to be, he felt a bit embarrassed by his actions. "It's the thought that counts," Karen grinned, then added quietly, "No one's ever stood up like that for me before." This only made Mark feel a bit self-conscious. "I just didn't like him calling you names is all." Karen just stood there and stared at Mark with a different expression. Then she quietly asked, "Did you mean it? Did you mean what you said earlier, about thinking I'm hot?" Mark froze, not sure what to say. He was a bit surprised by the look in Karen's eyes but nodded, "Yeah. I do think you're hot." And then remembering what else they had been talking about before Nick's dad had distracted them, he impulsively asked, "So, do you want to go out sometime?" "Really?" Karen asked, her eyes going wide in delight. "Yeah. Of course." Mark licked his lips slowly, feeling nervous and excited at the same time. "How about tonight?" "Great," Karen grinned excitedly. Then she suddenly grabbed Mark and surprised him with a kiss on his lips. When she pulled back, she giggled, "You can pick me up at 6. Sounds great." Mark grinned back, feeling a bit dazed from the kiss, and the way she'd embraced him. She was definitely a strong girl. "I'll see you then," Karen exclaimed as she turned and hurried off. "I've got to get ready." "Me too," Mark said in a bit of a daze, hardly able to believe that he had a date so suddenly. Then he paled as he realized that he only had a couple of hours until then. "Oh shit. I've got to borrow some money from Dad." Karen was grinning excitedly and even giggling as she hurried home so that she could get ready for her date, for her very first date. She'd never had one before, nor had she ever felt so happy or bubbly in her life. She felt like a giggly schoolgirl and was nearly even skipping along like one as she walked, which provided an odd image with her Amazonian body. And with a dreamy smile, she half sang, "I've got a boyfriend. I've got a boyfriend." Part 13. Carl frowned slightly as he leaned back in his chair and stared at his computer screen. He had been working at it off and on for most of the day, but he still hadn't found any real answers. He still hadn't found out anything about the strange chamber that his son Jack and some of the other kids had found out on Ray Jennings' property. For a moment, Carl closed his eyes and thought about the strange underground chamber that he'd heard so much of. In fact, everyone in the neighborhood had heard of it and seen what it could do. He had seen what the unusual place could do quite well since both his wife and son had both been transformed. "I can't believe that Laura looks like a teenager again," Carl sighed, thinking of his wife. She was young and beautiful, but the problem was that she was too young. She looked like jailbait and he felt like some kind of pervert just for admiring her. Then Carl turned his attention back to the computer and the page that he had brought up. After all of his searching the internet and researching all he could about the strange chamber, the only thing that he'd found which even came close was something that he'd stumbled across that morning. And that wasn't a very solid lead either, only an unsubstantiated theory by some anthropologist which sounded almost like a Native American version of Atlantis. "And he doesn't even have any evidence," Carl mused, knowing that the man claimed his theory came from hints that he'd found in cave paintings and clues in ancient legends which had been passed down by word of mouth among a number of different tribes. After a moment, Carl decided that his only real leads to finding out the truth about this mysterious chamber were the chamber itself, and the man whose property it had been discovered on. But unfortunately, no one seemed to have heard from Ray Jennings in several days. "Ray might be able to tell me something," Carl muttered, annoyed that no one had been able to find the man. Of course he hadn't looked himself, so decided that he probably should. Carl frowned, then got up and left the house to go do a little more investigating. He knew Laura and his son Jack would both probably tease him about his stubbornness in trying to find answers, but he thought that satisfying his curiosity would be well worth it. And there was the fact that he just couldn't feel comfortable about the strangeness going on until he knew what was really going on behind it. When Carl arrived at Ray's house, he wasn't surprised to find that no one answered the doorbell. There were several notes taped to the door from people who were wondering where he was. However, Carl was startled to find the back door unlocked and no sign of Ray anywhere when he'd gone inside to check. And his truck was left out in his field, Carl muttered thoughtfully, which means that he hadn't taken it anywhere. It's like he just disappeared. So far Carl wasn't very satisfied where this was going, but he wanted to check out a few more things. After a few seconds, he thought that he'd go talk to Arnold and Diane Westler, the couple who were Ray's closest and oldest neighbors. They had lived right across from him for about as long as he'd lived there. Arnold and Diane were both in their mid-50s, but when Carl went over to their house he never would have guessed it. It was obvious from a single look that they had both gone down into the mysterious chamber. Arnold looked young, athletic and fit, no older than 30, while Diane, who had always been short and chubby, was now a tall slender girl of about 20. "Does Ray have any family he could have gone to visit?" Carl asked them, after they told him that they had no idea where Ray was and that they hadn't seen him in several days. "Not really," Arnold shrugged, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. He paused for a moment, as if startled that the beard which had worn for several decades was now completely missing. "Well, not anymore," Diane frowned. "Not anymore?" Carl asked. "His wife up and left him about 15 years ago," Diane told him sadly. It was right after their daughter died. It wasn't anyone's fault. She just got sick. But Ray's wife couldn't bear to be around him anymore after that and left. Poor guy, Carl frowned, knowing that he'd be devastated if anything happened to Jack. Arnold nodded. He's been alone since. As far as I know, he doesn't have any other family. Thanks, Carl told them, frowning as he left. Well, I guess my idea about him being out visiting his family was a bust. Carl felt somewhat disappointed that he hadn't been able to find Ray. But since he didn't have anywhere else to look, he decided to go back to the field. He had gone there briefly earlier in the day so that he could take a look at this chamber he'd heard so much about. But of course, he had only looked at it from the outside and hadn't gone in. It looks like everyone's leaving, Carl mused as he saw that the field was nearly empty again. Of course, it was getting late and the sun was setting. I guess the party's over. At first, Carl just stood at the top of the steps that went down into the chamber. He carefully looked at the steps and the shards of stone, which had been tossed to the sides of them. There were symbols etched into the stone, though they weren't like any that he recognized. Then after a few minutes, Carl slowly went down the steps and stopped at the doorway, looking at the same kinds of symbols, which were etched into the stone around it. It was obviously writing of some sort, though he couldn't make out anything about it. He'd tried earlier, and had even tried looking some of those symbols up online without any success. This place shouldn't exist, he muttered to himself. There was no doubt in Carl's mind that the existence of that stone chamber was older than the European presence on the continent. He'd never heard of anything quite like it, and doubted that anyone else had either, at least outside of fantasy novels. Things like this, like the changes it caused in people, just shouldn't happen. It was against the laws of physics, or at least as far as he understood them. Carl hesitated a moment and then took a careful step through the doorway and into the chamber within. From the outside, he had been able to see some green glow from within, but as soon as he stepped through, the whole chamber seemed clearer and better lit. Still, Carl made no move to get closer to the glowing green circle or the patterns, which filled it. Keep your distance, he cautioned himself. He had heard enough description of the place to know that you didn't change unless you stepped into that circle, and he figured that he could still get inside and look at the carvings on the wall as well as the circle itself without doing so. Interesting. After just standing there for a minute and staring at everything around him in silence, Carl slowly began to move around the chamber, keeping close to the wall and as far away from the circle as it would allow him. He looked over the walls, at the strange symbols and writing, which were the same as those outside of the chamber and just as incomprehensive. Then he slowly turned to face the circle and patterns, trying to make sense of those, to see if it was any sort of pattern that he might recognize. His eyes locked on the glow, and he tried making sense of that, without much success. There was no reason for the ground to be glowing like that, just as there was no reason for any of those changes to occur. Carl frowned as he looked at the circle, thinking about all of the people whose lives had been forever changed thanks to it. The changes had seemed completely random, though he was beginning to suspect otherwise. Though Carl didn't want to tell anyone, he was beginning to think that there might be some intelligence behind it. If they think that, he muttered, thinking of the people who had been gathered outside just a few hours earlier, then they'd either jump to the conclusion of God or the devil. Carl knew that things were rarely that black and white, even things as strange as that. As Carl continued to stare at the circle, he couldn't help wondering what Jack thought when he saw it, or his wife Laura. Both must have been thrilled, and he could easily see why they would be so tempted to go within. He could feel the power from the circle tickling the hairs on the back of his arms. And knowing that just stepping across could turn him into some sort of young stud. It was quite a temptation. He could see why so many people came there. But I'm perfectly happy as I am, Carl muttered to himself. What interested him more than being changed into something better was finding out more about the chamber, about where it came from and how it did what it did. He was even curious about what it might do to him if he stepped into it. Finally, Carl decided to do it. He decided to go in himself, to find out what it felt like firsthand. He wanted to know as much about that thing as he could, and the best way to do that was to experience it for himself. I just hope that it doesn't turn me into a kid again, Carl muttered, or a woman. He had heard about it doing both to people. Carl hesitated only a moment more before finally stepping across the glowing boundary. As he stepped towards the center of the circle, he could feel the power building and the energy flowing into his body. Then suddenly, it crashed and flooded through him, filling him with sensations that he had never before imagined. In an instant, Carl's senses were overwhelmed and pushed to the brink. He suddenly lost all sense of where he was, of when he was, and even of who he was. And just as oblivion threatened to claim him, new images and thoughts began to pour into his mind. Powerful images of a vast and endless forest came rushing through Carl's mind. He could see it clearly, the sea of trees that extended as far as the eye could see. At the same time, he somehow knew that this was not another place, another land. This was the same place, just another time. It was many centuries earlier, though Carl could not tell how many. He only had the feeling of it being a long distant past, possibly thousands of years earlier. Then Carl saw the people. The people, as they simply called themselves, were a bright and clever people, more so than the others, those tribes who lived outside of their borders. The others were not of the people, and would sometimes try challenging them, though without any success, as the people were strong. But the people preferred peaceful trade to battle, and this was mostly accepted by the others. The people lived within the forest, and within the large clearings they had made among the trees. Most of these clearings were made for the plants, which the people would grow and tend for food, though others were for the animals they raised. These would provide the people with more food for the long winters, as well as materials for their clothing. And then there was the city, the great home of the people. It was a vast wonder of stone, clay and wood, with some buildings as tall as 15 men who stood one atop another. And there were towers, which stood even taller. The city was greater than anything the others could imagine, and the pride of those who lived within it. Carl knew that the city was made of 3 levels. The people would dig into the ground, the sacred place from which all life grew. Only here would they use their limited supply of stone to build. And only in this lowest level would they keep their most sacred and important things. The second level was built upon the ground, with the stone from below serving as a base for the wood and clay buildings above. The level of the street was the busy place of work and trade, with artisans, craftsmen and merchants holding sway. Above the streets was the third level, the rooms built above the craft shops, merchant stalls and storage rooms. This was the level where the people lived and raised their families. For the closer one slept to the sky, the more fortune it would bring upon them. Bridges of rope and wood connected these buildings and all of the levels so that nearly the entire city could be traveled without touching the ground. It would be ill-mannered for children and those without good reason to be upon the streets during the day and distracting those at work. Carl could see the people, their daily life and work. He could see the learned elders writing their histories and stories upon parchment and saving them in the chambers below. He could see the metal workers, working the hard metal into tools and weapons. He could see artisans, craftsmen and merchants who worked their trade on the streets. And he could see the farmers who went to and from the fields, returning with food for the people. And then, in the middle of the city sat one of the people's greatest treasures. It was a large metal thing that some of the clever people had created. If one put wood and the black rock into the fire beneath it, the water that they locked within would become so hot as to turn to steam. And the power of that steam was enough to turn a wheel, which ground their grain to a fine powder that was perfect for their bread. Then among all of the images of the people and the city, Carl could see the spirit/God. The spirit/God sometimes walked among the people, coming and going as he willed. He was a head taller than the tallest of the people, with hair that was as green as the grass, rather than the black, which was theirs. Even the spirit/God's eyes showed his great power, glowing with a green light. Even the oldest of the people did not know if the spirit/God had come to them because of their great city and knowledge, or if they might possess them only because of him. And none of the people dared to ask. For the spirit/God was not also a spirit/God of blessings, but one of mischief as well. The spirit/God would never warn of when he would come or how long he would remain, or even of when he would leave. The people did not ask and only accepted that they might not know the mind of a spirit/God. The people only waited for him to come and to bless them. For it was the power of the Spirit/God to touch any of the people and cause them to be changed. He would grant their secret, hidden wishes and desires, those which were kept by the sleeping mind. It mattered not if the wakened mind wished this as well, for the Spirit/God did not care. He blessed as he would, and the people accepted this. After the Spirit/God had been blessing the people for generations, he came to them and said that he must go. The Spirit/God told the people that his people were leaving the world and that he must leave as well. However, the Spirit/God did not want to abandon the people, so instructed them to create a temple for him. The temple was created as the Spirit/God instructed, in the cradle of the sacred ground, with all of their stories of him carved into the walls so that they would not forget. And in the center of the floor, they carved the symbols that he instructed, the symbols, which he said were his name in his own tongue. When the work on the temple was completed, the Spirit/God came to them again. He stood in the middle of the temple, in the strange symbols, which represented his name. Then he took a knife from the leader of the people and drove it into his own chest. Glowing green blood poured from the wound and fell to the floor, then ran into the symbols which he had ordered be carved there. And once the Spirit/God's blood filled the carved stone and his name glowed green, the bleeding ceased. At this time, the Spirit/God said farewell to the people and vanished from the temple, never to be seen by them again. It did not take long for the people to discover that although their Spirit/God may be gone, his blessing was not. His last gift for the people had been to leave his blessing behind, sealed in his name and blood. Nor did it take long for the people to realize that they no longer had to wait for the Spirit/God to come to them for a blessing. Now they could go to him, to his temple, and take the blessing as they chose. Before long, it became a rite of passage for the people go seek the Spirit/God's blessing. Those who were of the age to become adults would go to his temple and stand within his name. Only by doing such would they prove that they could face that which was inside, that they could unleash that which was hidden and become adults. The people lived and thrived for many more generations. For with the blessing of the Spirit/God, each and every one of them could become that which they most desperately wanted to be. They could become that which they secretly needed to be. And with such dreams fulfilled, happiness filled the people. But then one year, the weather became especially hot and dry. It went months with little water, and by late summer the people were deep in drought. Then the sky went dark as a powerful storm appeared above them, and it sent lightning crashing into the forest nearby and setting it aflame. And as the people slept, the fire quickly grew and spread, soon surrounding the city and setting it ablaze. A great many of the people perished in the fire, though many awoke and escaped to the sacred underground chambers. But as the city burned around them, buildings collapsed on some of the chamber entrances, trapping those within. When the fire had passed and those of the people who had survived emerged from their chambers, they found that their great city was gone, and so too was their food. Starvation soon came, followed by a harsh winter. And as with all great things, the time of the people had ended. Carl gasped for air as the images faded from his mind, and he staggered out of the circle, trying to make sense of all that he had just seen. He took several deep breaths, reminding himself where he was, and when he was. There was little doubt as to what had happened. Carl knew that he had entered the chamber to seek answers, and so it had given them to him. The circle, that strange being's blood and name, had granted his wish by sharing the story of the chamber, and of those who had created it. The people, he whispered, shaking his head in disbelief. Carl was amazed to realize just how advanced the people had been compared to all of the other people on the continent at that time. The people farmed and had raised livestock. They had a written language and kept records. They worked with iron. And the most amazing of all was that they actually had steam power. Of course it was primitive and they didn't use it for much, but the fact that they even had their own steam engine at all was a complete miracle. And that God thing, Carl muttered, unable to make sense of the being who had created the magic of the chamber. The glowing circle might have answered his questions about where it and the chamber he had founded and came from, but it had also left him with only more questions about the being who had created them. For a moment, Carl just stood there in stunned silence, wondering if all of the gods of legend might actually be based off of reality. What if these beings really had existed? Where did they come from? What exactly were they, and how could they do what they did? And of course, where did they go, and why? Carl glanced at the circle, tempted to step in it again, hoping that perhaps it might answer the rest of these questions as well. However, he had heard that it only worked for any person once, and he had a feeling that it wouldn't do him any good. It had granted his one blessing and there would be no others. Who the hell would believe all that? Carl muttered. He finally had his answers, but they were too strange, too unbelievable. He didn't think that anyone, even those who had gone through the chamber, would believe him. I think I might want to keep this to myself for now. After another minute, Carl carefully left the chamber, not yet noticing that his body had been slightly changed. He would soon discover that he had become 10 years younger, though for the moment, he slowly made his way home, his thoughts full of all that he had learned about the great people who had vanished from history. Part 14. Ron closed his eyes and grimaced, clutching the bottle of beer so hard in his hand that he almost thought that it would shatter. For a moment, he thought about flinging it at the wall, though he held back and set it down on the coffee table instead. Damn it, Ron grimaced. Damn it! He repeated it louder, knowing that it wouldn't disturb anyone else in the house because at the moment, there was nobody else in the house. Just a week before, just a few days ago, everything had been normal. He had been living with a normal family. Sure, it had been boring and everyone had settled into their ruts, but it was his family and it was what he was used to. But now it was gone. Not entirely, Ron reminded himself, though it certainly seemed that way. Ron had been completely shocked when his 15-year-old daughter Jill had come home, somehow transformed from a normal-looking girl into a Playboy centerfold. She had been completely changed. She was even acting different, Ron muttered. After Jill had been turned into a gorgeous young woman, she had stopped acting like her old self. She had stopped acting like a tomboy and had started showing off her new body. At first, he had just thought that her change in attitude had been because of her new body, but now he didn't know. And then there was Susan. Ron grimaced at the thought of his wife. It was true that their marriage had lacked passion. That had gone out of things a long time ago, if it had ever really been there in the first place. But now there was no doubt that their marriage was completely gone. Ron gulped as he remembered coming home and finding Susan sitting in the living room and smoking a cigarette. Hell, he hadn't even recognized her as Susan and had thought that she was just some strange biker woman. But then she told him about her trip through the chamber and how she had decided to leave him. "You're a boring old man," Susan had told him, "and I can do much better than someone like you." Of course, Susan had said a few other things as well, some of them even less polite. But in the end, there was no doubt that Susan had changed more than he ever would have imagined and that she had left him as a result. My sweet little Susan turned into some sort of biker bitch, Ron sighed, grabbing the beer and taking a long gulp. Then Ron shook his head, thinking about how Susan had changed. She looked like some sort of criminal or slut. And she had even taken their son Jason's motorcycle when she left him. The last time that Jason had come to visit them a few months earlier, he'd come on his motorcycle. But when he found that someone down the street was selling a really nice Mustang car, he'd bought the car and gone home on that, promising to come back for his bike a little later. Ron had still been waiting for Jason to come back when this happened. How will I explain that his mother stole his bike? Ron asked himself. Ron sighed, shaking his head at how complicated his life had become. His whole family seemed to be gone. Jason had moved out some time earlier and barely showed up to visit at all. Susan had just left him for good and he didn't even know if he'd ever seen her again. And then there was Jill, who had changed as well, though fortunately not as much as Susan. At the moment, she was out on some sort of date. She turns into a centerfold for just a few days and she's already running around on dates, Ron frowned. Of course he knew that she was out with that nice Jack boy that she'd been friends with for a long time, which was the only good thing that he could really see about this. At least those two are finally getting together. After a moment, Ron thought about the chamber that he'd heard so much about. He'd seen the results very close up with both Susan and Jill having changed. He had no idea how that thing worked, or why it did what it did. All that he knew was that it changed people. And boy did it change them, he muttered, thinking again of Susan. Ron scowled and slowly stood up, heading for the door. He wasn't sure where he was going just yet, only that he had to get out of the house. It wasn't until he was on the street that he realized that he intended to go to the chamber himself. When Ron finally reached Jennings Field and the chamber, he stood outside of it for several minutes. It was late at night and dark out, for which he was thankful as it meant that there was nobody around to watch him go in. This was something that he wanted to do by himself. "I don't have anything else to lose," he whispered with a sigh. A moment later, Ron went through the door and into the chamber beyond. He didn't even hesitate as he went straight for the glowing green circle that was filled with the strange symbols. "Here goes nothing," Ron said as he stepped within, having no idea what it would do to him, only hoping that it might give him a new life the same way that it had Jill and Susan. Ron was heartbroken that he'd invested so much of his life with Susan, that he had given up his youth and all of his dreams to be a family man. He had long since even forgotten what it was that he had longed for in his youth, what it was that he had wanted to become. But he did know that this wasn't it. Suddenly, Ron felt the power rushing through him, and he felt the changes. He closed his eyes and let them do their thing, not knowing if they were going to be good or bad, only that they were going to be different. That he was going to be different. When Ron came out of the chamber a minute later, he suddenly remembered what it was that he had longed for in his youth. He suddenly remembered the dreams that he had long ago abandoned as a silly fantasy. At one time, long ago, he had dreamed of being a rock star. He had dreamed of being on stage like Pink Floyd, Led Zeppelin, or Ozzy Osbourne. Then Ron suddenly remembered the changes that he felt in his body and looked down. His body had definitely changed. He was much thinner and ripped with tight muscle. He rushed out of the hole and found both a large mirror and a flashlight. "What did I become?" he asked. But as Ron saw himself in the mirror, he couldn't help but gasp. He looked sort of like himself, but different. For one, he looked 20 years younger. He looked as though he was 18 or 19 years old, with long black hair that ran down his back. And as he had already seen, his body had definitely improved. "Oh my," Ron gasped as he realized how tight his pants felt in the crotch. Ron yanked his pants down and gasped in shock at the sight of his penis. It was at least twice the size that it had been before. And as it hardened up at the thought of what he could do with such a thing, he got an even better look at how it had grown. "I'm like 10 inches long," he gasped in amazement. Then Ron grinned. Oh yeah. For a moment, Ron just stood there, taking in everything that had happened to him. He was filled with excitement and realized that he too had a chance for a new life. Unlike Susan, he wasn't about to just up and abandon their daughter, but he wasn't going to just sit around the house and do nothing either. "I look like I could be a rock star," Ron grinned excitedly, "or I could do so many other things." There was no doubt that he now had a lot of choices for what he could do. He was young, healthy, and very well hung. "The whole world is open to me." And as Ron slowly left Jennings Field, he decided to sign up for some guitar lessons. It had been at least 15 years since he'd even picked up a guitar, and he knew that his skills would be extremely rusty. He would have to get them going again, and perhaps learn even more if he wanted even a chance at becoming the rock god that he had dreamed of being in his youth. Ellie looked around the darkened field, then stared into the dark hole in front of her. There was a faint green glow that came from the doorway at the bottom and made the whole experience seem all the more eerie. "I hope that it can make me beautiful," Ellie said aloud. "Maybe it can make me gorgeous like those other girls." She let out a sigh, thinking of the girls who had gone into the hole and come out looking so much more beautiful. There was no doubt in her mind that she needed this kind of change much more than any of them had. For a moment, Ellie just stood there and thought about herself. She was 17, almost 18, and she was less than spectacular to look at. Ellie knew that she wasn't ugly, at least not exactly. But she wasn't great to look at either, and most guys wouldn't even give her the slightest chance. Too fat and too much acne, Ellie grimaced, knowing that she'd never get a boyfriend. That was why Ellie had come to the chamber. She knew that the chamber was dangerous, and that it could make things much worse than they already were. But she didn't think that she had much hope. She didn't think that she really had much other chance. And she had come at night because she hadn't wanted anyone else to see her going to the chamber. She hadn't wanted anyone else to see her if her greatest hope failed. Ellie didn't know if she could live with that shame and disappointment as well. "Please make me beautiful," Ellie pleaded to no one in particular. Ellie really wanted to be beautiful. She wanted to be beautiful enough to make guys interested in her. As it was, she was about to go to college and she doubted that she'd get any more dates than she had in high school. Then Ellie let out a sigh, not really knowing why she was going to college. She supposed that it was because her mom had always pushed her to do what she herself had not been able to do. But Ellie didn't feel very enthusiastic about going away to college. Instead of going to college, Ellie had always thought that it might be great to follow in her mom's footsteps, and her grandma's. What Ellie wanted wasn't so much as to go to college and be successful, at least not successful in business. What she wanted was to be a great mother. She couldn't wait to someday have kids of her own. She just knew that she would be a great mother. "Like that will ever happen if I can't even get a date," Ellie frowned. After a moment, Ellie let out a long sigh and slowly stared going down the steps and into the chamber that she had heard so much of. She gulped, feeling nervous but also feeling just a little bit desperate. Ellie went straight into the center of the glowing green circle and gasped as the strange sensations rushed through her body. She gasped again as she felt her very flesh changing, though she couldn't quite tell how. "It's over," Ellie gasped as she came out of the chamber, staggering a little. She rushed out of the chamber and grabbed the mirror that she had seen sitting out at the top. And as she stared at her reflection, Ellie gasped in shock and disbelief. "No." Ellie squeaked out, tears beginning to form in the corners of her eyes. "Now I'll never get a boy." Ellie had definitely been changed by the chamber, though not at all like she had hoped. She had to admit that she was a bit prettier, but there was also the fact that she was older. She had to be in her 30s. "I'm old," Ellie whispered, though she had to admit that she didn't really feel all that old. And as Ellie stared into the mirror, she had to admit that she didn't really look bad at all. She was definitely prettier than before, though not quite sexy. Instead, she seemed almost motherly. Then she realized that she looked like she should be someone's mother. "My God," Ellie gasped in disbelief. Then she winced as she realized that her clothes were all torn and shredded. She'd grown, especially in her breasts. "I need new clothes." Fortunately, there was a small pile of clothes off to the side. Then Ellie blinked as she realized the whole situation was getting her turned on. Or at least she thought that it was the situation, as she was feeling rather horny for some reason. "I need clothes," she reminded herself, trying to ignore the wetness between her legs or the growing hunger that she was feeling for something down there. Ellie quickly found some clothes that would fit her altered body, but by then she was having a harder time concentrating. It seemed as though she were getting a bit hornier by the minute. She grimaced, fighting the urge to start playing with herself right then and there. "I have to get home," she grimaced, rushing out of the field as fast as she could, eager to get to the privacy of her own home where she could check out her new body a little closely, and relieve that growing need. But just as Ellie was leaving Jennings Field, she saw someone else coming in. It was a boy around her own age, or at least around her old age. He was tall, thin, and had on a pair of thick-looking glasses. The boy looked almost like a stereotypical nerd, and at the moment, she had never seen any boy who looked so good. "Oh God," Ellie gasped, feeling extremely horny and amazed that she was being turned on by the nerd. Of course, she had never been much of a prize herself, and at the moment, she probably would have been turned on by any boy. Hi," the boy said as they crossed paths. "Hello," Ellie said, her voice a bit sexier than she'd intended to make it. She was amazed at how good that boy looked at the moment. She was so horny, so turned on. "I need you." Ellie hadn't even realized that she'd said it. "What?" the boy gasped in surprise. Ellie hesitated for only a moment before throwing herself at the boy. She was too horny to think clearly. All that she knew was that she wanted something, needed something that this boy could provide. The boy was stunned when the apparent adult woman threw herself at him and kissed him so passionately, but he wasn't about to waste his one opportunity at being with a girl. He kissed her back, then grabbed her breasts in a clumsy fashion. That didn't bother Ellie though. Within mere moments, Ellie had nearly torn the boy's clothes off and let herself go down onto his member. She gasped at the sensations as it entered her, then kept grinding the obviously excited boy. "I can't believe this is happening," the boy exclaimed. Ellie could hardly believe it either, though she was more stunned by her own actions. She was so horny that she just couldn't really help herself. She wanted this boy, or any boy. Any man would do at the moment. And then the boy came within her. Ellie gasped as she felt it inside of herself, and then let out another gasp as her needs were quickly receding. She climbed off the boy, no longer feeling that overwhelming horniness. "That was amazing," the boy told her. Ellie only nodded at that, agreeing with him but in a different way. She gulped, suddenly realizing that something had changed. Though Ellie wasn't sure how she knew that she was pregnant. She was positive of it. Somehow she could feel it inside of her with a strange certainty, just as she knew that it wasn't just one baby inside of her. "Twins," she whispered, somehow knowing that it was true. She was now pregnant with twins. "Oh no," Ellie gulped as she stood up and quickly got her clothes back on. Ellie's heart raced and she didn't know what to think. She was too young to have kids. She wasn't ready. But at the same time, she couldn't help but reminding herself that she wasn't too young anymore. The chamber had made her older, just as it had made her so horny. I'm going to be a mom," Ellie whispered to herself. She felt a surge of fear and nervousness at that, but also excitement. She was going to be a mom. A faint smile began to form as she thought of that, finding the idea appealing. After a moment, Ellie wandered away from the confused boy, her thoughts no longer on him. He had given her what she really needed and he was no longer all that important. What was important were the children growing in her womb. "I'm going to be a mommy," she whispered again, this time with a sigh of satisfaction. However, Ellie knew that it wasn't going to be easy. In fact, it was going to be difficult and she was going to have to make a lot of preparation. She was going to have a lot of things to do to get ready. And Ellie smiled, hardly able to wait. Part 15. Mark woke up with a dreamy smile, then looked around, a little startled to realize that he must have fallen asleep on his couch. He was even more startled to realize that he wasn't alone and that Karen was asleep next to him and leaning into his side. For a moment, Mark remained absolutely still, amazed that Karen was still there next to him. He could feel her pressed up against him. She was several inches taller than him, and a lot more solid, but he still felt as though he were protecting her a little. Mark knew that it was silly since she was undoubtedly stronger than him now, but that was the way he felt. Then Mark smiled as he thought about their date. Karen had shown up in the same clothes that she had been wearing when he'd asked her out, which had surprised him as she had said she was going to change into something nicer. "I don't have anything nicer," Karen had immediately blushed, looking almost like she was shy and helpless, "at least nothing that will fit me anymore." But Mark hadn't really cared about Karen's clothes. She had still looked very pretty, though in a somewhat unusual way. He never really would have thought that he'd be attracted to a girl who was not only taller than him but had more muscles as well, but he was. And he was realizing that he was attracted to more than just her body. He really liked the girl inside too. Mark grinned a bit as he thought about how clumsy Karen was. She still wasn't used to her new size or her new strength, so kept underestimating them. She had bumped into other people and things several times, hit her head and had even knocked things down. And when she had hugged him, it had been with nearly enough strength to knock his breath out. But in spite of that, she was a sweet girl who was a little embarrassed by her new clumsiness. "I guess I don't know my own strength," Karen had told him several times during the night. "I'm sure that you'll get used to it all in no time," Mark had told her with a grin. "I'm a little clumsy myself since I changed." In spite of the occasional incidents of clumsiness, their date had gone very well. They had gone to dinner and a movie, followed by a return to his house for some games before finally settling down to watch movies on the couch. It was there that they had finally fallen asleep in each other's arms. Nothing more than that had happened, but it was still the best date that Mark had ever been on and he couldn't wait to do it again. Mark shifted position, leaning into against Karen's muscular body and smiling. He felt nice being next to her, both strong and safe at the same time. Mark couldn't explain what he was feeling even to himself, though he knew that he felt it. And with that, he closed his eyes and soaked in her presence until he drifted back to sleep a few minutes later. Helen quickly looked around the dark and deserted Jennings Field, then glanced down at her watch, seeing that it was just after 3 a.m. She frowned, then looked over to her husband Edward and hissed, "Come on. Hurry up." "I'm coming," Edward sighed, wondering what he was doing there. It wasn't like he had really wanted to go out to the field in the middle of the night, but his wife hadn't exactly given him much choice. For a moment, Helen just stood where she was, glaring at Edward impatiently. She took another look around, then pointed her flashlight in the direction of the strange chamber that she'd heard so much about. After hearing so much about that chamber, she knew that it was finally going to be her chance to go through it and be changed. "I don't see why you insist on coming here," Edward frowned. "And I don't see why you have to do it at night. If you think I'm going to come out of there with all of my clothing torn off, in front of a lot of other people," Helen snorted disdainfully, "you've got another thing coming." But Helen frowned, feeling a little nervous as she thought about the chamber. She had heard so many things about what it did to people, about women that it had made beautiful and sexy. And though she was only 31 years old and not at all bad looking, she didn't think that it would hurt being prettier or sexier. She just didn't want the embarrassment of other people being there to see and laugh at her if things went wrong. That was why she had come in the middle of the night, or at least in the early morning. Now there would be no one around if things didn't work out as she had planned. No one but Edward, she reminded herself, wishing that her lazy husband would be more enthusiastic. After all, this could turn him from the skinny man he was into some sort of Adonis. Unfortunately, Edward didn't seem all that interested in going into the chamber. In fact, he seemed genuinely afraid of it. But Helen snorted at that, knowing that her husband never did have a lot of courage. He hadn't even been able to get ahead in his company and was content to just be a worker bee. "If he'd only listened to me," Helen muttered to herself, wishing that he'd do what he told her and demand a raise. That way she could afford more of the nicer things in life. "I don't spend all day cleaning that miserable house just to have nothing." Then she shook her head. "And he wants to have kids? With what he's bringing in?" When Helen reached the pit, she wasted no time in climbing down the steps. She paused only long enough to call back to Edward, "Hurry up," before going inside. "I can't see," he called back nervously. "You've got the flashlight." But Helen didn't care. She knew what she wanted and she wasn't going to wait for her useless husband. Instead, she went straight for the glowing green circle. Almost as soon as Helen was within the circle, she felt herself being flooded with power, and then she felt her body changing. She gasped as she grew larger, as her clothes grew more and more tight on her. Then her clothes seemed to become fragile and tore right off of her body as she grew, until she was standing in the circle completely naked. When the changes had stopped, Helen stared down at herself in silent amazement. Between the eerie green glow from the circle and the flashlight, which she had dropped before stepping within, she had more than enough light to see her with. She could immediately make out her transformed body and see exactly how the strange chamber had changed her. "What the?" Helen gasped. It was obvious with just a single glance that Helen was no longer a woman. She had been transformed into a man. She was tall and well-muscled, with a hairy chest and bulging arms. Then she looked a little more closely between her legs and was amazed to realize that she had to be at least twice as large as Edward. "Where is he?" Helen demanded, suddenly looking around and remembering Edward. There was no sign of him in the chamber. He must have chickened out. Helen stepped out of the chamber and immediately found herself face to face with Edward, who had been waiting around outside. He stared at her in surprise, obviously not expecting a large naked man to come out of the doorway that his wife had gone through a few minutes earlier. "Who?" Edward stammered nervously. "Where's Helen?" "You chicken shit," Helen snapped in annoyance, grabbing her surprised husband by the shoulder. "You chickened out of this the way you do everything else." Edward's mouth dropped open. "Helen? I hate my job," She mocked him. I can't ask for a promotion. I might get fired. I wish I didn't have to go to work. But Edward started to protest. Well, you're not running away from this, Helen growled at Edward, shoving him through the chamber door. Helen was amazed at just how easily it was to push Edward, at just how much stronger than him she now was. Of course, Edward was now a scrawny wimp when compared to her new body. She felt smug as she shoved him straight into the center of the glowing green circle. If you don't have the balls to do this, Helen told him, I'll make the decision for you. Edward just yelled out in fear, though it was too late to do anything as he could already feel his body beginning to change. He gasped out at the energy, which flowed through him, then braced himself for whatever he would become. But when the changes were finished and Edward looked down, he was completely stunned by what he had become. I. Edward stammered, then blushed. I'm a girl. You sure are, Helen whispered as she stared at her husband's body in amazement. Edward had become a beautiful brunette woman in her mid-20s who was much sexier than Helen herself had ever been. She felt a surge of jealousy, but that was quickly replaced by pride that this was her spouse. Helen could even imagine showing him off and having guys be jealous of her. Well, it looks like things have changed a bit, Helen laughed, standing up to her full height of 6'2" and flexing her muscles. I guess I'm the man of the house now. But, Edward started, staring down at himself in disbelief. But you never were much of a man in the first place, Helen snorted in disdain. I guess this suits you better. You always did carry on like some girl. Edward grabbed his chest and gulped. Why did this happen? Why did I turn into a girl and you turned into that? Helen just shrugged. I don't care. But I like it. She grinned. Yeah. I think I really like this. She flexed her bicep, feeling big, strong and powerful, just like she had always wished she could be. This can't be happening, Edward whispered, feeling uncertain of what to do. He had to admit that he did feel sort of good. Come on, Helen grabbed Edward's shoulder, giving him an appreciative look and being amazed that her new male anatomy was beginning to respond. She couldn't wait to try it out, though she knew that this wouldn't be the best place to do it. We're going home. Once Helen and Edward had climbed out of the pit, he stared down at himself again, giving himself a nervous squeeze between his legs. He gulped, not sure what to think about it. Edward had always envied pretty girls, who could go to work and just bat their eyes to get ahead. And if people treated them badly for any reason, they could cry sexual harassment or blame anything that went wrong on sexual discrimination. And in fact, he envied that women never even had to go to work. Most women could just live off of their boyfriends or husbands, cleaning house and making dinner instead. That would be so much easier than having to spend their lives in the cubicle jungle that he so hated. But he had never wanted to be one of those women, had he? But before Edward could make sense of what had happened to him, Helen had started pulling him along again. From now on, she told him imperiously, I'm the man of the house. I'm going to bring home a paycheck better than you ever could. But Edward started to protest the way that Helen was treating him, though he knew that he'd never really been able to stand up to her before. Why should now be any different? Helen just ignored Edward as she usually did and told him, you were a failure as a man anyway. Maybe you'll do better as a woman. You're going to stay home, cleaning the house and doing laundry. And I'll expect my dinner on the table whenever I get home. Edward gulped, knowing that he should tell Helen no. That he wasn't going to be some sort of housewife. But that sounded so easy compared to working in the office. And Edward wasn't very good at arguing with people. It had always been easier to just go along and do what he was told. After a moment, Edward just gave a faint nod and followed behind his husband. Kyle slowly sat up in bed, unsure of what had woken him. When he glanced at the clock, it was just about 4 a.m., far too early to get up just yet. Then Kyle slowly looked around the bedroom that he was sleeping in. It was his mom's bedroom. My bedroom now, he reminded himself with a gentle smile. A moment later, Kyle slid his legs out from under the covers and stood up, looking down at himself in the darkened room and smiling. He couldn't really see his body, but he could feel it. And he knew that the events of the day before hadn't been a dream. He really had turned into his mom. When Kyle turned on the lights, he looked down at himself again and smiled. "I'm still like this." Kyle quietly went to look in the mirror, admiring the beautiful woman who was reflected back. It was his mother's face, though a bit younger and prettier than she had actually been. At the moment, the only thing that he was really wearing was the large oversized t-shirt that had served as his mom's nightgown for quite some time. Of course, it was a little tighter across the chest for him than it had been for her since his breasts were just a bit bigger than hers had been, but that only made the image all the more interesting. "I can't believe that I'm really her," Kyle mused with a smile. After Kyle and his mom had been turned into each other by that strange chamber the day before, they hadn't really talked about what they were going to do. They didn't really have to, as it seemed pretty obvious to each of them. They would have to trade places with each other, and live each other's lives. Kyle was confident that he wouldn't really have any real problems being his mom. After all, they had always been very close and he had paid a lot of attention to what she did, so he could easily pass himself as her among their friends and family. It wouldn't even be a problem doing her job. He had spent a lot of time helping her out at the bookstore and he had little doubt that he could take it over and run it by himself. And if he did happen to have any problems, he could always go to his mother, now his son, for help. "I almost feel bad that she has to go back to school though," Kyle mused, though his former mom hadn't seemed all that bothered by the prospect. In fact, when they briefly talked about it earlier, she had actually seemed to be looking forward to it. "I guess she can relive her youth or something." Kyle was just happy that he could now live his adulthood. Of course, Kyle realized that he and his mom didn't really have to trade places with each other. When they came out of the chamber, they could have told people the truth. Since so many other people had been drastically changed, he doubted that they would have been treated too much as freaks. But on the other hand, why should he have an adult body but have all of the neighbors treating him as tough he were still a boy? Why should he and his mom deal with the embarrassment of having other people look at them oddly? And most of all, why should they waste such a perfect opportunity? "I'm so glad that Kyle agrees with me." Kyle smiled to himself. Trading places was definitely the way to go. Just then Kyle thought that he heard something from the next room. He frowned, then quietly left his bedroom, listening for the sound again. His heart raced slightly as he thought that it could be an intruder, at least until he saw the light coming from under the door of his old bedroom. Kyle carefully cracked the door open just enough to peek inside and see his mom, now his son, doing push-ups in the middle of the floor. When the chamber had transformed them, it had turned her into a more athletic version of him, and she was obviously trying to stay that way. After watching for a minute, Kyle carefully closed the door and backed away, smiling to himself as he did so. It was interesting to see his mom working out, getting what had been his body in even better shape. Kyle even felt a strange sort of pride in that and wondered if maybe he should get some weights or home gym equipment for the garage. Once Kyle was back in his new bedroom, he quietly closed the door and looked around, feeling pleased with the knowledge that this was now his domain. Sleeping in the master bedroom was a symbol of who and what he had become. It was a reminder that he hadn't just traded bodies with his mom, but lives as well. "My name is Wendy," he introduced himself in the mirror, deciding that he liked the sound of it. Then, with a bit more confidence, he said, "My name is Wendy, and I am a divorced woman with an adorable son." The new Wendy stood in front of the mirror for just a minute more, feeling excited by the image and all that it represented. Then she let out a yawn and slowly climbed back into bed. After all, she still had a few more hours to sleep before she would have to get up, make her son breakfast and get ready to work. And she went to sleep with a smile as she could hardly wait. Part 16. Brandon awoke with a start, momentarily surprised to find the breasts on his chest. Then he blinked, remembering how he'd gained them in the chamber several days before. "I don't think that I'll ever get used to this," Brandon muttered to himself. Then he smiled, suddenly remembering just how good his new body had felt the night before, and every other time that he'd played around with it. The very thought made him start to get wet and horny again. "I don't know if I'll ever get used to this," Brandon said as he climbed out of bed, "but I can sure as hell have fun trying." A moment later, Brandon stood in front of the mirror, smiling as he stared at his reflection. He couldn't believe what a total babe he had become. "It's like I've turned into Paris Hilton's sexier sister," Brandon giggled. After Brandon stood in front of the mirror and posed for a few minutes longer, he decided to get dressed. He smiled a bit as he got into the new clothes that he bought the day before, loving how having real girls made him look even sexier. Hotter than any girl in school, he smirked, knowing that all of the other girls there would be insanely jealous of him. He rather liked that thought too. When Brandon was finally dressed, he posed in front of the mirror yet again, taking in every detail of his body. He looked over the shirt that left his midriff exposed, revealed a decent amount of his generous cleavage. Then he smiled. Perfect. A minute later, Brandon went into the kitchen and was surprised to see that Karen was still there. He would have expected her to go home sometime the night before after he'd gone to bed. "Way to go, Mark," Brandon whispered to his younger brother as he passed. Brandon sat down next to Chad, who gave him an odd look. But Brandon was getting used to that, as his parents and both of his brothers kept giving him odd looks. It kind of amused him since they'd all been changed as well. "It's not like I asked to be turned into a girl or anything," Brandon said defensively. "I didn't say anything," Mark said. "It's just funny seeing you like that," Chad responded, sticking his tongue out. Karen just laughed. "I know. Isn't it weird how everything is different when you change so much?" Brandon nodded, knowing that Karen had been changed by the chamber just as much as he had, though in a somewhat different direction. He couldn't help wondering though what it would have been like to have been made big and muscular like she had been. "Oh," Karen blinked as if suddenly remembering, "Jill said that she'd be happy to go shopping with you if you wanted to check out more new clothes." Like Victoria's Secret, Mark winked at him. This time it was Brandon's turn to stick out his tongue, though the truth was that he'd already been planning a trip to Victoria's Secret. He had such a great-looking body that it would be a shame not to show it off as much as he could. "Definitely weird," Brandon muttered to himself as he got up to leave. "But kind of fun too." Brandon left the house a short while later, deciding that it might be fun to stop by Jennings Field and see how other people were being transformed. He'd been a little too busy to do that the day before when everyone else was there, but he didn't think that it would hurt to stop by a little late. When Brandon arrived at Jennings Field a short while later, he wasn't surprised to find that there were a few other people there, though he was a little disappointed by just how few. There were only about a dozen at the most, and he had been hoping to see a few more than that. "I guess it's still a bit early," Brandon sighed, deciding to stick around for just a little while. After only a few minutes, Brandon saw the first person actually heading towards the chamber. It was a girl around Brandon's own age, who had frizzy reddish-brown hair and a pair of glasses. "Dana," Brandon said, a little surprised to see her since she didn't live in the neighborhood. He decided that someone must have told her about the chamber so she'd come to check it out for herself. Brandon wasn't really close to Dana, but he definitely knew who she was. She went to his school and was even in a few classes with him. They had talked a few times, though not much, as she tended to stay to herself most of the time. But there was a school rumor that Dana was a lesbian, and from the way that she looked at him, he thought that there might be something to that. Dana quickly looked away from Brandon and then descended the steps towards the chamber. Brandon watched her silently, wondering what was going to happen to her. How was she going to change? "I hope she doesn't change like Karen," Brandon muttered. "One Amazon running around is enough." When Dana came out of the chamber a minute later, Brandon never would have been able to recognize her if not for the remains of her old clothes which hung from her body. She was taller than before, and much sexier. Dana had turned into a brunette with long hair and an incredible figure. "Wow," Brandon grinned, "very nice." Dana stood at the top of the steps for a moment, staring at her reflection in a large mirror that someone had offered her. Then she looked around and noticed that Brandon was staring at her. She suddenly blushed, then slowly turned and walked towards him. I saw the way that you were looking at me," Dana said nervously. Brandon gulped, then nodded. "Yeah. You're gorgeous." "You think I'm gorgeous?" she gasped in delight. "No one's ever told me that before." Then she grinned. "I'm Dana." "I know," Brandon answered, feeling a bit embarrassed. We have third period English together. Dana blinked in surprise and stared at Brandon again, but shook her head. I don't recognize you. Brandon blushed badly and looked to the ground. The chamber did this to me. I'm Brandon. Brandon? Dana gasped in surprise. But I'm thinking of calling myself Brandy now, he quickly added, gesturing down at himself. I think it's a bit more appropriate now. Wow, Dana exclaimed, I can't believe how much it changed you. Then she blushed. You're so gorgeous. For a moment, Brandon just stood where he was, feeling nervous and excited at the same time. He couldn't help but noticing the way that Dana was staring at him. So, I guess the rumors around school are true. Yeah, Dana blushed. Yeah, I like girls. Brandon licked his lips, then asked, so, do you want to go out sometime? That would be great, Dana grinned, then gave him a bit of a wink. Great, Brandon grinned back, his new parts all getting excited at the very thought. Then he suddenly realized, you're going to need some new clothes. Yeah, Dana looked at the way she had burst out of hers. I don't think mine are going to fit very well. Well, Brandon suggested carefully, I was thinking of going and doing some more shopping for myself today. If you come over to my house, I can lend you some of my stuff to wear and we can go shopping together. That sounds like a pretty girly thing to say, Dana laughed. I guess you're getting used to that pretty fast. I guess, Brandon blushed, then grinned at her. It's pretty weird, but I have to admit, it's kind of fun too. Dana hesitated a moment, then quickly kissed Brandon on the cheek. Well, come on. You said something about going to your place. And as she walked off, she gave him a suggestive wink that made Brandon grin even more broadly. Part 17. Jack awoke with a smile and was immediately in a good mood. He was in a great mood, especially when he remembered the night before. Jill, he whispered dreamily. It was hard for Jack to believe that he and his best friend, or at least one of his best friends, had become something more. He couldn't believe that he was actually dating Jill. But it was great. When Jack had gone over to Jill's house the night before, they had their first date. Or at least they had their first time together as boyfriend and girlfriend, since Jack wouldn't quite call it a date. All they'd done was have pizza, sit around watching movies and then played around. They had even gone to second base, and might have gone all the way if Jill's dad hadn't decided to finally come home pretty late. At least he didn't catch us, Jack grinned, thinking about how lucky it was that they'd heard him coming in the door soon enough to avoid that. Jack smiled dreamily as he thought about what they had done, and he couldn't wait to do more. He couldn't wait to see Jill like that again. He couldn't wait till their date that night. After a few minutes, Jack finally got out of bed and got dressed. There were far too many things going on for him to waste the day in bed, no matter how much he normally liked sleeping in. When Jack reached the kitchen, he paused at the sight of his mom and dad kissing. It was a strange sight, with his mom looking like a teenage girl and his dad looking 10 years younger than normal. It took a moment for Jack to even absorb the image and remind himself that these were indeed his parents. At least Dad's not hiding from Mom anymore, Jack muttered to himself, knowing that his dad had obviously gotten over the difficulty of having a wife who looked about the same age as their son. But it's still kind of weird. Oh, good morning, Jack's mom told him once she noticed that he had come into the room. She paused, glancing at his dad and looking just a little embarrassed. Morning, Jack greeted them. Jack smiled as he sat down for breakfast, though he couldn't help but glancing at his mom and dad, both of whom had changed thanks to the strange chamber. His mom now looked like a teenage girl, while his dad was only 10 years or so younger than he had been. I guess the chamber didn't really give you all that much, Jack told his dad. I mean, it didn't make you taller or more muscular or anything else like it did to me and Mark. But Jack's dad looked at him for a moment before slowly responding, the chamber gave me more than you could ever know. He paused for a few more seconds before whispering, it gave me answers. It told me where it came from and why it does what it does. Really? Jack gasped in surprise. Carl just grinned, looking at his son a little smugly before saying, there were people who lived here long ago, and the chamber was the temple for their god. It was their God's way of blessing them. Kind of mixed blessings, Jack responded. I mean, Mark's brother got turned into a girl. According to what I learned while in the chamber, Carl said slowly, it draws on your own subconscious for the way it changes you. For some people, it turns them into their idealized versions of themselves, or changes things that they really wish to improve about themselves. And for other people, it takes their greatest wishes and desires and grants them, even if it is in a strange way. From what I saw, their God didn't really care if the people he changed were happy about them or not. Wow, Jack whispered, staring at his dad. Eddie was right. At his dad's blank look, Jack quickly explained, he's a kid who was saying that he thought the chamber worked sort of like that. He sounds like a smart boy, Carl responded. Well, I didn't exactly ask to be turned into a teenager. Jack's mom smiled at them, having listened in on the explanation. Not that I'm complaining, mind you. But it will mean that I'll have to wear my makeup and dress properly so as to seem a little older than I actually look otherwise. Carl kissed his wife Laura, then explained, it might not have been your conscious wishes that did this to you, but didn't you always want to be a little younger? Or maybe you kept thinking about what it was like when you were Jack's age. I guess, Laura admitted a bit sheepishly. But anyway, Carl frowned, I don't think that we should tell people about this. It will be pretty hard to swallow, even for those who went through the chamber. Jack frowned. Why not? I mean, they've already seen that it works. Yes, Carl admitted, they have. And what happens when the word gets out that this was created by an ancient god? We'll have a new cult popping up around the worship of this thing. Archaeologists will come from all over the world to dig up Jennings Field and absolutely everything else around here trying to find evidence of these people. And then there is the government. I would rather not think about what would happen if the government found out about all of this. I think I understand, Laura sighed. And the way that this whole thing is spreading, I doubt it will be much longer before the government does get involved. Carl nodded. Exactly. They were all silent for a minute before Jack exclaimed, I'm going to head back to Jennings Field and watch some more people get changed. It's pretty cool. I think I'll go with you. Carl grinned at his son. It should be interesting. When they arrived at Jennings Field a short while later, Jack let out a faint sigh of disappointment. There weren't nearly as many people around as there had been the day before. It didn't have quite the same picnic atmosphere. Then Jack pointed. Look, there's Mark's brother Brandon. See, I told you that he got turned into a girl, and a gorgeous one too. You can say that again, Carl admitted. It wasn't much longer before Mark arrived along with Karen. Jack was a little startled to see how well those two were getting along, especially as he'd never imagined that Mark would go for a girl who was bigger and stronger than he was. But Jack figured that as long as his friend was happy, he wasn't about to say anything against it. So, you and Jill? Mark asked, giving Jack a look of surprise. Yeah, Jack was a bit embarrassed since they had all been close friends for years. It just kind of happened. I know what you mean, Mark grinned, glancing at Karen. It's about time though. I mean, you two are perfect for each other. We are? Jack blinked, a little surprised at Mark's reaction. He would have expected Mark to tease him a bit instead. Perhaps Mark might have if it wasn't for the fact that he was now dating Karen. Sure, Mark grinned, Jack and Jill. Jack winced at that while his dad laughed. Just don't expect me to go fetching a pail of water. How about jumping over candlesticks? Mark laughed. Ha ha, Jack rolled his eyes, though he couldn't resist grinning back. I'm just glad she's happy, Karen said. Jill called me this morning and told me all about it. Girls sure do gossip a lot, Mark said with a bit of a smirk. But Karen just teased him. Watch it or I'll pound you, shorty. Suddenly Mark froze, his expression turning hard. Look, he pointed, it's that asshole from yesterday. What? Karen turned to look, then clenched her fists. What are you talking about? Carl asked. Nick's dad, Jack gasped as he recognized the large drunken man from the day before. The man looked just as drunk and just as mean as he had during his rant the day before. In fact, he looked worse. He was even wearing the same clothes, though they looked more rumpled and dirty. But instead of a bottle in his hand, this time he had a duffel bag. "What are you doing here?" Mark demanded. Karen stepped up beside Mark and glared at Nick's drunken father. "Get out of here." But Nick's dad suddenly pulled a gun out of his duffel bag and pointed it straight at Karen, snarling, "Get back, you freak." Karen gasped in fear and moved away, as did Mark. Both of them glared at the drunken man in front of them. "I tried calling the police," the drunk snarled. "I tried telling them about this demon circle that steals people's souls and turns them into monsters, but they didn't believe me." His eyes narrowed. "So it's up to me to save the world from this thing. Are you insane?" Carl demanded, only to get the gun pointed at him. He went silent, suddenly feeling extremely worried. "Dad," Jack gasped, his eyes going wide. The drunken man snarled and looked around him. There were around a dozen people gathered near the chamber, and he gave each and every one of them an intense glare that was filled with every ounce of venom that he could produce. "Get in there," he gestured to Karen and Mark, then to the stairway that descended to the chamber. "Get in that infernal hole, the lot of ye." "What?" Mark gasped. "Get in there," the drunk yelled, a furious expression on his face. His bloodshot eyes locked onto Karen and he glared at her with an expression of pure hatred. "You're monsters, freaks. I'll destroy you and this thing, just like it destroyed my family. And you wouldn't have had anything to do with that yourself, would you?" Jack asked sarcastically. "Jack," Carl snapped, "don't push him. He's got a gun." "Yeah, kid," the drunk spat, "don't push me." Mark and Karen looked at each other, then slowly moved towards the chamber like their captor ordered. He kept the gun on them until they were all to the top of the steps, then he set the duffel bag down and reached into it, pulling out what looked like a pair of pipes that had been taped together. "It's a pipe bomb!" Carl gasped. "He's got a bomb!" The situation suddenly became even scarier for Mark and Karen, who realized what the man intended. He was going to put them into the chamber and then blow it up, and them along with it. "Mark," Jack cried out in fear, automatically moving towards his friend. The drunken man was fumbling to light the fuse on his bomb and had just gotten it lit when he noticed Jack coming towards him. He quickly tried to aim his gun at the teenager but nearly dropped the bomb as he did so. And as he quickly grabbed at the bomb for a better grip, the gun was lowered to the ground. "Jack," Carl called out, rushing to stop his son. Mark quickly looked to his best friend, then realized that Nick's dad was too drunk to even hold the gun properly at the moment. And since the gun was momentarily aimed at the ground, Mark saw his opportunity and hit the drunk, who dropped the gun as he staggered back. "You psycho!" Nick yelled at him. The drunk quickly scrambled to pick up his gun again, apparently unconcerned with the lit bomb that he still held clutched in his hand. But as he reached for the gun, Karen kicked him as hard as she could, sending him flying back where he toppled down the chamber steps. "The bomb!" Karen cried out, grabbing Mark and shoving him away from the chamber as she came close behind him. "What the hell did you think you were doing?" Carl demanded of his son as he yanked Jack away from the chamber. A scream of pain was still coming from the steps where the drunk man had fallen down, and that was followed by a loud mixture of ranting and profanity. He slowly emerged at the top of the steps, limping and clutching his arm, with the bomb no longer in his hand. Then he paused to glare at everyone and shouted, "Evil freaks." But just then, he lost his balance and fell back down the steps with another howl of pain. A moment later, the whole area exploded. Dirt, rocks and chunks of stone were blown through the air and came crashing down. "Look out!" Carl yelled, wincing as a small rock hit him on the shoulder. It didn't do any real damage, but he suspected that he'd be left with a bruise. "The chamber," Jack cried as he ran straight for where the explosion had occurred. Jack gasped in disbelief as he saw that the steps to the chamber were gone, and that the sides of the hole had completely collapsed and filled in. Just about everything from the large hole was filled in, and there were shards of stone from the steps scattered about. And to Jack's disgust, there were bits and pieces of human flesh as well. An arm lay several feet away from the hole. "It's gone," someone gasped from the side. "He blew up that room." But Jack jumped into the rubble and looked around, dropping to his knees for a better look. His dad was beside him as they surveyed the damage and saw that there was almost no sign of the steps or anything else of the chamber, other than the pieces of shattered stone, which were scattered about. Then Jack suddenly saw something. There was a small hole, and as he bent closer, he could see a green glow within. He gasped, realizing that the chamber itself must have survived. It was just the entrance that had been completely collapsed. Just as Jack was about to say something, his dad moved a rock to cover the hole. "I saw," Jack began. Carl just shook his head and gave Jack a warning look and whispered, "Later." "At least I've already gone through it," Mark exclaimed, to which several people quickly agreed. "So, what are we going to do now?" someone asked. "Nothing," Carl said, even though the question wasn't intended for him. Carl climbed out of the wreckage and looked everyone over. "Since the chamber is gone, I doubt that anyone would believe us if we told them about it. I say that we should just cover up the rest of this wreckage and then go on with our lives. We've already been blessed, changed by the chamber. It won't do any of us any good even if it was still around. I think we should call in some archaeologists," one woman said, "or some other scientists." "That's the worst thing we can do," Carl argued, giving Jack one more warning glance before he continued. "The government would swoop in, confiscate this site and probably all of the land nearby, including our homes. And then they'd probably lock us all up for laboratory testing, trying to figure out how we were changed." "Damn, he's right," one man exclaimed. "They'll probably lock us up." "They can't do that," another man pointed out. "This is the United States. We have a thing called the Constitution." "Yeah," the first responded, "but have you ever heard of the Patriot Act? Guantanamo Bay? Hell, even those prison camps that they locked the Japanese guys into during the Second World War." "Some very good points," Carl nodded. "I think it's best if we all just keep quiet about this. It's already done all that it can for us, and if we start talking about it, it could make things very bad for everyone involved." There was a stir of mutterings, but everyone present started to agree. And when the subject of the drunk came up, someone offered the suggestion, he was a drunk asshole. Let the cops think he ran away or something. Hell, we could tell them that he was out here playing with his bombs and blew himself up. We don't have to say anything about the chamber. Once everyone had agreed to keep the existence of the chamber a secret, they buried what was left of the hole and slowly drifted away. Jack kept glancing to his friends, wanting to tell Mark, Brandon, and Karen what he'd seen. However, his dad had given him that silent warning and he was wondering what for. "Didn't you see that green glow?" Jack asked his dad once they were alone. "It's still there. The chamber is still there." "I know," Carl sighed, giving him a bit of a smile as he added, "I just think that it's best that no one else knows about that for a while." "Why not?" Jack started to ask, then blinked. "Oh, all that stuff you were saying about the government and the cults and stuff. You don't want any of them coming here and causing trouble." "Exactly," Carl nodded, proud at his son for understanding. Jack was silent for a moment before asking, "So, what are we going to do with it now?" Carl smiled faintly, glancing back in the direction of the now buried chamber. "We leave it where it is and don't tell anyone. When Ray Jennings gets back, I'll have a talk with him. And if he doesn't show up again, which I'm beginning to suspect will be the case, then I think I'll arrange to buy the land from the bank. I'll build a shed out where the chamber is, and maybe in a couple years, we can open it up again and start to quietly let a few people in. I think it's much saner that way." "But you don't have the right to do that," Jack started to protest. "It's not yours. Me and my friends were the ones who found it." "Well, maybe after Mr. Jennings." "Perhaps not," Carl told Jack with a frown, then paused to look him in the eyes. "But this chamber is dangerous. I'm not just talking about what it can do to one or two people who get changed by it. I'm talking about all of the chaos that can come out if people learn about it. Imagine if millions of people start coming here to get in. And just as importantly, this place is the last remnant of the ancient people who used to live here. I want to protect that." Jack was silent for a moment before finally nodding agreement. "Okay. I won't tell anyone. Good boy, Carl smiled at him. Just one thing, Jack mused a moment later. When his dad gave him a puzzled look, Jack smirked. Can I borrow some money for my date with Jill tonight? Carl just laughed. I think that can be arranged. Captain Miller scowled as he arrived at the police station, having only just arrived for duty but knowing that he already had his hands full. He paused just long enough to look around and make sure that everything else was in order. After a moment, Captain Miller quickly continued, casting a quick glance at a teenage boy who was trying to argue that he had nothing to do with some vandalism. Then the captain made his way to the back of the station and into one of the offices. He carefully opened the door and looked inside. There was a cute little girl of about 4 years old, spread out and sleeping on the couch. She was curled up in her blanket, looking peaceful but a bit sad. Is this her? Captain Miller asked unnecessarily. Yes, sir, the patrolman who had come up behind him answered. We found her walking along the edge of the road late last night, wearing only an adult man's shirt. She was pretty hysterical too. She kept saying something about how she looked like her baby. The second patrolman who had just joined them nodded. I think she meant she was looking for her baby. She'd probably lost her doll or something. Captain Miller only nodded at that, while the first patrolman continued, We've looked, but there's no record of a missing girl in the area matching her description. She's pretty shaken up and we figure that she could have been a kidnapped victim. Or a runaway, the second patrolman offered. We've already called child services to come and take a look at her. Did she give you a name? Captain Miller asked quietly. We had a hard time getting a name from her, the first patrolman admitted. She said her name is Ray. We figure it's short for Rachel, the second patrolman added unnecessarily. Captain Miller only scowled. And child services is already on their way? They'll be here in a few hours, the second patrolman told him. At this, the little girl opened her eyes slightly and looked around. Ray Jennings frowned, wanting to run but he was too exhausted, confused and scared. He had no idea what to do or where to go. Even if he could leave, there was no place that he could go. A tear ran down her cheek as the man inside remembered the daughter that he had lost so long ago. There were so many times when he would have given anything to have her back. And now, after countless prayers, his daughter was back, in a twisted way. He saw her every time he looked in the mirror. It had been a very hard way to learn that he had to be careful of what he wished for. Captain Miller just stood there and stared down at the little girl with an expression of sympathy. It looks like you might be heading into the foster system. He shook his head sadly and gave her one final look before slowly turning away to leave the office, quietly muttering, Poor little girl.